Chapter 101. If Bikak Publishing is described as a company of elites who are high in status but poor in earnings, then Bikak Cultural Broadcasting could be said to be a company of elites who are not only high in status but also earn well. So what makes the difference? The scale of capital? The type of industry? The quality of side dishes in the cafeteria? None of the above. The answer given by PD Shim Yun-ho of BMB Variety Department was simply a positive mindset. P7, Isomer. Bikak Publishing and Bikak Cultural Broadcasting are closely related. If we were to humanize corporations, we could call them brothers. It's not merely because they are part of the Bikak Group family. Rather, they truly sprouted from the same root. Publishing and broadcasting have the same origin. If categorized, they both fall under media. Thus, in old times, the roles of newspaper journalists and broadcast journalists were ambiguous, and even novels were printed in newspapers and treated within the same industry. This is why newspapers organize various literary awards, although now the economic disparity between the two brothers has widened to the point where the poorer elder, Bikak Publishing, is now in a position where he has to search for Bikak Cultural Broadcasting like Nobita looking for Doraemon. The fact that they are brothers remains unchanged. Thus, PD Shim Yun-ho of BMB Variety Department also heard about what happened at Bikak Publishing. I heard that renowned editors were shot down one after another by an author. The editor who discovered the author had been screwed and was temporarily demoted, while the editors trying to intercept the author faced one humiliation after another. This rumor was widespread in the industry. It's not just because the industry is small, stories of someone getting screwed spread faster than light. However, when everyone else laughed at the editors of Bikak Publishing's failures, PD Shim Yun-ho scoffed at their spirit. Why give up there? Those who despair after one failure will never succeed. One must rise above failures to grasp success. Armed firmly with a positive mindset, one must adopt a different attitude towards the world. And so, that's what Shim Yun-ho did.
I'm really sorry, Pedenim.
Our author Moon says he wants to focus on writing for a while due to his condition and suspend broadcasting activities. It seems difficult to participate in the variety show as you mentioned. Still, thank you so much for the great opportunity. And if there's a chance to work together in the future, anytime. PD Shim Yun-ho did not take the balding representative from Bikak Publishing's words as just a rejection. A negative attitude is a dangerous disease that leads to stress, reduced work performance, and various cardiovascular diseases. At times like this, one should borrow the power of positivity. He wants to focus on writing, so he's declining the appearance EX. If we guarantee time for writing, he'll make an appearance. Ooh. Okay. Shim Yun-ho then headed straight to Bikak Arts Middle School. It was a move befitting the notorious crazy bastard of the Variety Department. *****. Here. I brought him here. The pink-haired Min Sunbi's head was dripping with so much sweat that it seemed like his hair dye would wash out. But I was in no condition to worry about him. A current idol Min something Sunbae who practices dance for hours a day had run till he was like this. There was no way my legs would be okay. But Min something, aptly nicknamed as Factory Idol for lacking human feelings, was only focused on showing a note to the MC on the stage. Hubie. I brought the Hubie. What place am I in? The MC, holding the microphone, shouted with a refreshing vocal power. Okay. Arriving in second place, the Department of Applied Dance gets 60 points. Wowood dash. The cheer, though from merely dozens of people, exploded like a bomb along with a memo being written on a distant whiteboard adding 60 points. That was the value of my running. Phew! Min Hyo-chan wiped his sweat-soaked pink hair vigorously with a towel around his neck, tilted his head back, and basked in the cheers of his friends. Then he coldly shook off my hand. What's this? Why are you still holding on? You're making me sweat. What? Hehe. You're of no use to me anymore, Min Hyo-chan said, imitating some villain as he pulled away his hand. Given his poor acting skills, it seemed like a bad idea for him to consider acting after debuting as a solo artist from group activities. It must have been a joke from Min Hyo-chan, but the problem was that I had no strength left in my legs. I stumbled like a newborn deer and inevitably fell down. The third-year students in the Department of Applied Dance were shocked at the sight. That guy, what the… Ah? Hyo-chan. Hyo-chan. How could you just discard your junior like an old rag? Memo. Rapid Boys Min Hyo-chan. Incidents and controversies. I knew Hyo-chan would do something like that. He had a weird look. Does Min Hyo-chan have a personality issue? I was disillusioned. I'm leaving the Rapid Boys fandom. Just like that, Min Hyo-chan, who had been a hero in the Department of Applied Dance, became a traitor in just 3 seconds. Such was the cold reality of the Korean entertainment industry.
Enano.
I didn't mean to do this. While Min Hyo-chan was desperately protesting on the proverbial People's Court, an unnamed senior from the Department of Applied Dance helped me up. Hey, are you okay? Want an electrolyte drink or something? Unlike the neatly dressed literature and creative writing students, it was common to see seniors in stylish crop tops in the Department of Applied Dance. This crop top seemed to be a shirt bought temporarily for a school festival, and the fact that they wore it neatly tied up to expose their bellies, regardless of gender, gave me a slight glimpse into the madness of the Department of Applied Dance. By the way, there was no mention of festival shirts in the literature department. The senior who helped me up was also a male. I tried my best not to stare at his muscular six-pack and exposed belly button while greeting him. Ah, thank you. But the response I got was a bit strange. Hey, aren't you that guy? Yes. Do you write by any chance? I nodded since I did write. Suddenly, the unnamed senior shouted to those around us. Are you really an author? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As a result of getting tangled in a bald editor's evil business model, Moon In-seop, an ordinary returnee, achieved a celebrity-like level of recognition. And naturally, he also clinched the title of a celebrity at Baikak Arts Middle School. Despite Baikak Arts Middle School's reputation as a school attended by many current celebrities, actual middle school-age celebrities were rare. That reputation itself was a rumor spread by the school's PR department to attract current celebrities as much as possible, and minor celebrities were inherently rare. Therefore, a school attended by many current celebrities Baikak Arts Middle School was actually closer to a school attended by many aspiring celebrities, and naturally, those with the highest ambitions were in the Department of Applied Dance. Unlike non-popular sports like modern dance/Korean dance/ballet, applied dance was bluntly more akin to K-pop idol dance or broadcast dance. Hence, while schools with high standards in modern dance/Korean dance/ballet departments are called prestigious, schools with a high proportion of applied dance departments are called idol academies in both a positive and negative sense. Baikak Arts Middle School was a typical idol academy. Thus, although Baikak Arts Middle School had enrolled Moon In-seop, a celebrity not typically applied dance-like but more ballet-like, he himself was making a name in the broadcast industry. So to the students of the Department of Applied Dance, Moon was a role model. Please take a picture with me. Are you really friends with Hyo-chan? I loved your book. Have you ever thought about learning to dance? If Min Hyo-chan is blackmailing you, wave. Moon In-seop, who often struggles to attend school regularly, seldom sees even the literature and creative writing students, let alone those from other departments. When this rare creature, who barely manages a 50% attendance rate, makes an appearance, the students from the Department of Applied Dance swarm around Moon In-seop, chewing him out and enjoying his company to their heart's content. Despite despising the popularity of the Department of Applied Dance, the students from the Modern Dance Department, who secretly crave its mainstream appeal, are still too young to be dominated by such dark emotions and instead consider Moon somewhat a rival. Consequently, they too gathered around him in droves. Thus, the applied dance booth quickly became crowded with people. Moon In-seop found himself trapped by a wall of people. Since every single brick in this wall seemed to possess its own intelligence, breaking through was an exceptionally difficult task. There's a reason why celebrities always have managers shouting, "Excuse me, coming through. I'm dead." Regretting not calling Ma Ki-hoon, thinking what need was there for a manager at a school festival. Just at that moment when Moon In-seop was having second thoughts, thankfully, he heard the long-awaited sound from somewhere. "Excuse me, coming through." However, the person who came was not there to fetch Moon but to catch him. I'm Shim Yun-ho from BMB Broadcasting Station, Variety Department. Coming through. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Originally, it would be the school's duty to expel any unauthorized visitors, but such actions are typical only of weak public schools bound by all sorts of red tape. Normally, this red tape is referred to as law. On the other hand, Baikak Arts Middle School, a private institution, was able to make more flexible decisions. Thus, the desires of Chairman Baek Lee-hyun, who wanted to promote the school, and PD Shim Yun-ho, who wanted to kidnap Moon In-seop, converged, leading Moon In-seop to meet the PD in the Faculty Training Center reception room. It's been a while, Author Moon. Happy to see you here. Hello. I really enjoyed Peaceful Uninhabited Island. Did you know I was the one who recommended you to Director Park? But after watching the broadcast, I regretted not bringing you myself if you were going to be like this. When did you become so articulate? Ha ha ha. Although private schools are also bound by the Education Administration Law, the existence known as the chairman is more like the deity of a private school, rather than merely a corporate representative. The mundane rules are meaningless before divine providence. Since Park Chang-woon, the madman of the Literature and Creative Writing Department, who could kill the deity himself, was absent from school, there was no one to protect Moon In-seop. Why the department head of Literature and Creative Writing, Park Chang-woon, was absent on the day of the school festival, nobody knew. Not even the teachers in his department knew, since he didn't talk about it and simply took an unannounced leave. Originally, Park Chang-woon doesn't listen to anyone weaker than him. And nobody had the guts to text the former Minister of Culture, who got fired within a week due to a swearing scandal, to ask why he was absent. How can this not be called irony when Moon In-seop fell into the clutches of two greedy adults due to such a tragic overlap? Fortunately, though, Moon In-seop knew how to defend himself. I don't want to. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Chairman Baek Lee-hyun was flustered, while PD Shim Yun-ho desperately dragged up the past. He was the PD who had produced the special broadcast on New Light Spring Orphanage and was also responsible for Moon In-seop's first Variety appearance. But it was to no avail.
I'm sorry.
If Baek Lee-hyun is the god of Baikak Arts Middle School, and Shim Yun-ho is the god of the film set, then Moon In-seop is the supreme and terrible genius author who would even blaspheme against gods. To someone who has died once, worldly values mean nothing, and one who fears nothing meaningless has no fear. And if ignorance makes one brave, knowledge makes people free. Moon In-seop, the most free-flying teenager of this school, flew away like a butterfly right in front of the chairman. Wait, just a moment, Author Moon. But PD Shim Yun-ho did not give up. Unlike the chairman, whose stomach is full from being a chaebol, he is an ordinary office worker. The intensity of his desperation was different. Shim Yun-ho, 34, PD, put his pride aside and chased after the fleeing Moon In-seop. PD Shim Yun-ho caught up with him quickly. Catching a boy wrapped in a blanket and scampering away with short legs wasn't hard. However, convincing him to stand in front of a camera was the difficult part. So PD Shim Yun-ho ran alongside the fleeing Moon In-seop, continuously chattering to persuade him. If it's about not having enough writing time, I can guarantee that. It's a literary variety show, you know? Why are you chasing me? Just this once. Come out just once. I'll negotiate with the director and make sure your pay is top tier. Okay. No, I don't even need to negotiate. I'll set the terms myself on my discretion. If anything goes wrong, I'll just write an apology letter. PD Shim Yun-ho pursued Moon In-seop as persistently as Stalker or maybe even the second So Tae-woong. Their chase continued until Moon In-seop returned to the Literature and Creative Writing Department booth. Moon In-seop's terrified instincts instinctively sought out a beast, no, a person who would protect him. Accordingly, the moment he entered the Literature and Creative Writing booth, PD Shim Yun-ho's pursuit was forcibly cut off. As proven by Ma SSI from a certain orphanage, those who act on what they believe to be right have no hesitation. Only righteousness and morality. With such firm belief, one can even slay a Buddha upon meeting, or cut down a patriarch.
Igrekuna.
Help me. Thus, Gu Yuna met the PD and headbutt him. Like a bolt of lightning, the avatar of chivalry dressed as a log slammed into PD Shim Yun-ho. Gu Hak-jun, who witnessed his daughter who had been sitting on his lap suddenly running out and headbutt someone, opened his eyes and mouth wide in shock. PD Shim Yun-ho, who was suddenly attacked by the log monster, was hit in the solar plexus by Gu Yuna's round head and fell to the floor, rolling around. Arg! Amidst the silence that fell over the literature and creative writing booth, following the agonized screams of PD Shim Yun-ho, Gu Yuna, a true chivalrous fighter of this era who cares only for her own conscience, flashed a winner's smile. "Are you okay, Insip?" "I'm fine, but that man." "Then it's all good." Gu Yuna sat back down with a subtly pleased smile. Moon Insip quietly helped PD up, guessing that he probably wouldn't be able to avoid appearing on the variety show. And PD Shim Yun-ho, with an intrigued expression, watched the girl wearing the log dress. That's how the variety show, "Let's Become a Novelist," started. Chapter 102. In an era where people who flaunt real estate like apartments as their social class are criticized, but in fact, real estate was originally a class indicator. As one can tell by looking back at human history, if you receive land from your parents, you are a noble. If you receive a country, you are royalty. In this way, space can be an indicator of a person's or organization's status. In that sense, Lim Yong-wook, who used to use an underground parking lot storage as an office before moving to the grand office on the third floor of Bike Hack Publishing's main building, has indeed experienced a miraculous social climb. Hurry and contact the distribution center to check. If we mess this up, we might have to deliver it by forklift. What do we do then? The contract is already done. Yes, this is Yoon Ji-young, assistant manager at the Bike Hack Publishing Management Public Relations team. Yes, speak. Yes. The Bike Hack Publishing Gwangwaman branch? That would be us. So what author Gu Hak-jun means is to leave the lectures to those who usually handle them and only entrust us with managing secondary IP like film adaptations. Then we must do it. Showing something first can change their minds. We need to draft a new contract first. Dozens of suit-wearing employees moved like cogs in the vast office of the publishing management headquarters. It was a scene that could pass for the core division of a major corporation, fit enough for an office drama. However, despite appearing fine on the surface, the inner workings of the publishing management headquarters had its fair share of squeaks. It was, after all, essentially no different from just one department of publishing management, and the employees were a mix of drifters from Bike Hack Entertainment and spies from Bike Hack Publishing, showing significant differences in expertise. If it weren't for the noble lineage of director Baek Seol, a globally recognized, nominated translator of the Supreme Royal Intellect Oxford Booker International Prize, the department would have been wrecked long ago. This ragtag department was making a remarkable impact in the publishing industry for the third quarter. Department head. The publishing planning department is looking for author Moon again. Stop talking bullshit. Of course, it was thanks to department head Lim Yong-wook. EP7, Isomer. Department head Lim Yong-wook had already led the collaboration between Bike Hack Publishing va Bike Hack Entertainment through the notorious mishmash department known as the Publishing Management Task Force Team. Yes, that's the team that went kaboom because the responsible author touched something he shouldn't have. Strictly speaking, this was Lim Yong-wook's second time commanding a mishmash department. And as everyone knows, one does better on the second try. You can see it just by looking at web novels. Even this was Lim Yong-wook's second round at Bike Hack Publishing. Wasn't it? It feels like I'm coasting through life. Of course, if you ask certain author Moon, who is living his second life, he might not agree, but anyway, Lim Yong-wook's second round at Bike Hack Publishing was going smoothly. Especially since he had become much stronger, to the point of losing hair, during the 2-year seclusion training in the underground dungeon of Bike Hack Entertainment. Handling the publishing management headquarters was literally a one-punch task for department head Lim Yong-wook. The show must go on. Proceed with its 4th print run. Yes, sir. Watching the departing back of the deputy head Kim Ji-ryung, who saluted with samurai-like precision, Lim Yong-wook sighed. Phew! But that sigh contained not only fatigue but also satisfaction. as it meant money was being printed. Author Moon's new work, The Show Must Go On. It had just been published and was already on its fourth print run, selling like hotcakes. The effort of slamming TV ads while being called crazy by the publishing planning department was worth it. However, seeing those who had initially called it a waste of advertising expenses now trying to get a piece of the pie was infuriating. But what can you do? If you borrow money, you share the profits. Company life was not easy. There are too many bastards in the company. Anything you try to do, they obstruct, nitpick, and try to get a spoon in. But fighting with those guys and fiercely persevering through life, Lim Yong-wook felt his vigor returning. The canned coffee he drank in the hallway tasted unusually sweet today. Ko-wuff. Yes, this was where company employee Lim Yong-wook was meant to be. Indeed, Lim Yong-wook's heyday was when he was at the fiercely competitive Baikak Publishing. Returning to this fierce battlefield, he felt as if he was entering his second heyday. As he was enjoying his second round of an easy life, having returned to his original world with a cheat author. But the routine was broken. Insip, what are you talking about? Sigh, that's what happened. Well, Lim Yong-wook might be misunderstood as a life-easy editor who exploits young minor authors by putting them on TV show. But in fact, he too had a routine. It was exactly broadcast, publish, broadcast, publish. Lim Yong-wook didn't want to exploit Moon only in front of cameras. If Moon performed on broadcasts, there also had to be time to sell books and collect payments. And now was the time for collection. The manpower responsible for Moon had been assigned to the publishing tasks for The Show Must Go On. So, suddenly hearing that Moon wanted to go on a variety show wasn't exactly welcome news. How on earth did that happen? That kid who used to avoid broadcasts suddenly wants to go on a variety show. Seriously, TT's not a lie, so listen to me. Is it? It took Lim Yong-wook a considerable amount of time to accept the fact that Gu Yuna, wearing a log-shaped costume, had headbutted the head of a Baikak cultural broadcasting variety show PD. ****. However, not everyone was as flexible and expansive in their thinking as Lim Yong-wook. Bullshit. You crazy bastard. The BMB variety show department head threw a wad of Kleenex that he had rolled up at PD Shim Yun-ho. The innocent wad of tissue thumped against PD Shim Yun-ho's head and fell to the ground. The story of going to school out of the blue to kidnap author Moon, who had refused casting, chasing after the fleeing author in a pursuit, and successfully casting the author as a sort of retribution after a middle school girl wearing a log-shaped costume popped out like a deer and headbutt PD Shim Yun-ho was a story that only a crazy person would believe. PD Shim Yun-ho corrected his expression. I just persuaded passionately. Yes, good job. By now, the conflict between the government threatening to cut down the broadcast station with a sword and the Baikak group was gradually being resolved. Whether they sent boxes of apologies to the ruling party members or found some leverage, the headquarters had safely managed the risk caused by the former owner in the coffin. The unprecedented apocalypse situation, cancellation of comprehensive channel reapproval, had been preemptively prevented, as already communicated to the senior officials of Baikak Cultural Broadcasting. But it was confirmed that the atmosphere and prestige of the broadcasting station would be unstable for at least a few months to come. If the variety show department could make a big hit now, they could become heroes. And so, two men who wanted to become heroes. The variety show department head and PD Shim Yun-ho looked at each other. Are you ready, Shim PD? Of course, department head Nim. The director slid over a document proving that the budget for the upcoming variety show was approved, and gave PD Shim Yun-ho a smile. Let's make a real movie this time. But it's a variety show. ****. The format of the variety show, Let's Become a Novelist, was unprecedented, befitting the planning of Shim Yun-ho, the black magician, trickster, chihuahua of the department head, and one who does not fear writing apologies of the BMB variety department, making famous celebrities who have lived lives completely unrelated to novels write their own novels. Let's Become a Novelist was a project to literally turn the cast into novelists, as the title suggests. But doesn't this title overlap with a famous novel serialization site in Japan?
Teelusikallinen.
So what? The variety show writer shut his mouth in the face of PD Shim Yun-ho's madness. Shim Yun-ho demonstrated his resolute intention to simply write up an apology letter if any plagiarism controversy were to arise, so the scriptwriter could now focus on other matters. That was none other than casting the cast members. Ah, this is giving me a headache. He had written in the proposal that celebrities who knew nothing about novels would seriously learn about literature and create a moving story by writing a masterpiece at the end, but that was not the reality. From the start, they needed to bring in people who were somewhat capable of writing. Who has the time to teach them one by one in front of the camera? Of course, they would actually teach literature, but they needed to cast people who could quickly absorb the lessons and be ready to appear on the broadcast, so later they wouldn't need to hire ghostwriters. Since he hadn't simply won the title of main writer by playing Ghost-Stop, a few celebrities with literary talents immediately came to mind. An elderly actor famous for being a bookworm, a middle-aged comedian whose wife is an author, a famous celebrity who does everything when he's asked, and, Gu Yubin would be perfect, a celebrity famous as a novelist and entertainer. PD Nim, is it really impossible to cast Gu Yubin? I don't know. They say it's absolutely impossible. That's too bad. As the main writer was smacking his lips in regret, PD Shim Yun-ho said, Gu Yubin is Gu Yuna's sister, you know? Oh, really? Then the visuals would be really good, right? No, we still can't cast Gu Yubin. Knowing that Shim Yun-ho had recruited Moon while being hit by a middle school girl wearing a log-shaped costume, the main writer couldn't understand why this devil was giving up on Gu Yubin so cleanly. But even a devil has his last bit of conscience. Gu Yubin is a senior in high school right now. The college entrance exam. Anyone Korean would understand. Disturbing a high school senior before the college entrance exam means you are not a human. Thus, PD Shim Yun-ho and the main writer did not cross the minimum line of human decency, unaware that Gu Yubin herself had already transformed into a monster who had forsaken humanity. Meanwhile, the moment the production team for Let's Become a Novelist started casting, rumors of a major planned variety show at BMB spread rapidly throughout the entertainment industry. The reaction was, of course, shock. They're gambling there. Bike Hack Cultural Broadcasting, beaten half to death by the government, was planning a major variety show as if to directly confront this crisis. Naturally, the variety show would receive a push from the broadcasting station, and as if to prove it, the news that PD Shim Yun-ho, well known as the right-hand man of the variety department head, was holding the reins made industry insiders gulp. However, there was one insider who didn't have to just stand by and swallow his saliva. Hello? Is this Shim Yun-ho PD? Yes. What is it? It's my first time contacting you. I'm Baek Sungwon, CEO of Bike Hack Entertainment. Hello?
Hello, Sionim.
At that moment, the monster who held all of Bike Hack Group's celebrities in his grip sneakily approached and poked PD Shim Yun-ho in the ribs, effortlessly capturing him. Thus, CEO Baek Sungwon smoothly inserted a celebrity using his "Hello, congratulations, let's have a meal, this friend I brought here" skill. For PD Shim Yun-ho, it would have been better if he had just asked, can I fit one of our kids in? It would have saved some time since there was no way to refuse anyway. With a monster controlling everyone from actors to singers, life is really tough for these weak PDs. Shit. The headquarters should have crushed Bike Hack Entertainment this time. Grumbling, PD Shim Yun-ho's eyes widened as he looked at the resume of the member forced into the show by CEO Baek Sungwon. What? Min Hyo-min from Benivis. Do you know who that is, PD Nim? I don't know, how should I know? Being a broadcast station PD doesn't mean you know all the celebrities. In fact, Shim Yun-ho had no connection with music broadcasting either. And these days, all girl groups look so similar that I can't tell them apart. Do you really not know? I'm not sure. I think I've heard of Benivis. Why? Do you know them, writer Kim? No, I don't, PD Nim. The main writer, who is a second-generation member of Benivis fan club Bunny Bunny, and owns a limited edition rabbit ear headband, had to hold back from tearfully explaining how Benivis is one of the top 3 latest girl groups and how cute our Hyomin is. Thus, the small parachute that Baek Sungwon launched, Min Hyomin's resume with the phrase, currently enrolled at Baikak Arts Middle School, was lightly erased from the minds of the PD and the writer. *****. Although Ma Ji-hun is highly regarded as a heroic figure of New Light Spring Orphanage, but in fact, acts of heroism often occur in the shadows. What do they say? The government can't touch everything? There are too many places in the world that the reach of public authority does not extend to. Orphanages are a prime example. In a world where righteousness and justice stand clear, no one needs to wield weapons. Thus, those who enforce justice through force are inevitably seen as extreme. Therefore, Ma Ki-hoon, a being like a complete Lucifer with both light and shadow aspects, was not only a lofty knight-errant but also a professional ruffian well-versed in the dark deeds like cigarette smuggling and school fights. Thanks to this, Ma Ki-hoon was able to perform magic at a public school bound by education laws, where he didn't attend school due to a showdown with the homeroom teacher, but his attendance was still recognized. What specific negotiation Ma Ki-hoon had with his homeroom teacher is unknown. That belongs to the realms of the extreme. Phew. So if you keep trying to find out, you'll get hurt. This was Ma Ki-hoon's claim. Of course, knowing the level of our neighborhood schools, the answer was clear to me. The moment you said you got a job, the teacher started crying and said she'd make an exception. Right? What? How did you know? The moment you succeeded in getting a job at that school, you were already in the top 1%. Orphanages are typically built in rundown, underdeveloped neighborhoods. People from affluent areas prevent facilities like orphanages from entering their neighborhoods. Thus, the schools that the children from orphanages attend are inevitably in neglected areas, and if Baikak Arts Middle School was of genre youth school web drama, then the genre of schools and neighborhood is of webtoon about school gangsters. Would there be any teacher who wouldn't cry if the protagonist of such a delinquent webtoon said they had reformed and gotten a job? Anyway, having legally, or rather circumstantially, been able to skip school, Ma Ki-hoon could be said to have become more exemplary than someone like me who illegally skipped school. Thanks to that, I managed to bring Ma Ki-hoon as my manager along to Baikak Entertainment. Facing the towering buildings once again stirred emotions. It's been a while. It was my first visit to Baikak Entertainment since being suddenly transferred to Baikak Publishing one day. And then, the meaning of this memorable space, the Baikak Entertainment headquarters building, became clear. This place was literally like a portal to another world, the isekai I first encountered. I had never visited it in my previous life, but in this life, I had encountered many connections in this building. One of those connections, the security guard, glanced at me and recognized me. "Hey, long time no see? Author Nim." "Hello." The security guard, who often rescued me from the crowd, gently patted my head. "I've been reading the book you gave as a gift. My kids love it too. But why haven't I seen you around lately?" "I went to Baikak Publishing." "Oh, is that so? No wonder I haven't seen you. So, it's been a while since you've been to entertainment." "Yes." "Great. Have a good time." This time I came to work, not to hang out, but thinking back, more than half of my visits to Baikak Entertainment had been out of boredom and for fun, so I didn't particularly clarify the misunderstanding. The moment I entered the lobby, Ma Ki-hoon murmured, "This place looks majestic every time I see it." The distinctive 5-star hotel-like lobby of Baikak Entertainment headquarters was imposing to those who entered. I quietly smiled and shared a tidbit with Ma Ki-hoon. They designed it to resemble a hotel on purpose when they rebuilt the building. Really? They wanted the employees to feel comfortable at the company. But does that actually work? Would it work? There are many reasons why employees might not feel comfortable at their company, but a significant one, the CEO, who is often seen on the first floor, caught my eye. Baek Sungwon, the CEO who had proudly talked about designing the building to resemble a hotel, was also visible in the lobby today. Dressed in a white suit and wearing black sunglasses, he was easy to spot from afar.
Hello, Seonim.
Huh? Author Moon. For Baek Sungwon, who commonly fawned over every celebrity he met, calling them geniuses was part of his routine. Seeing me, he fell silent for a moment. Just before I could ask him what was wrong, Seo Baek Sungwon quietly broke the silence with a smile. Are you writing well? Yes, well, so. That's good. Thank you for writing wonderful pieces. All of a sudden, I looked at Seo Baek Sungwon suspiciously, wondering if he was about to ask for something again. Then, wiping away his subtle smile, Baek Sungwon laughed heartily as usual and slapped me on the back. Slap. Ow. What do you mean all of a sudden? Isn't there a variety show meeting today? Better hurry. It's on the 6th floor. How do you know that? Because I'm the CEO. I know everything. Go on. Pushed by Seo Baek Sungwon, I hurried into the elevator. Even as the elevator doors closed, Seo Baek Sungwon was still waving at me with a cheerful smile. I wasn't sure why he was in such a good mood, but seeing that smile made me feel better too, and I found myself smiling a bit. In the midst of an ordinary day, it was a briefly shining, luminous moment. Chapter 103. If someone were to ask me if I am a professional novelist, I would probably hesitate for a while, beating around the bush with my answer. What is the criteria that separates professional novelists from amateur novelists? As a novelist, I am quite lacking. On the path of novel writing, there are no professionals or amateurs, only different ways of expression and so on. But in the end, I would answer yes, because I have staked my life on writing. In the same vein, if someone asks me if I am a professional entertainer, I would definitely answer no. I entered the entertainment industry unintentionally, and I don't particularly wish to walk this path. As an artist, my tendencies are closer to those of a literature student studying novels than an entertainer who delights people. But if someone asks me if I am an amateur entertainer, I might hesitate a bit, not say much, and probably just nod. Because I think I know a little about what kind of place the entertainment industry is. EP7, Isomer. Huh? Author Moon. Hello, actor Bae Sungwon Nim. Hey, why so formal between fishing buddies? Just call me Uncle Sungwon. It wasn't because I casually greeted an actor I happened to meet in the hallway of the Bikehack Entertainment building that I considered myself an amateur entertainer. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to translate the concept of amateur as ordinary person, but I have become someone who can no longer see the entertainment world through the eyes of an ordinary person. It wasn't a sudden epiphany, but rather a change that came gradually, like growing taller. Just as one day you look in the mirror and find that you have grown much taller, one day you look into your heart and find that your values have changed. I'm sorry to say this for Bae Sungwon, a seaman who understands the feelings of a black porgy. But if I use Bae Sungwon as an example, I no longer looked at him and thought, he's handsome. To the general public, Bae Sungwon might look like a handsome movie actor, but knowing roughly how much it costs to maintain that face makes me think more complexly. What is the difference between natural beauty and artificially sculpted beauty? Should cosmetic surgery in celebrities be rejected or tolerated? Is the reason for human rights of entertainers or the needs of the viewers? If a person can become a product, can humanity also be commodified? Of course, I might just be a weirdo for having these thoughts just from seeing Bae Sungwon's face once in the hallway. But anyway, it had become a bit difficult to view the entertainment industry the way I used to. I have seen a lot. I have seen Kim Bile suffering from malicious comments, PDs whose eyes glint with ratings, and celebrities whose personalities switch on with the camera. I have seen how much money a movie or a variety show can make and glimpsed the precise machine-like system that is a broadcasting station. That's enough experience for the rose-colored glasses to fall from one's eyes. Therefore, as I entered the pre-meeting location for the variety show, let's become a novelist, my heart did not thump excitedly but settled calmly. Hello. Oh? Author Moon In-seop? Wow, it's nice to see you. The same was true even when greeting a comedian I had grown up watching. The persona reflected on TV is merely professional acting. I do not know his real persona. Therefore, there is no particular reason to feel familiarity or joy. Thus, I sat down with a stern expression. Of course, I soon artificially softened my expression, but my heart remained stiff throughout. I was properly nervous. Of course, There are people who enjoy meeting strangers and building new connections. However, I am someone who has suffered more harm than favors from people. Such meeting occasions where you get to know new faces are not something I find enjoyable. The variety show, Let's Become a Novelist, doesn't exactly hold a significant place in my life either. But it might be different for someone else. For PD Shim Yun-ho, who just entered, this show seems like it will occupy a substantial part in his future life. Ah, everyone's here. Nice to meet you. I'm PD Shim Yun-ho. Following that, the greetings from the staff continued. The production team, including the scriptwriters and assistant directors, finished their introductions. After that, the participants from various age groups greeted everyone with friendly smiles. I'm not sure if I can learn to write novels at this age, but I will do my best. Please don't scold me too harshly if I fall behind. Ah, thank you all in advance. Actually, my wife writes novels, so I've always been interested in literature. I thought this broadcast would be a great opportunity. So, anyway, I'll work hard. Ah? When everyone introduces themselves so intellectually, it makes me feel a bit embarrassed for being tricked by PD Shim Yun-ho into coming here. Ah! There weren't any particularly memorable comments. I just extended my introduction a bit when it was my turn to say I would work hard. And as always, I received the gaze of those amazed by a young child writing novels. And when people with doubts asked me tough questions, I answered them straight. It's the usual drill. But perhaps it's just my skewed perspective. Objectively, it was a pre-meeting without any issues. With the assembled cast exchanging greetings and pleasantries warmly, PD Shim Yun-ho also looked relieved. Thus, the pre-meeting for Let's Become a Novelist ended smoothly, and I went to a nearby popular restaurant to enjoy a bowl of udon before returning to my studio. However, when I placed my hands on the keyboard at my desk, a peculiar self-introduction I heard earlier echoed in my ears. Hello, I'm Min Hyo-min, the cute magne of Benivis. Even backwards, it's still Min Hyo-min. Please take good care of me. These days, idle greetings really need to be unique. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even though I was openly slacking off with my broadcasting side jobs, it's not like my main job was doing any better. I just can't seem to write my damn novel. It's not exactly a slump. It's just that writing novels is inherently tough. It's the path I chose, so I just have to endure through sheer grit. After all, I'm not a genius. There's no status window or ghost telling me what to write for my next novel. Becoming a ghost novel king is impossible. Can't write? Then give me some advice on my writing. If you're really stuck, just take a look at mine for reference or something. Humph. Of course, there was one soulmate who inspired me just by being around. Miracles like status windows don't exist in reality, but maybe Yuna was my miracle. Of course, it's ironic for me, who has traveled back in time, to talk about the absence of miracles. Ha! Despite my resolve not to be tied to the past, the pain I feel every time I think of Yuna is inevitable. I crave a cigarette, but after much contemplation, I've acknowledged that time is made up of memories. Therefore, my life is not two separate lives but a continuous single thread. I must keep moving forward. The same goes for literature. To others, it might seem like the miraculous literary parade of a genius boy blessed by the gods. But to me, my literature is an extension of the long journey built by novelist Moon In-seop. Then, where should this path lead? I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Of course, there's no clear answer, so I just keep sighing. Ha! Ugh! Then, my sigh overlapped with Kim Biles, who was sitting across from me. Since Bikehack Arts Middle School and Bikehack Arts High School are only separated by a fence, we often run into each other at the convenience store in front of the schools. And whenever we meet, it's almost like an agreement to sit at the table in front of the convenience store and share snacks. It's not particularly problematic, but if there's one issue, it's this. Even though I know Kim Bile is a professional actor, seeing her sneak snacks away from her manager every time makes her look a bit clumsy. Seeing such a clumsy-looking Kim Bile sighing, as if she had experienced the whole world, I wondered what was going on. Why are you sighing like that? You go first. I asked first, so you answer first. When I pulled out the unbeatable logic of high schoolers, Kim Bile twirled her hair with her fingers and pouted her lips. It's just, I don't like the new drama I'm joining this time. Oh, is Kim Sunbae joining a drama? Lately, she's been seen often in movies and variety shows, but Kim Bile fundamentally is a drama actress. Wasn't it a drama that made her famous when she was younger? It naturally led me to think. Is that why you coldly rejected my suggestion to join Let's Become a Novelist last time? Yeah. It seems there was a reason she had so bluntly rejected the variety show I had particularly proposed. But seeing Kim Bile sorrowfully sipping her apple juice, it seemed like things weren't going well. Kim Bile glanced around and then leaned towards me, murmuring as if sharing a secret. I went to the drama pre-meeting yesterday, you know? And it was a total disaster. Kim Bile, who typically harbors the instinct of a typical Korean high school student with a penchant for prefixes like crazy dash, is usually cautious with her words due to her public status. If she used damn dash, then it really must have been. It was a complete mess. I'm telling you, it was a disaster. Kim Bile was venting her frustrations rapidly. I wondered why she had even bothered looking around cautiously before. At the pre-meeting, seeing the leads fight in front of the PD, I thought they were crazy. They weren't just arguing privately but outright attacking each other. Their combat power is no joke. I see. So, watching the two leads create chaos. Writer Song Min-suk got so angry she just left. The PD is so weak. He couldn't even think of stopping the actors from fighting. The supporting actors just froze up and couldn't say anything. They just went back reading the room. Of course, there was no dinner afterward, and now there's talk that Urim Uni might drop out of the drama. I'm really going crazy. Did I really choose the wrong project? Why is it always like this with me? Before she started venting, Kim Bile looked like a normal person, but now she looked as if she had been tearing at her hair, almost turning into a ball of fur rolling across the convenience store table. I listened to her rant flow out from the gaps in her disheveled hair, letting it go in one ear and out the other. But amidst Kim Bile's whining cries, there was content that I couldn't just let slip by. Now that I think about it, even the drama's title is totally weird. What was it again? It was ridiculously long. Something Rosario?
Rosaria?
Rosaria in Paris? Weird, right? Right? They said it's Latin. Who names a Korean drama in Latin? Is it by any chance Rosarium? In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti? Amen? What? How did you know dash? Kim Bile was so shocked that she jumped up like a mole in a whack-a-mole game. And while I didn't jump up like a mole in a whack-a-mole game, I was just as surprised. Oh my goodness. Even to me, a time traveler without much practical gain, there are criteria for judging the success of a drama or movie. It's that if it's a work whose name I know, it must be a blockbuster. If even I, who have lived solely engrossed in novels, know it, it must be a nationwide superhit. And Rosarium, blah blah blah, was one of the few exceptions to this rule. It was a drama I had actually watched. But how could I have watched any drama at the ruthless New Light Spring Orphanage, where only the strong could get their hands on a remote control through sheer blood and sweat? The reason was because of mandatory viewing. Rosarium refers to the rose garland and the Catholic Church's rosary, and the subtitle means, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. In short, it's a drama with a strong Christian theme. At New Light Spring Orphanage, director Moon Chung-jae encouraged, forced, all the children to watch the premiere of Rosarium together to foster Christian ethical consciousness. Any Christian suffering under societal oppression can't help but show their children pro-Christian films with excitement. Anyone who has attended a church school or a Christian-affiliated orphanage would understand. We must sympathize with the poor adults who have been recycling the Passion of the Christ for 20 years. However, contrary to the expectations of South Korea's 83.2 million Christians, Rosarium left behind a bizarre legacy of a priest uniform fetish, eliciting a statement of concern from the Central Council of the Catholic Church of Korea. That means It caused a wild frenzy with handsome actors in priest costumes and became a major hit. My mind, which had momentarily traveled to the past, returned to the present. I spoke to Kim Bile, who was staring at me with a dazed expression. You absolutely must do Rosarium. What? I have a good feeling about it, so you have to do it no matter what. All of a sudden? Just do it if I tell you to do it. I tried to fully exercise my role as a time traveler for once, but this ungrateful Kim Bile wouldn't obediently listen to me. What would a kid who knows nothing about dramas know? Don't regret it later. Just do it when I tell you to. Humph. I don't want to. It's my decision, isn't it? Well, I'm telling you to do it. Then at least give me a reason. It's the universe's energy. As we were arguing about whether or not to take on the drama project, someone poked my shoulder repeatedly. Turning around, I saw a young girl with beige-colored hair looking down at me. She had a youthful appearance. Then, the somewhat familiar-looking girl spoke up. Are you author Moon In-seop? Yes, that's me. You go to Bikehack Arts Middle School, right? I nodded at her awkwardly formal language. The unnamed girl smiled shyly and made a small V sign with her 2 fingers. You're in the creative writing department, 2nd year? Yes. I'm also in the 2nd year. Yes. In the dance department, 2nd year. I see. So, is it okay to speak informally with you? Not fully understanding the situation, I nodded, and the girl awkwardly joined our table. At that moment, I glanced at Kim Bile to gauge her reaction. Kim Bile was smiling at the girl benignly, like a gilt bronze Maitreya in meditation. Don't be fooled by the Buddha-like smile. Kim Bile is a bit of an old fogey, even if she pretends not to be. That look means, let's see if you greet me properly. Hello, Sunbae. Fortunately, the girl was quick to react to Kim Bile's expression, and with a start, she bowed 90 degrees, narrowly escaping the subtle wrath of old fogey Kim Bile. Sunbae, may I sit here too? Oh, sit down, sit down. No need to ask for permission. Make yourself comfortable. Thank you. However, I was still clueless. Who was this girl, and why did she suddenly come looking for me? Luckily, I soon found out the answer. Could you teach me how to write novels? She was an applicant for transferring to the creative writing department. Chapter 104. Although I had a childhood with little connection to movies, that doesn't mean there weren't any movies that influenced my life. Of course, I didn't see them in theaters, but rather they were movies shown by a teacher during my primary school days. Typically, after the final exams and before the holidays, didn't the school somewhat turn into a cinema? Among the films that passed by then, there was one particularly memorable work. It was about a chef from Paris, France, whose skills were hard to believe were human. A single line encapsulating the theme running through that movie made me remember that work forever. Anyone can cook. Then the same must apply to novels too. So, I gladly responded, of course. Really? Thank you. This aspiring novelist with beige hair reminded me of my childhood in some way. Her lack of confidence, doubting whether she dared to write a novel, was just like that. But as the movie from my childhood showed, although not everyone can become a great artists can come from anywhere. Just like everyone else in the world, I gladly reached out my hand to this girl who possessed the qualities of a fine novelist. Welcome to the Popular Culture Arts Study Club. Popular Cul, what? It's a club located next to the teacher's office on the 4th floor of Building B. We all come together to write novels and study other forms of popular culture. I'll teach you how to write novels during our club times. I drafted this bewildered-looking essay into the Popular Culture Arts Club. TL. Essay is a slang used in Korean Navy for new recruits. It might be seen as a kind of cat rescue. In an age like the end of this century, where the extinction of the arts department is looming close, all those aspiring novelists wandering the streets must be protected hastily like little kittens. Anyway, thank you. The girl with beige hair seemed a bit flustered but awkwardly accepted to join the club and then went back to school. Watching her back, I could already see her locked away in a room, writing and facing countless rejections from competitions. However, novelists must grow strong. I decided to teach her how to survive by throwing her into a battle royale like a writing contest. When was the next writing contest again? As I was counting the days, Kim Bile looked at me with a peculiar gaze and sharply poked my forearm with her fingernail. Hey! What? Do you even know her name? I embraced Kim Bile with a compassionate gaze, like a benevolent being. Kim Sunbae. The name isn't important. No, that's not what's more important than a name is what's in here. I quietly smiled and placed my hand over my heart. If the passion for novels is here, that's enough. Kim Bile was about to say something but then closed her mouth. Apparently, she was naturally overwhelmed by my wisdom. EP7, Isomer. When the weather made it undeniably fall, rather than leaving you confused whether it was summer or autumn, the first filming for Let's Become a Novelist finally began. When I entered the broadcast studio, I saw the faces of the cast members I had met a few weeks ago during the pre-meeting. Hello. Ah, our author Moon has arrived? PD Shim Yun-ho also welcomed me with exaggerated gestures. He seemed to be hiding it, but I could see his tension. After exchanging greetings with the main writer, who had dark circles under his eyes, I sat in the corner of the studio waiting for the shooting to start. Hey, author Moon. Hello. Ah, Inseop? Long time no see. How have you been? Yes, hello. Ho, it's been a while, author Mun. After meeting author Moon last time, I read all your books belatedly. You really wrote amazing works. I admire you. Not at all. Thank you for reading my humble writings. In fact, I've always admired you while watching the works you appeared in. Oh my, why are you making me blush? Sitting in the corner of the studio, I exchanged greetings with the passing cast members when, from a distance, an idol entering the entrance smiled broadly and waved at me. Oh. I was momentarily flustered by the overly friendly greeting, but considering that charm is part of an idol's job, I let it slide. Waving back felt a bit much, and since we were almost strangers, I opted for a light nod, but something strange about the idol's face gave me a sense of déjà vu. It seemed somewhat familiar. Ah! These days, all idols look so similar that it's hard to recognize them. I remember this friend being about my age, but with makeup, they've crafted a look that appears to be in the early 20s, making it even more confusing. That's probably what the strange feeling was about. With the complicated thoughts I had about the entertainment industry lately, looking at this girl group idol made me feel somewhat uneasy. People like talented individuals. The younger the genius, the more they are admired. But why, after praising their youth, do they make them look older with makeup? Idolism? Capitalism? Maybe it's all of the above. As I was lost in thought looking at the idol, a somewhat chilling voice came from beside me. Do you perhaps like idols? Ah! A miniature weapon of mental destruction with long hair was staring at me with pitch-black eyes. It was Gu Yuna who came to the broadcasting station with me. I hurried to cover up like a husband caught in an affair. Ah, no. Literature always comes first for me. Is that so? Actually, there was no need to make excuses to this extent, but I panicked because of my past relationship with Yuna. What brought me back to my senses was a call from PD Shim Yun-ho. We're starting the recording. Asterisk. The variety show, Let's Become a Novelist, was a major project prepared by Bike Hack Cultural Broadcasting's variety department. It was a project variety show, a project that turns cast members into novelists. In other words, the end of this variety show would be when each cast member completes writing their own novel. However, the big hit of BMB's variety department wasn't in the concept. The budget that the department head had squeezed out from the production chief after much negotiation was spent elsewhere. It was spent on appearance fees. Hello, I'm Jong Il, a man who loves books, an actor who has been the main character in 10 million viewer movies 3 times. Hello, this is Lee Young-I. Why do you seem so low on energy? Because my wife threatened to kick me out unless I showed up. Comedian everyone knows. Hello. It's been a while since I've appeared on a variety show. I'm actor Park Young-sam, a veteran actor with a career spanning 58 years. On top of this lineup, they had also called an S-class MC. If the department head hadn't stopped PD Shim Yun-ho, saying, "You crazy bastard, you're going to go bankrupt at this rate. Please stop," they would have called you Jae-suk too. Compared to this dazzling lineup, the appearance fee for a popular girl group member was relatively low. Hello. I'm Benivis's cutest Magne Min Hyomin. Even if you say it backward, it's still Min Hyomin. Please take good care of me. So it's Minyo Min?
Min Hyu, 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 Min Hyu.
But there was one member they managed to hire for an overwhelmingly cheap price. Surprisingly, this person was the key member of this variety show. At the signal from the PD, the front door of the classroom-style studio opened, and Moon In-seop, dressed in a brown modernized hanbok and holding a 30 centimeters plastic ruler, entered. Hello. I'm novelist Moon In-seop. I write under the pen name Moon In. Please take care of me. Watching Moon In-seop bow politely at the lectern, the main writer nervously chewed his nails. Can he really teach writing well? Being good at writing and teaching are different things. It's okay. If he can't manage, just have him read from the script. Contrary to the main writer's expectations, PD Shim Yun-ho didn't really expect literary teachings from Moon In-seop. What PD Shim saw was the image of Moon In-seop. At the current moment, Moon In-seop might not be the best novelist in Korea, but he was the most famous. So his mere presence was enough. Any deficiencies could be supplemented by the script. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that Moon In-seop was a disciple of Korea's top literary professor. Before we start the class, I would like to address a prejudice you might have about novels. Moon In-seop said without hesitation, plagiarizing a lesson from the memory of Professor Gu Hak-jun. The iconic phrase of Professor Gu Hak-jun, known for shattering the novice minds of creative writing freshmen, transcended time and descended here. You don't need to write well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Moon In-seop declared that you don't need to write well to be a good novelist, nobody seemed to believe him. It was like looking at the foolish beings who can't believe in what they can't see. Moon In-seop, pitying the unbelievers, asked them, "Do you know Crime and Punishment?" A variety show studio is different from a university lecture hall. The biggest difference is that the participants actually respond to the teacher's questions. People answered, "Yes, dash. Is it a masterpiece? Yes, dash. Has anyone read it?" A comedian with a novelist wife bravely raised his hand alone. "Have you read Crime and Punishment?" "Yes. I read it during the days I was dating my wife to impress her." Laughter passed momentarily. Then Moon In-seop asked again, "Was it easy to read?" The conclusion was obvious.
No.
Moon In-seop smiled contentedly, as if he had been waiting for that answer. Right? Moon In-seop, possessed by the spirit of Gu Hak-jun, slowly walked to the front of the classroom, mimicking the professor's distinctive walk and gestures. Look at Russian novels. They are very difficult to read. First off, the names are very long, and you have to memorize all the nicknames attached to those names. And because the sentence structures get jumbled during translation, it's very difficult for readers accustomed to Korean to read comfortably. Moon In-seop clapped. Clap. Yet, Crime and Punishment is a masterpiece. And everyone knows that. Why is that? Because there's something more important than the sentences. Suddenly, people stopped responding to each of Moon In-seop's questions. I think it's the message. The young professor had smoothly taken control of the studio atmosphere. Moon In-seop shrugged his shoulders lightly, lightening the mood. Of course, it would be nice if the sentences were easy to read. It's comfortable for readers, so it generally sells well. The production team probably wants that too. By the end of this variety show, wouldn't they bundle the books you've written and sell them? Isn't it the trend these days on broadcasts to make something and then sell it after the show ends? Just like, hang out with you, made it a bit fun dash. From behind the assistant director who was frantically making an X sign with her hands, the main writer sighed deeply. We'll need to edit that out. Huh? I was just gonna beep it out and leave it in. Are you really serious? While PD Shim Yun-ho and the main writer bickered, Moon In-seop's teachings continued uninterrupted. But that's not us, right? Did you all gather here with the intention of selling books?
No.
That's right. I know you gathered here to reflect on your lives and write a novel. You came here to ponder what story to tell the world and to discover your own literature. Isn't that right? Yes. That's why I strive to help you create novels that, even if they don't sell a single copy when placed in bookstores, you can look back on with pride and satisfaction years from now without feeling ashamed. I sincerely hope that you will find your own literature in my class. That's all. As soon as Moon In-seop confidently set down the microphone, applause and cheers erupted. The sermons that Moon In-seop was forced to listen to every week since his childhood made him, forcibly, a good speaker. Adding Professor Gu Hak-jun's expertise, and not to mention the audience prepared to enthuse for broadcast content, it was no surprise that the variety studio transformed into a sort of Easter revival meeting in an instant. Amen. We believe.
Gelo eru glory hallelujah.
Watching the cauldron of enthusiasm ignited by Moon In-seop and fueled by a comedian participant, PD Shim Yun-ho smiled contentedly and wiped his nose bridge with his finger. This will really stir up a storm. The next shooting day, when Moon In-seop gathered Gu Hak-jun, Park Chong-woon, and Seo Woon-pil all at the same time, it was indeed another kind of storm. Chapter 105. If you don't know what to write about, it's not a bad idea to pick 3 things that catch your eye and use them as your topics. That's how a writing competition works. They give you a random topic and you have a few hours to. That's good. But if you change the expression here, it gives a milder feeling. How about we cut off the protagonist's legs? EP7 Isomer. The filming of Let's Become a Novelist went smoothly. The reason could be traced back to the quality of the participants. I realized this after teaching them myself. The members cast by PD Shim Yun-ho were people who originally had a connection to writing or had some literary talent. If Gu Yuna was taught one thing and she understood 10, the members of Let's Become a Novelist, when taught one thing, would understand about 2 things. Thus, they could also be referred to as 0.2 Gu Unas. TL. It's like they are 0.2 if Gu Yuna is 1. It might sound like a curse, but it's a compliment. But if there are 0.2 Gu Unas, there are also 0.05 Gu Unas. The title of 0.05 Gu Yuna, who learns half of what is taught, was taken by Min. Min something Idol had taken up that nickname. Anyway, idol names these days are so similar it's hard to remember them. It's definitely not because my memory is bad. Why don't you know this? A girl with a trendily beautiful appearance flinched as if she were hurt. If this had been a variety show scene, a skull bomb would have hit the idol right in the chest. It was a scene that naturally induced sympathy, but I wasn't foolish enough to dote on a middle schooler who was almost 6 years younger than me. And there was a more important issue at hand now. Yuna, catch her. Okay. I had Yuna catch Min something version 2, and I presented her with the highly unorthodox document she had created, exposing her sins. Look, day is not a different concept from day. It's simply a contraction of dia. TL, look, dway is not a different concept from dwi, simply a contraction of dio. But if you look here, Margin is written as Margun. TL. But if you look here, Maljun is written as Malgan. That's poetic license. Spelling is a serious matter. Grammar has been a sacred law passed down from ancient times, and those who violate it should rightly be destroyed, excommunicated, and annihilated by the inquisitors of the NIKL. National Institute of Korean Language. Although I am not a blessed crusader granted the right to uphold these sacred laws, my heart is engraved with the sincere belief to protect the true commandments. So why should I be bound by anything? Losing one's faith is akin to facing death. The common trend of slandering those who adhere to grammar as grammar Nazis is widespread, but that is a terribly incorrect term. It would be more appropriate to call them guardians of grammar, missionaries of grammar, crusaders of grammar, knights of grammar, mujahideen of grammar. Do not confuse D and E again. There will be no second forgiveness. TL. Do not confuse DWI and dway again. There will be no second forgiveness.
E. I'm sorry.
Thus, there was a minor incident of disciplining a grammar heretic and guiding them onto the path of correct academia, but overall, the first filming ended in a generally smooth atmosphere. However, being a warm and thoughtful educator, I reflected on my lesson and contemplated what needed to be supplemented. We'll need a textbook. What I hadn't noticed was that the variety show participants were literature students starting from zero base. Whether in the past or now, I was not prepared to teach people who were completely ignorant about literature because I had communicated with experts like Gu Yuna and Gu Hakjun. In that case, there's a need to provide literary education starting from zero for those literature students at the zero base. Fortunately, I knew an expert in that field. Without hesitation, I called that expert. Hello? Professor Gu Hakjun. If I had known earlier that this would be the start of a domino effect, I might have thought it over a bit more. Yes. I'll contact you often from now on.
I'm sorry.
It's nothing much, but could I possibly get some literary textbooks used at the university? For freshmen. Thank you. Could I also get a few copies of Even Beginners Can Do It? How to Become a Novelist that you wrote? Of course, I know it. I've read it a lot. What? You're asking what's going on? Yes. I'm currently teaching literature on a variety show. South Korea, a country that became independent immediately after World War II, was one of the many colonies that gained independence, and it was a chess piece of the blue team called the Free World or the Western Capitalist Bloc. South Korea served as an excellent shield on the front lines of the Cold War, and at the same time it was an airbase targeting Beijing and Vladivostok. Moreover, it even managed to supply manpower during the unexpectedly prolonged Vietnam War, which means it fully served its purpose as one of the newly established satellite nations created by the United States. Therefore, the United States recognized Korea not as a minion but as a partner, and as a result, Korea has been living relatively well until now. That's all there is to the story. But if you look closer, it's different. The nation that has lived on this land called the Korean Peninsula or the Joseon Peninsula for thousands of years had to experience an unprecedented tragedy in its history. The Korean War. This terrible civil war that completely destroyed all foundations of the Korean Peninsula made it one of the most miserable and impoverished places in the world. Numerous orphans were sold all over the world like clearing out leftover stock, and among them was a baby sold to France. And like the leftover stock he was sold as, the baby was quickly abandoned. As an Oriental in Paris, he was treated worse than a sewer rat, worked in the dirtiest jobs, and like the rats in the sewers, wandered the shadows of the city until he became ill and died young. But as a compensation for a lifetime of suffering, that Oriental was able to send his only son to school, and that son was Gu Hakjun. And that son became the first Oriental to win France's greatest honor, the Prix Goncourt Prize for Literature. This story moved the entire world. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Western world actively idolized Gu Hakjun's case to emphasize the superiority of free democracy. Korea, which was struggling with the IMF crisis at the time, was no exception. Although Gu Hakjun was a Frenchman born in France and educated in Paris, that didn't matter. People just needed someone to worship, to forget the harsh realities. Every day, large corporations collapsed. Heads of families were driven to the streets, and those crushed by despair threw themselves into the Han River. The entire society writhed in pain, and even news anchors cried, lamenting how we had fallen into a debt-ridden third-rate country. Thus, Gu Hakjun was crucial evidence at that time that our Korean people were not suffering from a lack of capability. It was around that time that Gu Hakjun held a press conference in his broken Korean. He decided to immigrate to Korea. Startled French journalists asked, "Why?" "To learn the literature of my roots." What happened afterward goes without saying. He became a living hero.
Hello, I'm novelist Goo Hak-yoon.
Those who remember that era cannot take the name Goo Hak-joon lightly. If one were to categorize Goo Hak-joon's reputation, he was closer to a sports hero than a novelist. More people knew about Goo Hak-joon's historical achievements than his literature, and there was an authority there that went beyond mere popularity. If he had wanted, he could easily have become a member of the National Assembly, and even now he receives offers every election season as a prominent social figure. This was why the CEO of the broadcasting station personally came down to greet him when Goo Hak-joon visited. Hello, I am Kim Sung-hwan, the CEO of Bikak Cultural Broadcasting. Oh, there's no need for such a formal welcome. PD Shim Yun-ho felt like he was going to lose his mind watching the CEO and Goo Hak-joon shaking hands. Seeing the department head of the variety department glaring at him from behind the CEO made him feel even more nervous. After the CEO left, barely holding on to his wits, Shim Yun-ho, spurred only by Goo Hak-joon's mere presence which had summoned the CEO, finally managed to ask him, what brings you here? Ah, Insip asked me to bring some stuff over. Goo Hak-joon was carrying various things in his arms. In his left hand he held university textbooks, and in his right a manual titled, Even Beginners Can Do It. How to Become a Novelist. PD Shim Yun-ho tried to quickly take them, but he missed the opportunity because Moon In-sip hurried over as soon as he saw them. Moon Gun. Goo Hak-joon's eyes seemed to drip with honey as he looked at Moon. In the pyramid of PD Shim Yun-ho's heart, Moon's rank climbed a notch. Ah, thank you. I really needed this. But you didn't have to come in person. No. How could I not contribute a hand to such a great broadcast? Then, would you like to give a lecture? Moon naturally led Goo Hak-joon to the lectern. As a current university professor, Goo Hak-joon naturally stood at the lectern. Goo Hak-joon began lecturing naturally in front of the bewildered cast and came down from the lectern 1 hour and 30 minutes later with a relieved expression. Then, as if something had occurred to him, he clapped his hands. Ah! Goo Hak-joon spoke to PD Shim Yun-ho. PD Nim, if it's not too much trouble, I know a great educator who... From behind Goo Hak-joon, the main writer shook her head vehemently. But Shim Yun-ho, the variety show PD. He was a man who didn't fear writing apology letters. An educator, you say? Yes, a very good educator indeed. ****. Thus, the department head of the creative writing department at Bikak Arts Middle School appeared at the broadcasting station. Ah, hello. I am novelist Park Chang-woon. However, the broadcasting station people, being quite ignorant about literature, considered the title of former Minister of Culture more important than that of a novelist. Poor BMB CEO had to make a hasty U-turn as he was about to leave work. Hello, Minister. I am Kim Sung-hwan, CEO of Bikak Cultural Broadcasting. Oh, don't make it sound so formal. What minister? I'm just Park Chang-woon, a teacher teaching kids at the academy. Park Chang-woon was a figure from an era when novelists held fragments of political power. Back then, it wasn't strange. The strange thing was that a man from that era was still alive and walking around. This was partly because Park Chang-woon entered the literary world at a very young age and was active, and simply because Park Chang-woon was a case of staying healthy even in old age. Anyway, since many of Park Chang-woon's contemporaries were mostly senior politicians, and he himself was a senior, the broadcasting station CEO respectfully greeted Park Chang-woon. Of course, the fact that Kim Sung-hwan, the CEO, bent his back at a 90-degree angle was largely due to Park Chang-woon's political alignment coinciding with that of the ruling party. All right. We'll start the special lecture now. However, Park Chang-woon's primary role was as a novelist, and he strove to be faithful to that. Therefore, Park Chang-woon started a relay lecture following Goo Hak-joon. At this point, the original schedule was already 2 hours over. Yet, the reason the shooting continued was that many of the cast members were S-class celebrities who could adjust their own schedules, and they found the current situation both enjoyable and beneficial. However, Min Hyomin's manager was alternately threatening and pleading with the PD to let them go because the schedule had overrun, and if Shim Yun-ho hadn't been crazy, they might have managed to escape. Regardless of Min Hyomin's anxiety and whether her manager was scolded by his direct boss, Park Chang-woon finished his lecture satisfactorily and stepped down. And PD Shim Yun-ho, already deep in the dark arts and having decided to offer apologies as a sacrifice to summon ratings, asked, "Writer Park Chang-woon, if I may be so bold, could you perhaps recommend another lecturer?" Park Chang-woon thought for a moment. Then he snapped his fingers. "Ah, we should call that old man. Who might that be?" Don't worry about it. That guy retired and has nothing to do. He just makes his subordinates do everything and doesn't do anything himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And so, the old man who had nothing to do in retirement and who just delegated everything to his subordinates. The old man. Seo Woon-pil, the head of Korea's top literary magazine, visited the broadcasting station. "Hello, I'm Seo Woon-pil. I run a small literary newspaper." Seo Woon-pil was merely the head of a literary magazine and held no official title or position in politics. However, compared to his political influence, Park Chang-woon was actually just a retired has-been. Seo Woon-pil's authority was comparable to that of Gu Hak-jun. While Gu Hak-jun's political influence was like a subtle floral fragrance that earned people's respect through virtue and gentleness, Seo Woon-pil's was a bit stickier and darker. So really, they had no choice. "Ah, hello, Seo." "Heh, it's been a while, Chairman Nim." That day, the back of BMB's CEO Kim Sung-hwan bent 3 times. It was autumn. Chapter 106. Be careful when you look into the abyss, for the abyss will look back at you. So goes the saying. Commonly known as a paradox of human goodness from Friedrich Nietzsche, this is a misunderstanding by muggles unaware of black magic. Wizards versed in black magic would already know the true meaning of this saying, namely, that there is always a price to pay for practicing black magic. Shim Yun-ho, the dark mage of South Korea's showbiz industry, was not unaware of the true meaning of these words. After all, didn't he just use a sinister black magic spell that shocked everyone to swap CEO's back health for TV ratings? Naturally, a price had to be paid. Shim Yun-ho saw CEO Kim Sung-hwan bowing and scraping as he saw off author Seo Woon-pil. And beyond the slit of CEO Kim Sung-hwan's smiling squint eyes, he saw the chilling gaze staring back at him. Spine-chilling. Shim Yun-ho hastily averted his gaze, muttering under his breath, "Damn, I'm screwed." It is a known horror that characters who normally squint reveal a terrifying side when they open their eyes fully. The head writer who glimpsed this shard of madness could not contain his fear. The trembling head writer spoke. "Why will we be all right? Of course, there's no need to write a report just because you've invited monster-level guests 3 times in a row and caused the network CEO's back to bend horribly. The internal rules of the broadcasting station are not child's play. However, the logic of human nature doesn't stray far from that of a children's playground. If CEO Kim Sung-hwan goes humph, I'm offended. I won't give you the budget. Things turn to shit. But a skilled dark mage knows very well how to overcome such difficulties. Shim Yun-ho cast spell. Pay it back. Borrow more and pay it back. The saying, just borrow more and pay it back, could also mean, so we can borrow even more. How terrifying and dreadful a thought is that. Shim Yun-ho, already tainted by darkness, looked at the head writer with determined eyes. Let's expand the scale. Since it has come to this, let's invite other novelists too. Oh dear, will those people really come? We already had Gu Hak-jun, Park Chang-woon, and Seo Woon-pil, didn't we? The head writer suddenly remembered a story from a friend who worked at EBS. It was about a program that invited famous speakers for lectures. They had to scramble to secure guests for Season 1, but from Season 2, merely showing the list of Season 1 participants was enough to naturally gather people. Amused by the story, the head writer chuckled. Don't tell me you're planning to lure other novelists using the reputation of Gu Hak-jun, Park Chang-woon, and Seo Woon-pil? PD Shim Yun-ho just stared intently at the head writer with determined eyes. The smile faded from the head writer's lips. Ah, no way? Right? EP7, Isomer. I arrived at school early for a change. It was because my shooting schedule had become more relaxed. I heard they succeeded in inviting other teachers besides me. Of course, more teachers in a novelist training program is a good thing. But being someone from this industry, I know the going rate for top-notch novelist lecturers. So naturally, I couldn't help but be skeptical. Can't be cheap, right? Probably, PD Shim Yunho managed it somehow. People who have learned their lessons don't start something without a plan, right? Putting aside my concerns about the variety show, which isn't even my job, I decided to catch up on some overdue tasks now that I was here. The most important was registering new club member. A girl with beige hair and a plain look. Min? My name is Min Hyomin. Hyomin, right? The commendable literature kitten Min Hyomin politely greeted the club supervisor, Park Chong-woon. But unexpectedly, Park Chong-woon already knew Min Hyomin. Park Chong-woon laughed heartily. Wow, Hyomin, you're joining the literature club? Yes, I want to learn about novels. Good. You made the right decision. I laughed heartily and asked teacher Park Chong-woon while he stamped the approval. How do you know Min Hyomin? Why wouldn't I? She's the most famous student in the practical arts department. Practical arts? Oh, practical dance. Apparently, she's an honor student famous even outside her department. But an honor student from the dance department? Now she has been replaced by a trainee in the creative writing department. If anyone has complaints, they can take it up with the National Institute of the Korean Language. Here, this is the club room. So, I led the lamb who had converted from practical dance to creative writing to the club room. The moment I slid open the door to the club room, I saw our precious ones, who looked like they'd hurt a lot if put in the eye. I first pointed out Gu Yuna, who was lying on the sofa in a mummy-like pose despite someone entering, not giving any attention. That one over there, hugging a yellow furry creature and lying down, is Gu Yuna. She's a second year in the literature department, same age as us. Be careful. She might bite if you touch her carelessly. Next, I pointed to Min Sunbae, who was sitting on the opposite side of the classroom in a back-breaking posture playing a mobile game with pink hair. That over there is from the dance department, Min, just call him Min Sunbae. He's a third year and will be gone next year, so no need to bother remembering his name. Of course, it's not that I still can't remember Min Sunbae's name. Whether it's Min Hyo-chan or Min Hyo-jun, I get confused sometimes, but I can guess it correctly about 65% of the time. So introducing Min Hyo something Sunbae to Min Hyomin as Min Sunbae was my own bit of wit. But it turned out Min Hyomin already knew Min Hyo-chan? Min Hyo-chan also already knew Min Hyomin. Min Hyo-chan, engrossed in a Chinese otaku game, jumped up startled. Hey, what are you doing here? Since Min Hyo-chan is a year senior in practical dance to Min Hyomin, it wouldn't be strange for him to know her. But suddenly, Min Hyomin started speaking informally to Min Hyo-chan. Why are you here, Min Hyo-chan? I was shocked by the surprising hierarchical order in the dance department. Could it be that middle schoolers wearing crop tops during sports festivals don't even respect seniority? It really is a terrifying world. But that misunderstanding didn't last long. An angry Min Hyo-chan revealed their relationship. Hey, I told you not to speak informally to your appa. Humph. *****. 2:32 p.m. The sixth period, club time during school hours. It was the time when warm sunlight softly seeped through the windows. From the next classroom, which hosts a board game club, disguised as a mahjong club, noises of a fight could be heard. Wrapped in silence, the pop culture and arts research club members were all silently staring at my hands. And my hand was whirling around with a paper, repeatedly drawing circles and slashes with a red-colored pencil. The grading was over. It was a Korean language ability test made by Gu Yuna in 5 minutes. Surprisingly, Min Hyomin passed Gu Yuna's test with 85 points. 85 points. Yay! What the? The fortunes of Min Hyomin and Min Hyochan were reversed. Min Hyochan, 35 points, was infuriated and stood up from his desk to protest. That makes no sense. It seemed hard for Min Hyochan, 35 points, to accept that his younger sister had a better command of the Korean language than he did. How can she be better at Korean than me? Well, it's possible. I'm a writer who has even written web novels. Min Hyochan, 35 points, responsible for the Min in the pen name Munin Kimbail Gu Yunamin, from Demonic Sword Nim, Please Control Me, found reality hard to believe. So I let the 35-point Min Hyochan writer know about reality. You failed to differentiate between DWI and Dway, while she managed it. TL. It's hard to explain for me to non-Koreans, but you can think of it as something similar like the difference between your and your. What did you say? Indeed, it would be hard to believe.
대 and 대.
Distinguishing between these is nearly impossible for a second-year academy student. It's because the red devil that eats up human time, YouTube, has cursed an entire generation with language intelligence decline. Nowadays, kids might be able to follow dance moves on TikTok, but they struggle to differentiate between DWI and Dway. And this is the era when we call a perfectly good dog a puppy. It's indeed an age of great confusion. Amidst this, a talent who knows the difference between DWI and Dway has joined, an SSS grade Korean language genius. That much, really? I reassured the uneasy Min Hyomin. Don't worry, your talent is equal to or greater than mine. This comment was perhaps too flattering as Min Hyochan, Gu Yuna, and Min Hyomin all looked at me like I was a weirdo. But it's a universal truth that when a new member joins the lab, you need to initiate them so they can't escape. Anyway, having sufficiently initiated SSS grade Korean language genius Min Hyomin, I turned to SSSSSEX transcendental Korean language genius Gu Yuna and asked, Yuna, did you finish writing the report? Yes. I sneakily took a look at the club activity report Gu Yuna was scribbling. To commemorate the upcoming Hangul Day, all club members independently created and solved a Korean language test to enhance language intelligence and preserve Hangul. Following this, they discussed the seriousness of current misuses of Hangul among the present generation and held a fellowship time praising those who scored well. Perfect. Having successfully faked club activities within 20 minutes, we now had free time until school ended. I threw away the test papers of Min Hyomin and Min Hyochan into the recycling bin and spoke to Min Hyochan, who had his eyes wide open like a large dog waiting for food. You can go back to your game now, Subi. Okay. Min Hyochan returned to the corner of the classroom and resumed his Chinese otaku game in a posture that looked like it would wreck his back. Min Hyomin looked at her own brother with a bewildered expression. I snapped my fingers to catch her gaze. Hey! You said you wanted to write novels, right? I crossed my legs and leaned back in the chair like Sherlock Holmes from Automaton Murder Case. The master detective. My faithful assistant Gu Yuna also subtly moved closer like John Watson and struck a pose. I confidently posed the question as if greeting a client who had come to a detective office. Let's start with this. Why do you want to write novels? The girl with beige hair touched her index fingers together as she opened up about her story. Actually, the reason is a bit different from what was said at the broadcasting station. Broadcasting station. In the variety show studio. Let's become a novelist. The fragments of déjà vu scattered in my mind slowly started to take shape like a puzzle. When the puzzle pieces fit together, I could see in this plain girl the image of an idol who had gone through elaborate makeup.
Min Hyomin.
******. Min Hyomin, or Revered Min Hyomin, the cute magne of Benivis, had the following reason for wanting to write novels. I want to discover the art within me. However, the reason why Min Hyomin, a second-year student in the dance department at Baikak Arts Middle School, wanted to write novels was a bit different. I don't have a concept. A concept. How should I explain this? Min Hyomin hesitated for a moment, then pointed to her beige-colored hair. Actually, I didn't want to dye it this color. It looks like the color of a cigar-jab dog. Why didn't you say you didn't like it? I couldn't. It was the result of several days of meetings by the artist team. Min Hyomin pouted her lips and drooped her shoulders. Being an idol is like this. Everything is decided from above. The songs, the choreography, the concept, everything. The idol girl group Min Hyomin was active in, Benivis, was a creation of CEO Baek Sungwon. And CEO Baek Sungwon's nickname was Factory Manager. Idols are produced like they are churned out of a factory, hence the nickname. And there is no artistic philosophy in mass-produced goods. They merely follow the footsteps of innovators for commercial success. However, even mass-produced goods sometimes want to think for themselves. But I don't really know. My identity is just being the Magne, a fan-attracting fairy? A geek-attracting fairy? They say I'm the member who draws in the fans. But I don't really understand that concept. I just wear the costumes they give me and perform my parts. That's it. It's not like Min Hyomin had any particularly outstanding talents either. She sang worse than the members who sang well, acted worse than the members who acted well, and danced worse than the members who danced well. In the end, driven to a corner, Min Hyomin clasped her hands together earnestly. So, I really want to try something in this variety show. If I can complete a real masterpiece on Let's Become a Novelist, maybe people will see me differently? I think the company might give me a more serious concept too. That's why I want to learn about writing novels. Min Hyomin finished speaking with an increasingly less confident demeanor. However, author Moon succinctly summarized Min Hyomin's rambling words. In a nutshell, you want to become a literary idol? I guess so. Just then, a man in the corner of the classroom fervently stood up. Bullshit. Complete nonsense. His name was Min Hyo-chan. He was a rapper from the boy band Rapid Boys and a failed idol whose comeback album flopped miserably. Chapter 107. White suit. Black sunglasses. The cute mascot of Bikehack Entertainment. The CEO who appears suspiciously often on the first floor. Baek Sungwon's nickname is Factory Manager. Although it's a nickname commonly used as an insult among idol fandoms, the wise can deduce Bikehack Entertainment's business methods from this nickname. Bikehack Entertainment does not pursue innovation, because innovation is a risky path. Have you seen idols coming out with bizarre concepts and failing miserably? They, too, are part of innovation. Innovation does not always lead to commercial success. Therefore, let the competitors handle innovation. And when their innovations achieve commercial success, Bikehack Entertainment cherry-picks the best parts to reproduce. This is known as the fast follower management strategy. Of course, internally at Bikehack Entertainment, it's called the CEO's leadership, and CEOs of competing companies call it, that bastard plagiarized us again? Anyway, regardless of what it's called, there's no disagreement that Baek Sungwon's strategy has elevated Bikehack Entertainment to the top of the entertainment industry. However, being a fast follower doesn't always lead to success. The comeback album of the boy group Rapid Boys was one such case. Riding on the virtual idol boom, the ambitious virtual reality online rental boyfriend concept proved that the other side is still in the realm of 2D and sank spectacularly. Damn it, why the hell did it fail? Transcending time and space, easy accessibility, ready-made love, gathering all that MZ generation likes, still failed. I don't get it. The world of idols is indeed unpredictable. Still, the strategy of roughly throwing things out until something sticks isn't just effective in variety shows, but also in the idol industry. Therefore, the failure of Rapid Boys' comeback album didn't cause significant damage to Bikehack Entertainment. It was merely like a stone thrown without much expectation. However, the minor problem was that the stone was a person, and no one really cares about such an issue unless they're directly involved. But the small stone thrown by Bikehack Entertainment Min Hyo-chan has been feeling somewhat down lately. The album flopped, leading to financial losses. Although the company is fundamentally strong so the members don't have to shoulder the debt, the reality that royalties from the work Demonic Sword Nim surpass his main job earnings is problematic. This is why Min Hyo-chan doesn't hang out with his peers mixing in the practical dance and group practice, and escapes reality through games in this weird loner club. As such, Min Hyo-chan could not tolerate Min Hyo-min's remarks. What? You don't like the concept given by the company? You've grown quite a gut, haven't you? What? EP7 Isomer. On a leisurely afternoon, basking in the warm autumn sunlight while enjoying a simple omelet snack, Gu Hak-jun was savoring a cup of coffee in the garden. Suddenly, on the fourth floor of the main building of Bikehak Arts Middle School, a fierce civil war erupted among Bikehak entertainment idols. Really now? Rapid Boy's main rapper, Min Hyo-chan. For the first time in a while, he opened the door to a fierce diss battle, making use of his main job. You want to change the concept given by the company because it's weird? Is that something you should be saying?
Benefice cute makne Min Hyo-min.
Which is still Min Hyo-min even if read backwards, protested. Can't I even complain? Min Hyo-chan sharply thrust back. No, you can't. Ugh. The company teaches you dance, the company teaches you singing, the company sets your concept, and even the album is sold based on the groundwork laid by the seniors. There is a bizarre phenomenon in the idol industry. The most recently debuted major rookie surpasses the sales of their seniors. And it wasn't because the rookies were particularly outstanding, but because the seniors had broadened the base of the idol industry. The strict discipline in the idol industry isn't just because of physical and artistic performance. I'm not just throwing a tantrum saying I don't like everything. It was Min Hyo-min's turn. Usually, Min Hyo-min's confidence plummets without a camera, but she knew how to stand her ground against Min Hyo-chan. In every brother and sister relationship, there lies a latent wildness towards each other. Humans are heartless creatures. One cannot survive without snatching the snacks of one's siblings. So, even for the seemingly herbivorous Min Hyo-min, a wild instinct existed. Min Hyo-min's ferocious claws revealed a chilling intensity. I am a singer too, an artist. I'm not rebelling against the company. I'm just looking for the art I want to do. Why do you see me so twistedly, Appa? Are you jealous of me? Are you being spiteful because this album flopped? These were not the words a younger sister should say to her brother. These were the words that a member of a girl group, who is in the top 3 in Korea, would say to a failed boy group member. And like everyone, deep inside Min Hyo-chan's heart, there was a degree of dark thought. Pook. The darkness in his heart that he tried to ignore with mobile games was poked. Min Hyo-chan erupted in anger like a wild beast whose cub was attacked. What art? Is what you're doing even art? Are you seriously thinking about your direction as an idol? Yes, I am. Bullshit. You're just throwing a tantrum because you're a bit older now and going through puberty. So you're embarrassed to act cute in front of the camera. You've made some money, gained some fame, and now you're embarrassed by doing cute acts with pigtails and going meow meow meow. So you're trying to latch onto INSEEP with some pretentious concept about literature or whatever, aren't you? Hey, and do you think literature is a joke? You don't know shit about writing, and you have no intention of writing, but you think it'll look cool if you say, I'm a person who does literature dash? It's really ridiculous. That's how Min Hyo-chan, who is in charge of Min in the co-writing group of Moon In Kimbail Gu Yunamin, snapped at his sister. Then Moon In Seop, who is responsible for Moon in the same writing group, tried to mediate the situation. Guys, calm down for a sec dash. They didn't calm down. Sobi, sobi, sobi. Min Hyo-min began to sob. Min Hyo-chan stiffened too late. Min Hyo-min, holding back tears, said, I was just trying to do well in the variety shows the CEO put me in. Hick. Trying to work hard. That's what I was doing. Hick. Min Hyo-min might seem naive and young, but she is a person of considerable resolve. Without that kind of grit, One could not survive 12 hours of hellish training and the fierce competition among trainees. And typically, all middle schoolers have a somewhat naive and young aspect. But having her ugly side exposed by no one else but her brother was too much to bear. Min Hyomin mustered the last of her mental strength and fled. Min Hyochan, frozen like a Jeju Island stone statue, silently watched as his sister covered her eyes with her forearm, opened the sliding door, and run away. So, in the end, it's up to the adults to clean up the mess. Ah, crap! Moon In-seop hurriedly chased after Min Hyomin, and Gu Yuna, without much thought, chased after Moon In-seop. In the clubroom, only Min Hyochan remained frozen like a statue, regretting that he could not scoop up the water that had already been spilled. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It wasn't that Min Hyomin lacked qualities as an idol, but that she had a rough time hanging around places that weren't her territory. And cardiopulmonary endurance is one of the most important qualities for an idol. Moon In, who stubbornly refused to follow Ma Ji-hoon's persistent invitations to the gym, was no match for Min Hyomin in running. Wait, stop right there. Moon In-seop, even while clutching a blanket in one hand and sprinting with all his might, couldn't catch up to Min Hyomin. Even with her hands covering her crying face, Min Hyomin ran much faster than Moon In-seop. The fact that Moon In-seop had mastered the golden cicada shedding technique of New Light Spring Orphanage didn't help at all. What use is martial arts when there's such a gap in internal strength? This is why consistent training is important. But Gu Yuna, who is good at everything except making friends. Of course, she's also good at running. The efforts of Gu Hak-jun, who forcibly dragged his daughter out from under the covers because she hated exercise and made her play badminton in the yard every weekend, shone at this moment. As Moon In-seop, who ran out of stamina in 12 seconds, started panting against the corridor wall, Gu Yuna easily overtook him and chased after Min Hyomin. Tap, 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 tap. A strange noise came from behind. Min Hyomin, despite sobbing, turned around. And then she saw it. A girl, who looked a whole head smaller than herself, chasing her with chilling eyes. A common phrase from horror movies flashed through her mind. You saw it, didn't you? Iya. Terrified, Min Hyomin stopped running and started looking for a place to hide. So, she slipped into the women's restroom. And Gu Yuna also followed Min Hyomin into the restroom. 30 seconds later, Moon In-seop, who barely caught up, stopped panting. Fortunately, he still had enough sense to check the door and did not enter the women's restroom. Hugh. But as oxygen supplied his brain, a belated realization hit him. Wait, right now, an innocent civilian. Isn't she trapped in a confined space with Gu Yuna? Oh no! He was debating whether to call the police or an ambulance when a voice started coming from inside. It was definitely Gu Yuna's voice. But it was something hard to believe coming from her. Are you okay? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hurriedly entering a restroom stall, Min Hyomin locked the door. Click. Only then did Min Hyomin regain her composure. She won't chase me anymore, right? Regaining her senses, she noticed a mirror in front of her. It was a mirror on the inside of the restroom door. Her reflection in the mirror was a mess. Her neatly maintained beige hair was disheveled. Her eyes were swollen red from tears. What was it that made her cry again? Right? Min Hyochan. That bastard. To think he's my older brother. Thinking about what her jerk of a brother said, tears came flooding back. As she wiped away the tears streaming down with her sleeve and sobbed, a voice came from beyond the door. Are you okay? Startled,
Min Hyomin shuddered in surprise.
Only then did she understand the situation. I've caused a scene. For an idol, image is everything. The moment the image collapses, everything collapses. Thus, the thought of the story Benivis Min Hyomin fought with her brother at school and ran away crying in the corridor, spreading on the internet would be a terrible blow. So, Min Hyomin suppressed her feelings and spoke in a calm voice. It's okay. I'm really okay now. But only a strange hum-dash sound continued from beyond the restroom door, with no real response coming back. Just when Min Hyomin, trembling with anxiety, was trying to smooth things over, Gu Yuna, who knows nothing of human hearts, deeply pierced her with a sharp remark. You shouldn't approach literature that way. Oh. Min Hyomin was too stunned to even get angry. What? What does that mean? Min Hyomin, having experienced life as a trainee, had become adept at grasping the context of conversations. So it didn't take her long to interpret what Gu Yuna meant. It meant, regardless of your feelings right now, trying to learn literature to maintain a good image on variety shows is the wrong approach and you need to correct it. The fact that Min Hyomin didn't swear at this moment was proof of her gentle nature. This, pushed to her limits, Min Hyomin exploded. What do you know? When people get angry, it's human instinct to flinch, but Gu Yuna was something more or perhaps less than human. Min Hyomin couldn't see her, but Gu Yuna, behind the door, tilted her head in confusion. Why are you angry? Min Hyomin took that question as a provocation, not seeing Gu Yuna's expression. However, as an idol, she was in a profession where she couldn't fight back against attacks, so she voiced her suffering instead. You? Are you mocking me too? Stop it. Please, just stop tormenting me. Ordinary people are reluctant to engage with someone emotionally unstable. It's because an unstable person is not a suitable conversation partner, as they are aggressive, impulsive, and not in their right mind, making a positive outcome in conversations unlikely. Therefore, when someone becomes unstable, people often say, let's give them some time to think, and step back. However, Gu Yuna lacked such processes. That was Gu Yuna's uniqueness or peculiarity. Then what is it? Did you not like the girl group Magne concept and wanted to transform into a literary girl?
Min Hyomin was confused.
She even started to confuse her own thoughts. Why did I say I wanted to learn about literature? Was it to increase her popularity by associating with Moon Inseop? Did she want to develop a skill other than dancing and singing? Was she dissatisfied with the cute Magne concept given by the company? Was it to look good on the variety show the CEO put her in? Did she want to make friends at school? Did she think it would be cool to show off her literary knowledge on TV? I don't know. What did you say? I don't know. Sobi. Min Hyomin couldn't find the answer. It was natural. A person's heart cannot be summarized in a single phrase. The human heart is more complex and bizarre than any computer. There's no way to derive answers from there. It was strange that Gu Yuna wasn't like this. But there is a way for an ordinary person to summarize their own complex and bizarre heart in one sentence. If you want to know that, you need to write novels. What? If you study literature, you can find out. Literature is a study of the inner self. It is a discipline of language and thought. So, if you want to know your heart, you need to study literature. That's why Gu Yuna does literature. Gu Yuna, who could not understand the hearts of others, learned about human emotions through literature. Therefore, Min Hyomin, who also did not understand her own heart, could come to know herself through literature. Writing does not lie. Gu Yuna spoke after finishing her thoughts. It doesn't change its words later out of cowardice either, because it remains forever. Once you write it down, it never disappears. So you have to be very careful when you write. It can be fun too. You can interpret the same sentence in different ways, and just by rearranging the sentences, you can create completely different meanings. And then you might understand unknown emotions and feelings. I had so many unknown emotions, so I started learning to write, but it seems like the opposite for you. You seem to have too many thoughts in your heart. So learn literature. Then it will be resolved. That was not an invitation but almost an order. Having said her piece, Gu Yuna turned around without hesitation. And she went on her way. Realizing that Gu Yuna was leaving just by the sound of her footsteps, Min Hyomin hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. Wait! Gu Yuna stopped because someone asked her to. And since someone called her, she asked the reason. Gu Yuna's expressionless face opened. Why? In contrast, Min Hyomin, engulfed in a myriad of emotions that couldn't be described with just one, asked Gu Yuna with a complex expression and in a complicated voice. If I learn literature, will anything change for me? There was no hesitation in Gu Yuna's response. It was because she had already learned all these things from author Moon. You might become a better person. A better person. That phrase seemed to pierce through Min Hyomin's mind. Min Hyomin made a decision. I want to learn. Follow me. Are you going to teach me? We'll see. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Moon In-seop outside the restroom was also harboring complex thoughts. First was the satisfaction of seeing how much Gu Yuna had grown. Second was the uneasiness about how much Gu Yuna had grown. Uneasiness means that there is something lingering in the mind that is not quite clear or settled. Gu Yuna was weighing on Moon In-seop's mind.
Igrekuna.
Was she a child who knew how to say such things? Chapter 108. People always like to rank things. Girl groups are no exception. Every generation of girl groups has its top 3. However, these rankings are not decided by album sales alone, nor solely by the girl group skills. Only the public's perception is the truth. Thus, a girl group ranked 4th could employ comment manipulation to pull down the 3rd rank and claim a spot in the top 3. This was often the case with BICAC Entertainment. Because they were always pushed aside by the 3 major entertainment companies led by artist-turned-COS, they always seemed to produce girl groups that lingered around the 4th rank. But BENIVIS was different. Baek Sungwon's ambitious project, BENIVIS, didn't need such tactics. They secured their spot as one of the top 3 purely through undeniable skill and performance. Therefore, BENIVIS was like a walking trophy for BICAC Entertainment. It was proof of the CEO's discerning eye and a badge of honor for the company's training system's prowess. This is why a girl group, barely 2 years after debut, became BICAC Entertainment's prize jewel. Who would dare raise their voice and scold the CEO's favorite treasures? I can't take it anymore. But today, it seems the story is a bit different. Min Hyomin, you. How long will you just keep reading books? Humph. You. I'm confiscating all these textbooks. They're confiscated. BENIVIS's adorable youngest member. Min Hyomin. Even if you reverse it, it's Min Hyomin. A second-year middle school student. The perfect age for rebellion. Why? Am I not allowed to read books? What are you talking about, Hyomin? Min Hyomin's rebellious phase has overtaken BICAC Entertainment. EP7, Isomer. An idol is a comprehensive entertainer. This means they need to learn both singing and dancing. Mastering just one of these skills is overwhelming enough. How can they master both? The answer is double the practice time. Hyomin, do you have time to be doing this? Have you finished your dance practice? This applies even to minors. If you want to be an idol, you must go through hellish training without exceptions, and even after becoming an idol, the hard work continues. That grueling effort is literally done by grinding your bones. A skill that amazes people wears down the choreographer's knee cartilage. And Min Hyomin was the type of person who knew how to make such bone-grinding efforts. I finished it all. What? The choreographer even praised me for practicing a lot. Ultimately, BENIVIS's general manager, Han Yong-soo, couldn't stop Min Hyomin's ruthless reading habit. Like a delinquent teenager, Min Hyomin nonchalantly turned her gaze back to her book despite whatever the manager said. And she began to read with a passion, as if indulging in every line. As if reading was the only drug permitted by the country. Sigh. Sigh. The girl with beige hair read the book without caring that her fine hair was touching the floor of the practice room. Manager Han Yong-soo felt his heart tearing apart watching her. How did such a gentle child end up like this? Hello, I'm the cutie pie magne of BENIVIS. Even if you reverse it, I'm still Min Hyomin. Please take care of me. Seeing the Min Hyomin who used to burst out with such lovable charm and the current Min Hyomin, it was hard to believe they were the same person. The truth is, when idols rebel like this, there's not much that can be done. Labor laws are in place to protect workers, limiting adults' working hours, let alone children's. The excessive exploitation of minors is strongly regulated by law, and thus the company must operate its idols based on voluntary motivation. Of course, as always with laws, there are many loopholes. Trainees, thinner than those of flies, volunteer for overwork to avoid being cut, and it becomes very simple to handle headstrong idols with a bit of gaslighting and a contract. That's the reality of this industry. However, Benivis was Baek Sungwon's jewel, and it was the same for manager Han Yong-soo. Manager Han Yong-soo couldn't gaslight these gem-like kids, so all manager Han Yong-soo could do was make a heartfelt appeal. Hyo-min, Min Hyo-min, engrossed in her book, barely lifted her head. Manager Han Yong-soo choked up again at the indifferent gaze that looked like a teenage daughter looking at her father. We decided to become the best idols. Dropping out of school, quitting middle school. We decided to live in the practice room. Have you forgotten the promise we made when we dyed our hair beige? Did manager Han Yong-soo's heartfelt appeal reach her? Min Hyo-min stood up reluctantly, looking utterly bothered. A glimmer of hope flashed in manager Han Yong-soo's eyes. Hyo-min? Min Hyo-min answered with a gruff expression. Sigh. Fine. I won't read books at the company then. The practice room is too noisy to read anyway. That's right. Good thinking, huh? But manager Han Yong-soo's joy was short-lived, because the delinquent youth Min Hyo-min made a shocking declaration. Instead, I'll stop leaving school early starting tomorrow. What did you say? Minor idols usually drop out of middle school, but there was no need for that at Baekak Entertainment. This is because they have a collaborating institution called Baekak Arts Middle School. If they say they have a schedule and need to leave early, the school lets them go, and even if they don't show up at all, the teachers don't say anything. So why bother dropping out? Attending Baekak Arts Middle School means, on the premise of being a current celebrity or trainee, that they can merely register their name at the school without the hassle of attending. But what does this mean? I'll be at school from the 1st to the 7th period. Hyo-min knew. Min Hyo-min, declaration of a model student. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. However, even Min Hyo-min couldn't escape the influence of Benivis's eldest sister. When the leader, who was tasked by the company with union busting, said, Hyo-min, want to talk with sister? And tried to drag her away, Min Hyo-min eventually felt threatened and surrendered. After all, at that age, a slightly older sister is scarier than heavily bearded adults. Still, it seems Min Hyo-min's reading campaign wasn't entirely unsuccessful, as the company reached an amicable agreement allowing her to attend school 2 days a week, provided she trained diligently. How do I know this? Well, she's saying it all herself, so there's no way I wouldn't know. When the CEO came out and said if a kid wants to go to school, who are we to stop her? So I barely negotiated with the manager. Mom didn't seem to take it as badly as I thought. And Sohee Uni, right, do you know Benivis's Sohee? She's my closest uni. Isn't it fascinating for foreigners to see Korean schoolgirls walking arm in arm? In a way that might seem strange to foreigners, our country's schoolgirls are intimately close. Min Hyo-min was like that too. Stuck to Guyuna like glue, Min Hyo-min chattered annoyingly like a sparrow. However, Guyuna was something beyond a middle school girl, so she was not bound by the petty laws of this world. Eek! Feeling burdened by Min Hyo-min constantly linking arms, Guyuna shook off her arm and fled. Come here. However, Min Hyo-min, with her idle power fueled by hellish training, managed to catch Guyuna. Her quick reflexes and strength, honed by intense training, were enough to subdue Guyuna. In the end, Guyuna became an attachment doll for Min Hyo-min. Seeing her become Min Hyo-min's attachment doll as soon as Kim Bile disappeared, it seems like that's just her fate. But Min Hyo-min didn't cling to Guyuna just to chatter about her personal life. That was a secondary matter. So what is this? That is Dash. Guyuna became Min Hyo-min's literature teacher. Even I, a self-proclaimed expert on Guyuna, had not anticipated that she could teach anyone. However, surprisingly, their lessons went smoothly. The sight of the two girls sitting side by side in the clubroom, looking into a book and engaging in lengthy discussions, had become a part of their daily routine. Can a novel even be like this? It seems like a hodgepodge of nonsense. That's intentionally written that way, intentionally, structure, skeleton, or plot. It's written relying on thoughts and senses without those foundations. You might think, is this even a novel? But if your thought doesn't end there and reaches the point of thinking about what a novel is, then you've read the book well. I completely understand. Really? No. Despite her playful tone, Min Hyomin wasn't learning literature as a joke. You could tell by looking at her book. Min Hyomin's novel was tattered with fingerprints, underlines, and notes, like a veteran actor's script. It was truly deplorable to see the act of daring to use colored pencils on sacred books, like a pseudo-heretical, heterodox, and disorderly behavior, but I let it slide seeing her passion. It was clear she had learned this terrible attitude from Gu Yuna. Anyway, Min Hyomin's passion for literature continued not only at school but also in the studio of a variety show, which coincidentally happened to be a literature variety show we were filming. Oh, Park Chong-woon, who had somehow become a semi-regular member of Let's Become a Novelist, exclaimed lightly. In his hand was a manuscript by Min Hyomin. You've improved a lot? Thank you. Smiling brightly, Park Chong-woon stroked his sage-like beard and asked, No, I'm not just saying it. You've really improved a lot. Have you been studying hard? Who taught you? Min Hyomin answered with a shy smile. I learned a lot from Yuna. What? Gu Yuna. Why? She didn't bite you, did she? Why would you say that about Yuna? Teacher. Oh, I'm just kidding. Kidding. Don't hit me. The camera quietly shifted angles and captured Gu Yuna as the playful banter between the two continued. Gu Yuna, who had been the cute mascot of the broadcast, was now starting to become a major topic of discussion. Inspired perhaps by log costume headbutting, PD Shim Yun-ho, who had been demanding a fashion show of costumes like deer, giraffe, and Tyrannosaurus from Guna, now focused on her literary prowess. Directed by the PD, the MC interviewed Gu Yuna. Yuna, you taught Mr. Hyomin? Really? Gu Yuna, wearing a full-body bear costume, peeked out her face and nodded expressionlessly. The MC exclaimed in admiration. Wow! Then who taught you literature? Yuna. Gu Yuna pointed a finger and poked me. While the MC exclaimed as written in the script, I sighed quietly to myself. Yes, that was the problem. Gu Yuna's teaching methods for Min Hyomin were too much infused with my own influence. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To be frank, Gu Yuna isn't normal. To elaborate carefully, it means she's slightly off from ordinary people. To some, Gu Yuna's aspect might appear as a disability or a deficiency. But to me, that was what made her special. Because I don't read Gu Yuna's peculiarity as aggressive behavior like others do, but through her cold, indifferent literature. There was beauty in it. So, in my view, it was a kind of talent. Words like psychopath or autistic can't clearly explain Gu Yuna's traits. Those terms are under-researched, inaccurate, and overly tainted by the media. Thus, the Gu Yuna I recognize is a type of person who might find it hard to understand others, yet is internally complete. Gu Hakjun agreed with me, but Min Chai-won considered her daughter fortunately to be a mild case of autism that didn't need hospitalization, and a psychopath who was overcome by education. But Gu Yuna is just Gu Yuna. I liked her literature, but at some point it felt like it had disappeared. How's this? Gu Yuna handed me her work as if handing in homework. It was a short story she had written with Min Hyomin. The plot, theme, development, characters, ending. It's good. Really? Yeah, it's good. But, yes, it lacked nothing. It was perfect by my standards. After all, it was written in my style. But this wasn't a piece I had written. It was Gu Yuna's. That meant, at some point, Gu Yuna had started writing in my style. The novels of Gu Yuna I knew contained the kind of innovation that made me exclaim right after finishing, "What kind of novel is this?" What followed was predictable. We fought over it. Through that, we grew. That was the nature of Gu Yuna's novels. But wasn't this too tainted with my own color? Recently, the unease I felt had gradually become clearer. The name of that emotion was regret. Of course, I don't think it's bad that Gu Yuna has matured early and fits in with others. Making friends from a young age, learning how to deal with people, and blending healthily into society is naturally a good thing. It would likely be a happier path for Gu Yuna. But, for whatever reason, it would be a pity for Gu Yuna's literature to disappear from this world like this. Then there is one way. Hey Yuna. Just as I taught Gu Yuna my way of writing this time, I should teach her the Gu Yuna style of literature. The literature of that time of Gu Yuna still existed within me. Feeling a dark impulse within me squirm tumultuously, I opened my mouth. It was Gu Yuna herself who had implanted that darkness, so I had no particular hesitations. Why don't we write a novel together? Yuna asked without hesitation. Sure. What's the theme? Human deconstruction. Yuna paused for a moment. Then, after pondering deeply, she smiled subtly, visible only to me. Sounds good. Chapter 109. This is an experiment on isomer. 27-year-old health teacher Han Yi-won was found unconscious from heatstroke during her duties. At the time of discovery, her body temperature was close to 42.3 degrees, and multiple organ failures were observed. After treatment, Han Yi-won survived but suffered severe damage to her brain cells, significantly impairing her memory. Currently, her mental age appears to be that of a toddler. At this point, are the 27-year-old health teacher Han Yi-won and the 27-year-old legally incompetent Han Yi-won the same person? EP7, Isomer. Gu Yuna is best suited for mystery genres, but that doesn't define her literature. Originally, mysteries are merely a veil that naturally forms the twisted characters of Gu Yuna-style novels. Gu Yuna is a twisted person. She does not intuitively understand others' emotions and social commitments. It would be fair to say she lacks social skills, or that her temperament is not gentle. This is why the characters created by Gu Yuna are always somewhat distorted, and sometimes even she cannot distinguish this distortion. However, these mismatches have made Gu Yuna an excellent candidate for a novelist. An excellent novelist must have a sharp eye to discover literary value even in the ordinary. It means she should be good at nitpicking. To exaggerate a bit, one should be able to find fault even with a rolling pebble. Why is it rolling? Where did it come from? Where is it going? Who rolled it? Did someone casually nudge a stationary stone towards an unknown destination? Ah, such is life. Our lives are like a stone. That's roughly the idea. And Gu Yuna is fundamentally someone with that kind of perspective. She could be considered a nitpicking machine gun, or a human disassembler. On top of that, even the social cues that restrain such nitpicking are shattered, and just looking at Gu Yuna's breathtaking famous quotes can demonstrate this. What qualifies you to criticize my writing? I don't think so, but I won't outright deny your opinion. Critic Nim. After all, even people with low intelligence can talk about literature. I appreciate the honor of the award, but even if it's a literary award with decades of tradition, if you think about it, the criteria are merely the changing tastes of the judges each year, so I'm not sure what makes it different from other literary awards. What? No? Isn't that so? After all, the selection process for all literary awards is the same, the only difference being the judges who change every year. So I find this formality of claiming the continuity of one literary award for decades to be meaningless. Dad, quiet down. Why should I? Gu Yuna can be curious about the trivial things of everyday life that pass by without a thought. And the courageous Gu Yuna who can boldly question the world without hesitation. She truly can be considered a true literary figure of this era. What exactly did Min Chai-won see to call Gu Yuna a psycho and curse at her? Of course, as a shy girl who is not used to conversing with others, she may sometimes blurt out prickly words, but I have always supported Gu Yuna's literature with the same consistent heart. Still the same now. I'm just trying to bring out the literature of Gu Yuna that she seems to have forgotten from her heart. Inside every puppy's heart lies the latent nature of a wild wolf roaming the grasslands. The same is true for Gu Yuna. In the heart of a girl with hazy, dull eyes, holding a yellow furry stuffed animal, lies the innate nature of a sharp and discerning literary artist. Yuna, what do you think about this? Madness? No, literary quality is like gravity. A slight push is all it takes to resolve it. I gently tapped Gu Yuna on the back and gave her that push. When Yuna received the draft of isomer from me, she slowly read through the document. What are isomer? Compounds made up of the same elements but are different arrangement of atoms. It's a scientific term. So, Han Yi-won is an isomer. That's right. Then, is the protagonist a scientist? Yes. And was he a lover of Han Yi-won? Exactly. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuna gave me an answer that didn't disappoint my expectations. The suspense is lacking. What if the protagonist kills Han Yi-won after concluding that the Han Yi-won who lost her memory isn't the same person as before? Why do you think that? Someone else wearing the shell of the person you love. It's unpleasant, isn't it? At her answer, which was so like her old self, I couldn't help but laugh unknowingly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The variety show, Let's Become a Novelist, half claims to be an observational reality show. Observation cameras follow the cast members as they wrestle with writing novels in their daily lives, making their everyday settings the main stage rather than a studio. However, PD Shim Yun-ho periodically gathered the cast in the broadcast studio not only to film enough material but also to conduct checks. After all, the show's name is Let's Become a Novelist, and it would be a problem if the cast were lazy and didn't write. Moreover, every time they gather, they invite famous novelists to lecture on novel writing techniques, killing two birds with one stone. Yesterday, there was a particularly memorable scene. They captured a tear-jerking moment at the house of a comedian married to a novelist. Ah, this shot is great, PD Nim. Try to handle it well. Who would have thought Lee Young ISSI would be so serious? Let's put it in around episode 3 and mix it well. All right, I got it. So please stop bothering me. When have I ever bothered you? I'm cheering you on. Editing is going smoothly, which pleased PD Shim Yun-ho, who even hummed lightly as he walked through the studio. These days, observational reality show are the trend, but the studio always buzzing with vitality. It's not just because he is in charge, but rather, there's a certain romance that comes from the fierce competition. In the studio, everyone is passionate. Those who want to be on camera do their best, and those who want to hold the camera and film also do their best. So you could say it's a collision of passion and passion. Look, there goes that passionately running schoolgirl. Schoolgirl? This isn't a school, why would a student be here? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Min Hyo-min in her school uniform. PD Shim Yun-ho didn't ask why Min Hyo-min was wearing a school uniform but asked something else that seemed more urgent. No, Hyo-min SSI, what's the matter? What's going on? Min Hyo-min was running away, her face pale as if she had encountered a zombie at the station. In fact, trembling, she pointed somewhere like a survivor just escaping a zombie apocalypse. Over there. That way. A sensible person would have run away immediately, but since PD Shim Yun-ho was the type to die first in a zombie movie, he boldly went where Min Hyo-min pointed. And there were two people there. It was Moon In-seop and Gu Yuna, writing a novel together. Oh! In fact, PD Shim Yun-ho was also hoping that Moon In-seop would write a novel during the shooting of the variety show. Hadn't peaceful, uninhabited island greatly benefited from such a scenario? It's just that he felt awkward because this guy had suddenly summoned the three generals of the Korean literary world and hadn't been able to say anything. Oh my! What are you two writing now? PD Shim Yun-ho approached them, his face beaming with excitement. And the moment he glanced at the messily scattered papers, he understood why Min Hyo-min was running away. There was only deep darkness there. People always ask me if I believe in God because I'm a scientist. Whether believers or non-believers, they all seem to unconsciously worship science in how they plead for a scientist's opinion. So, I told the truth to Han Yi-won's parents, who could have been my in-laws. Han Yi-won wasn't punished by the heavens. Her brain was cooked because she collapsed under the blazing sun. So there's no use praying by the bedside. But then they were furiously angry, weren't they? No matter what they claim, prayers cannot heal humans. Only medicine can do that, and medicine failed to completely heal Han Yi-won. So, Now what needs to be done is to prove whether this human, who can't even distinguish feces from urine and is on the level of an ape, is indeed the woman I loved. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Study 1-1. On the medical health of humans. Study 1-2. On the social existence of humans. Study 1-3. On the cognitive age of humans. Study 2-1. On the social definition of love. Study 2-2. On the psychological origin of love. Study 2-3. On the biological nature of love. And then, I don't know. What else could there be? Perched on the massage chair in a bizarre posture, Gu Yuna frowned as she scribbled notes in her notebook. Her pose resembled more a cat than a human. Gu Yubin's cat, Ori, approached and tried to push Gu Yuna off the massage chair. It was an outburst over losing its usual spot. But in the Gu Hakjun family's power hierarchy, Min Chai-won is ranked first, Gu Yuna second, and Gu Yubin third. Ori, who is only fourth place, cannot possibly beat the second place. As Gu Yuna wiggled her toes and poked Ori in the ribs, the poor cat meowed and scampered off to complain to its owner. After easily winning the skirmish with the cat, Gu Yuna continued pondering, her lips twitching slightly on the massage chair that wasn't even turned on. Gu Yuna was engrossed. A psychopathic scientist observing his lover who has regressed to infancy. The fact that the person I recognized has deteriorated to such an extent is endlessly displeasing. This is closer to an animal than a human. Just before killing his lover before seeing an even uglier sight, the question, what if this ape is indeed the lover I know, grabs his ankle. From there, the experiment on isomers begins. If the subject is indeed the lover, the scientist will let her go, and if the subject is not the lover, the scientist will kill her. But what, indeed, is the definition of a person or of love? The chilling analysis with life at stake only gets longer and longer. But this is just an observation from a first-person perspective, and to a third-person outsider, it appears merely as the trial and error of a man caring for his lover who has become incompetent. Gu Yuna liked this part the best. The experiment is strictly conducted in the protagonist's inner world. Thus, the novel's conclusion also moves towards internal completeness. Therefore, it's philosophy disguised as science. Gu Yuna softly coughed in delight, her favorite author having hit the mark with a story that matched her tastes. Even she was included in the writing, doubling her joy. How far can one deconstruct the elements that make up a human? Thus, she had been diligently contemplating methods of experimentation. But, it seems this is as far as it goes. No more usable ideas were coming to mind. Gu Yuna jumped off to cool her head and landed on the sofa, pushed aside the listless Gu Hakjun who was watching TV. Gu Yuna, without even thinking of tidying her disheveled hair, watched her father move awkwardly. After losing the sofa to his daughter, the unfortunate father headed towards a leather recliner worth about 11 million won instead. Seeing this, Gu Yuna suddenly looked around. The house was really spacious. Gu Yuna was not the type of person who unconditionally enjoyed living in a large house. She knew how to find fault even with that. Her thoughts continued endlessly. Many people live in large houses, but not many live in a large house with a yard in the middle of Seoul. And it wasn't because Min Chai-won was a successful businesswoman, nor because Gu Hakjun, despite being a novelist, earned as much as Min Chai-won, but because Min Chai-won's father had made a fortune in real estate investments. Yes, wealth becomes an insurmountable scale beyond a certain level, no longer just about personal effort. Self-made billionaires certainly exist, but they represent less than 1% of cases, a percentage even smaller than the amount of lobster in lobster-flavored chips. However, humans are collectively influenced by the scale of wealth, educational level, standard of living, family environment, etc. The environment provided from childhood influences a person's nature and determines their life. A psychopath born in a poor family might grow up to be a serial killer, while a psychopath born in a wealthy family might grow up to be a renowned neuroscientist. So then, wealth, or the inherited things, are also a scale that constitutes a human, aren't they? Another line was added to Gu Yuna's notebook. Study 3 to 4. On the hereditary status of humans. Thus, Gu Yuna thought of one more method to experiment on human elements. However, she couldn't conduct this research as she didn't have children. Fortunately, a suitable assistant was nearby. Gu Yuna asked Gu Hakjun, who was sitting on the 11,000,001 leather recliner. Dad, if I lose all my memories due to brain damage, will you give all the inheritance to my sister? Or will you divide it equally between us? Instead of answering, Gu Hakjun merely let the coffee he was drinking dribble down. Chapter 110. Han Yiwon's parents were against our union. Their main argument was that a health teacher, being a public education officer, was not on the same level as a PhD student. I tried to convince them that the social gap was not significant, citing the wealth I inherited from my parents, but such class distinctions based on profession seemed to depend not only on wealth and income but also on social perception. Thus, Han Yiwon's parents took great pride in their daughter's social status as a health teacher. Then, how far had Han Yiwon's class fallen after she suffered brain damage and lost her job? It was a difficult question to answer, but from the moment her own family refused to care for her during her illness, it seemed that Han Yiwon had completely lost her social status. The slow observation of humans being abandoned by their families when they can no longer function economically was evident. From here, I confirmed that social status is indeed a component of being human, and I found another reason to assert that health teacher Han Yiwon and incompetent Han Yiwon were not the same person. But this was not enough. More evidence was needed. Thus, the experiment was not yet over, so I continued to care for Han Yiwon. I am not sure why the hospital staff's attitude towards me became unusually friendly around that time. EP7, Isomer. As someone born in Paris, France, Gu Hakjun only drank hot coffee. Putting ice in coffee was something only demons from hell would do. Thus, the Parisian Gu Hakjun always enjoyed his hot espresso. But the problem was that if you spit it out, it could burn your chest. The reason Koreans, who cherish the body inherited from their parent, put ice in coffee could be seen from this. However, for Gu Hakjun, the hot espresso dripping onto his chest was not as important as Gu Yuna. Yuna, what are you saying? So if I get heat stroke and my brain gets fried, leading to memory loss, how will our family inheritance dash? Feeling dizzy from the conversation, Gu Hakjun had to put down his coffee cup. But it's a well-known fact that excessive caffeine intake is harmful to the body. So, can't Gu Yuna's action of forcibly discontinuing Gu Hakjun's coffee consumption while presenting a unique perspective on inheritance also be seen as a kind of filial piety, right? Of course, Gu Hakjun, who suddenly heard his daughter, who said she was writing a novel with a friend, talking about what would happen if her brain got fried from heat stroke, might have a different opinion. But the act of a swordsman, no, the act of a filial daughter is originally unhindered. It's hard to get off when riding a tiger, and the Great Way has no gate. Killing Buddha and ancestors, AMD a matter of righteousness and reason. TL. In these two lines, author have used 4 different Chinese idioms in Hanja which I am not good with, but still have translated them based on the meaning I found on the internet. Once a man draws his sword with determination, there is only moving forward from there. Thus, unencumbered by trivialities, Gu Yuna moved forward without hesitation to establish her intentions. It meant she often did this at school too. Is a person without intelligence closer to a human or an animal? An animal? If intelligence is the criterion for defining a human, why call a criminal of high intelligence an animal? Are human standards based on intelligence or virtue? The law takes away rights from people who cannot function normally, but that's just an intangible norm. But if social consensus enters human standards, isn't a person not noble just because they are born? Does human nobility stem from law or morality? Alright, I'll stop questioning about humans now. There's still a question about love left. Love is, where are you going? Arg. Save me. The cruel tentacles of the serial question monster struck the second-year classroom of Bikehack Arts Middle School's creative writing department. The students, who had been tormented by Gu Yuna's barrage of questions, were terrified at the mere sight of her. A rule was established. Creative Writing Department Safety Rule Number 1. If you encounter a short girl walking down the hall with a pen and paper, never make eye contact. If that girl asks you a question, do not answer under any circumstances and escape from her line of sight immediately. But do not run. Her running speed is faster than yours. Given the situation, it was inevitable that Park Chang-woon, the department head of creative writing, would hear about it. Around the time when Gu Yuna was becoming something akin to a ghost story rather than a human being, Park Chang-woon, having heard the desperate grievances of the students, accepted the mission of the Ghostbusters. The literature teacher, clad in a brown modernized hanbok, performed an exorcism with a bamboo flute in hand. Say, Yuna, you've been quite talkative these days, haven't you? Gu Yuna, who was called to the faculty office, tilted her head as if she didn't know what he was talking about. Park Chang-woon briefly clutched his heart and staggered. Truly, a troublesome ghost. Acting cute won't help. I thought you were doing well these days. But why are you tormenting your friends? Ah, it really pains me. Ah. Gu Yuna, who prioritizes her own literature over others' affairs but is certainly not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the context and explained the whole story. What? Isomer. And for Park Chang-woon too, the big news that Moon In was writing a new work was more important than the students whining, so the conversation quickly shifted to that topic. Pushing aside the exorcism of the serial question monster, when Park Chang-woon learned that Gu Yuna was writing with Moon In, he regretted not having been approached first. Ah, why didn't Moon In come to me first? But as they say, if not a pheasant, then a chicken will do. So Park Chang-woon, eager to get involved, asked Gu Yuna to show him the manuscript of Isomer she was currently working on. And surprisingly, Gu Yuna just showed it to him. A beast recognizes a beast. Though infamous among her peers in the creative writing department for her brutal methods, Gu Yuna was merely a minor figure in the literary world. She couldn't hope to match Park Chang-woon's bizarre fame. After all, wasn't Park Chang-woon a strange figure whose very clothes seemed to emit a faint madness? Gu Yuna effortlessly read the intense obsession with literature in Park Chang-woon's eyes. As the saying goes in the martial world, beware of women and the elderly. So these two, fitting into the be cautious category, respected each other to avoid conflict. Ho! And as Gu Yuna expected, Park Chang-woon showed his profound skills worthy of his reputation. Unlike Min Hyo-min and Shim Yun-ho, who fled as if they had seen a forbidden demonic scripture upon looking at the lines, Park Chang-woon was utterly calm. Department head, you need to go into the third-year class. Let Teacher Kim handle it. Yes, sir. Park Chang-woon, who read the novel leisurely while commanding the creative writing department teachers as if they were his limbs, even left such a remark. It's quite orthodox. Gu Yuna nodded as if she had heard something obvious. Unlike Min Hyo-min and Shim Yun-ho, who as soon as they opened the first page, reacted as if they had seen the Necronomicon made of human skin, foaming at the mouth. Surprisingly, Isomer was closer to being an orthodox rather than an evil novel. Of course, the Moon In had deliberately recreated the dark internal energy of Gu Yuna from those days, but not everything that is dark is evil. Initially, the orthodox literary circles deemed genre novel and web novels as the true villains. In truth, literature has a historical duty to shine a light on society's darkness. And because it typically provides less sensory stimulation than other media, it tends to explore deeper levels of expression. Min Hyo-min and Shim Yun-ho, being outsiders to the literary circle, were unaware of this rationale. On the other hand, Park Chang-woon, one of the esteemed veterans of the literary world, clearly understood the identity of this novel. Naturally, his words carried depth. Orthodox. The term orthodox not only means correct, but also implies inheriting something. Therefore, by evaluating Isomer, Park Chang-woon stated that it had rightfully inherited something. That would obviously be pure literature. Pure literature. However, the term pure literature has recently been used to imply purity in the sense of being unadulterated, not mixed with impure elements like genre novels or web novels. This shift is due to genre literature emerging as the main enemy of pure literature in contemporary times, but it also signifies a departure from the original meaning of the word pure literature. Park Chung-woon, of course, knew the old meaning of pure literature. Being a walking fossil and a guardian of ancient secrets, it was only natural for him. Originally, the antithesis of pure literature wasn't genre literature but engaged literature. Literature is called engaged literature because it participates in key societal sectors to foster change and innovation. And since there were many aspects that needed to be addressed in literature after the year 1910, the year of the Japanese annexation of Korea, naturally, the mainstream literature of this country had to be engaged literature. This includes the brief period in the middle when it was united with the neighboring country, TL, aka both North and South Korea as one. Park Chung-woon and Seo Woon-pil, if their lineage had to be categorized, would be closer to engaged literature. Although their political leanings were extreme opposites, both primarily wrote literature that engaged with society. In contrast, pure literature focuses on the beauty of the writing itself. This is the original meaning of pure literature. And what Park Chung-woon discovered in Isomer was precisely this type of pure literature. It even possessed a literary quality reminiscent of Gu Hak-jun, the patriarch of pure literature, as if it had inherited his literary essence. It seems like Hak-jun's influence is showing. Gu Yuna cast an annoyed look at Park Chung-woon for daring to compare the Moon-in's writing to her father. But this was the highest compliment Park Chung-woon could offer. That's because Park Chung-woon recognized Gu Hak-jun as the greatest pure literature novelist he knew, a sentiment widely shared by many others. People often focus on Gu Hak-jun's political achievements during bleak times, but literary figures highly value his literary accomplishments. He fused Western and Eastern literatures, introducing a new type of pure literature to Korea. This was precisely why Gu Hak-jun won the Goncourt Prize. Like all pioneers, Gu Hak-jun might have become part of the cliché today, but in his time he brought about striking innovations. The basis of these innovations was philosophy. Unlike Easterners who often regard philosophy as inherently complex, Westerners consider philosophy a part of everyday life. Ancient Greek philosophy is the foundation of Western civilization, central to Christian and Islamic philosophies, and the driving force behind all they have achieved. Of course, the reason Easterners find philosophy difficult is not due to a lack of intelligence, but because Westerners have obliterated all philosophies except those they created. Thus, Westerners have always treated philosophy as part of their daily lives. And naturally, France was no exception. Gu Hak-jun, who grew up in a country where people sit in a cafe near the library with a book, engage in a heated debate with a stranger next to them about the book, fight, reconcile over a glass of wine, and then part ways, was naturally greatly influenced. It is an undeniable fact that the Korean pure literature world, which used to think of beautiful nature and the happiness of a simple life when it came to pure literature due to the influence of Confucianism and the scholarly influences, was greatly shocked by Gu Hak-jun's intellectual play that freely controlled Western philosophy. It was the opposite in France. In Gu Hak-jun's writings, philosophy was an inseparable theme, and Park Chung-woon saw such hues in Moon-in's work too. This was why Park Chung-woon, the great senior of the literary circle, gasped in amazement with his eyes wide open. Ah! Park Chung-woon paused mid-reading, gasping as he looked up at the ceiling. The dim fluorescent light on the ceiling seemed like the sun that would illuminate the future of the Korean literary world. Although Gu Yuna looked at him as if seeing a peculiar person, Park Chung-woon, unfazed by the gaze of others, muttered his astonishments for a while, calming his excitement. To pull in philosophical dilemmas not just as a part of literature but as the central theme, and to unfold the story based solely on that. A bold attempt. And it's a very challenging piece of writing, especially knowing that Moon-in had never formally received teachings from Gu Hak-jun. Park Chung-woon seemed to have his eyes opened once again to Moon-in's peculiar genius. How does this young man write such things? With no way to solve that mystery, all he could do was admire. And Park Chung-woon, the novelist, he wasn't one to hide his admiration. Hey, did you guys read it? What? Isomer. Park Chung-woon expressed his admiration in front of the classroom students. Ah, teachers, have you read it? If you mention it, I'll look at it right away. Uh-huh. You can't read it immediately, but it's called isomer. Park Chang-woon expressed his admiration in front of the teachers in the staff room. Hey, Lee Hyuna, have you read it? The official letter from the National Tax Service? Of course I saw it. No, not that. Isomer. Park Chang-woon expressed his admiration in front of the director at the Teacher Training Institute. Honey, have you read it? I've been into isomer lately. Park Chang-woon expressed his admiration in front of his wife. Guys, have you read it? Read what? Isomer. Is it a new book? Where is it from? It hasn't been published yet. Then how the hell are we supposed to read it, you bastard? Park Chang-woon expressed his admiration in front of his group chat. In fact, that was the most decisive thing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Criticism of the literary power structure often invokes a vast, shadowy force purportedly controlling the literary world from behind the scenes, but in reality, no such thing exists. The evil dark corporate bike hack publishing is strictly speaking not part of the literary world but the publishing industry, and power doesn't actually reside there. Primarily because the revenue structure of writers resembles that of independent contractors, where organization is not crucial, and because writers stereotypically lack sociability. Therefore, authors, generally a profession of friendless outsiders, tend to gather with like-minded individuals rather than forming large organizations. Park Chang-woon was no exception. He primarily engaged in social activities within a small group chat that included Gu Hak-jun. For the record, Seo Woon-pil isn't there. Seo Woon-pil is an unusual case of a writer who owns a large organization. However, Park Chang-woon and Gu Hak-jun's group chat also exaggeratedly had an influence comparable to Seo Woon-pil's literary magazine, because the members of that group chat were people of considerable renown. One of them was Chong In-ha. The old man is talking nonsense again. The poet and novelist Chong In-ha checked the chat and frowned in displeasure. Anyway, Park Chang-woon, that guy never knows how to have fun quietly. Just as in every organization, from the kindergarten class to the Blue House cabinet, there were cliques within the group chat as well. Chong In-ha is a traditionalist. She participated in offline gatherings where they would recite poetry, drink tea, send sparkling mobile gifts during holidays, and enjoy the mainstream culture of her peers by sending Bible verses to the group chat every morning. A typical person in her 60s. However, even within the group chat, Park Chang-woon was considered an eccentric. What kind of old man plays battle royale games? Every evening when a message popped up asking, BG? Chong In-ha would sigh heavily before anything else. Moreover, as far as she knew, he didn't even play the game properly. 4 of them would gather in the game world for a walk and just chat over voice, but among them, only Gu Hak-jun actually played properly, leading to frequent quarrels in the group chat. If it became known that esteemed literary figures were doing this, many literature enthusiasts would be dumbfounded. Anyway, Park Chang-woon was someone who lived a bit too youthfully for his age, always causing a stir in the group chat with what the young people these days call creating chaos. Chong In-ha, fueled by anger, furiously typed on her phone using the Daksuri tapping method. TL. See image below. Listen, Minister Park, when a person gets old, one should show behavior befitting their age to set a good example and cultivate dignity. Please demonstrate decorum in your actions and words. The reply came quickly. TL. Korean slang which means, so what? Go watch TV. Chong In-ha, not sure what it meant but sensing deep malice in the response, was infuriated. Her furious Daksuri tapping continued on her phone screen, bringing up an unpublished novel, boasting as if you have read it. How is this different from a child showing off? Please exercise restraint. In-ha, right now our Moon-in is working on a new piece. Do you think I have the luxury to hold back? Then the story is a bit different. Chong In-ha, slightly suppressing her fiery temper, gently prodded Park Chang-woon. Send it to me once. I've always been interested in that young friend's writing. ? I could give it a review if needed. If Chong In-ha students saw this, they would be wide-eyed and jaw-dropped to hear their teacher speak so softly and amiably. But Park Chang-woon didn't care. I can't send it to you. TL. Another slang which in here means nice try. Veins throbbed on Chong In-ha's forehead. Just as she was about to continue her furious typing, Park Chong-woon added another comment. Contact PD Shim Yun-ho at BMB Entertainment's variety department. If you arrange a lesson with him, you might get a chance to see it. Oh? Chapter 111. I had a dream. It was a dream of a day I spent with her. We were lovers who knew more about each other than we didn't, stripped of the vague romance and prejudices that came from ignorance. A dry couple. Even when we sat across from each other in a cafe, complaints came out before smiles, and our faces were more haggard than before since we didn't bother to dress up. But whenever I imagined my appearance decades later, you were always by my side. At some point, it just became natural. I was just too embarrassed to say it. But in my dream, I could muster up the courage. Even though I didn't realize it was a dream, driven by a strong impulse from somewhere, I told you this story. That at some point, imagining myself decades later, it felt natural to have you by my side. That I couldn't accept a future where that wasn't the case. So, I asked you to marry me. Then, having heard my words, you widen your eyes in surprise. You would rub your eyes, tired from the arduous school work, and, surprised at my words, make a fuss. Then, unlike your usually calm self, stutter awkwardly, and eventually nod with a bright smile. Feeling my heart beat pleasantly, I would take out a ring. I would reach out to put the ring on your soft ring finger. And then, like smoke, you would fade away. Every time at that moment, I wake up from the dream. The unpleasant air wakes me up. The warm air intended for the patients feels just stuffy and oppressive to me. The moonlight beyond the window, the red light of the fire hydrant, the glowing phone screen all shine but can't drive away the darkness of the hospital room. The dim hospital room depresses a person's emotions. Amidst the unpleasant humming of the boiler throughout the building, the wall clock ticks annoyingly, and bizarre groans are heard from beside me. You who are not you woke me up again today. You, who lost all your sparkling intellect, can't distinguish even an inch ahead in this dim hospital room, waving your hands in the air and making bizarre crying sounds. The you I exchanged sweet glances with just a moment ago doesn't exist. Next to me is just a pitiful being who can't even control their bowels. Abandoned by family, shunned by the world, this pitiful beast wears the skin of my lover. I wish it were a dream, but it's not. And you can't fade away like smoke either. So I grabbed your neck, and I slowly tightened my grip on your fragile neck. You flail like a beast in the darkness, just struggling to survive, flailing your limbs. The sight made me laugh. How could this be called a human being? You've lost your whole body, your clear mind, your social status, and can't even control your own excrement. You are not you. So I put my weight into my grip on your neck. Then I met your eyes. The eyes I loved most show an emotion they've never shown before. Pain, fear, betrayal. Your gaze is exactly the same as in the past. Facing that gaze, I recoiled and stepped back from you. For a moment, I thought your mind had returned, and that you would reproach me with a clear mind. But it wasn't. You smiled brightly and reached out to the person who almost killed you, unaware of what just happened. I took your hand, feeling an emotion even I couldn't identify. To understand this emotion, more experiments are needed. So, the experiment must continue. Thus, another dawn passed up. EP7 Isomer. To create an hour-long broadcast, several times more effort is required. The studio of Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting's variety show department was bustling hours before the shoot. Dozens of staff members were setting up cameras, installing lights, and handing out scripts to the cast in the waiting room. The youngest crew member setting up the boom mic tripped over a cable and fell, while directors who usually didn't get along bickered, but still professionally completed their tasks. And there was one maestro in the center of the shooting scene, directing everything to proceed smoothly. Who could it be? The black magician of BMB's variety show department, the trickster, the director's chihuahua, the fearless one who isn't afraid of writing apologies, PD Shim Yun-ho. Ah, this is driving me crazy, seriously. One could tell that being a PD was a tough job just by looking at Park Young-tae, one of the best PDs at the moment, constantly searching for a status window. PD Shim Yun-ho also bore all the world's troubles that flew at him, tearing at his hair. Ah, this is driving me nuts. Really? What was troubling him so much? Putting aside minor issues like the depleted budget, the emergence of strong competitors, and the upset bosses, PD Shim Yun-ho's major dilemmas could be summarized into two significant problems: the cast and the guests. Firstly, the cast's novel writing progress was sluggish. The show was called Let's Become a Novelist, but the cast wasn't becoming novelists. Of course, the production team had worried about this and initially cast superstars who seemed to have a knack for writing, but that didn't mean the writing came easily. Shim Yun-ho hadn't known this. Moreover, the level of the lectures given to the cast increased by the day. This was also due to Shim Yun-ho's obsession with recruiting big-name guests. Despite his self-inflicted burdens weighing him down, heaven didn't take pity on Shim Yun-ho. The trials given to him didn't end there. Shim Yun-ho's second concern. That was none other than the guests.
Pedenim.
Hurry up. I know, I'm coming. For the sake of ratings, Shim Yun-ho had sacrificed the CEO's spine to summon top-tier novelists. Just as with any black magic, the summoned beings weren't docile to the summoner. Normally, when a demon ascends to the surface, it doesn't just grant wishes and return. It goes sightseeing, enjoys hobbies, curses princesses, and burns cities. It was the same here. The novelists summoned by Shim Yun-ho didn't just give lectures and leave. They were more interested in the bait than the ritual. Of course, the bait these novelists from hell desired was Moon-in, but here lies the problem. And Moon-in wasn't here. I'm really sorry, Writer Nim. You've come all this way. No, it's fine. If there's no one, it can't be helped. In the end, PD Shim Yun-ho, who had sacrificed the CEO's spine, had to offer up his own spine as a sacrifice. Such is the terrifying nature of black magic's consequences. Shim Yun-ho repeatedly bowed to Chong In-ha, who had come looking for Moon-in but was leaving empty-handed. She was actually more famous as a poet than a novelist. Her poems often appeared in college entrance exams. The more terrifying fact was that they did so even during the time Shim Yun-ho himself was taking those exams. PD Shim Yun-ho, suddenly understanding the CEO's hard work deeply, squirmed in a respectful posture. Seeing Shim Yun-ho respect his elders like this, Chong In-ha also asked in a softer tone, "Wasn't Moon-in supposed to be at the shoot?" Well, the reason Moon-in wasn't at the shoot was simple. He wasn't a regular member. Moon-in was initially cast in a teacher role, and with too many teachers now, he was more of a hint fairy who occasionally showed up to give advice and left. Given that the show was now halfway through filming, the main stage of the broadcast had shifted from the studio to the cast's daily lives, so it was doable. But today, even though Shim Yun-ho urgently sent an SOS upon hearing that writer Chong In-ha was coming, Moon-in ignored it. Damn bastard! What could possibly have happened that he would refuse a request from a PD as high as the heavens? PD Shim Yun-ho had no way of knowing the reason, but if he had the chance to ask the teachers at New Light Spring Orphanage or Bike Hack Arts Middle School, he would have quickly found out. If Moon-in Seop suddenly disappeared somewhere, the reason was usually writing. *****. Meanwhile, there was a lonely ascetic walking the path of unworldly endeavors at this very moment, isolating herself from the world and herself, trapped in the cave of her own making, and writing lonely words on paper was none other than Gu Yubin, a person who had given up being human. "Daughter, how can you do this to me? I prepared everything for you. Everything." Even in front of her own mother's soul-crushingly sorrowful cries, Gu Yubin walked the path of heresy without wavering. Casting off all the shackles one must bear as a human being, she walked solely on her own path. She had given up on the college entrance exam. "Daughter, someday you will regret this. You will forever regret this moment of deviating from the path your mother prepared for you in a moment of childish folly. Even after I say this, you won't look at me. Why? What has made you like this? My daughter, what on earth has made you turn away from business?" Her mother's sharp, Cold cry like a knife and snowstorm lingered in her mind. Gu Yubin never gave an answer to her mother until the end, because the answer was already firmly engraved in her heart. Writing. She staked her entire life on a single brush. What was there to explain? There was a world she wanted to make her name known to, and a literary name she wanted to make known. There were stories she wanted to write, and there were stories that wanted to be written. There were people who willingly acknowledged her, and there were people she wanted recognition from. Thus, Gu Yubin willingly gave up being human and walked the path of the Azura. So the writing of Gu Yubin, who shut herself in her room and began writing, was not just writing but could be called the infernal Azura writing of the unworldly path. Gu Yubin was that serious about her writing. Even when Min Chai Wan, renowned across the world, personally peeled an apple and knocked on her door, she didn't open it. It wasn't because she was sulking at her mother, but because she had sealed herself in her room to confine the demon she had become. But then, shocking news came that shook Gu Yubin's firm resolve, that Gu Yuna was writing a novel with Moon Inseop. Oh! Ripples spread across Gu Yubin's mind, which had been like a calm lake, an irresistible curiosity and a subtle sense of regret for some unknown reason. Even more so, Gu Yuna had brought Moon Inseop home, leaving no room for Gu Yubin to do anything about it. Consumed by curiosity, Gu Yubin eventually unsealed her room and stepped out. It wasn't as if she hadn't left her room for months, as she still attended school and had dinner. Maintaining her neat appearance even at home, Gu Yubin simply washed her face and went down to the first floor of the house. She could already hear voices of Gu Yuna and Moon Inseop from somewhere. With a smile of anticipation, Gu Yubin followed the voices to Gu Yuna's room, and she swung the door open without knocking. "Hello, long time no see?" "Shut up." Gu Yubin's face went blank with shock. It was the first time she had seen her younger sister curse, and it was the first time she had seen those two arguing. "I can't accept that kind of ending. Others would think so too. How can the story be going well and then end like that?" "It's not others, it's you, Yuna, who can't accept it. People will like it, probably." "Really? People who don't even read one book a year? People who mindlessly agree when critics spout nonsense? Is being acknowledged by those people everything to you?" "I don't want to be acknowledged by the public or the critics. I just need to acknowledge it myself. That's why I write. I can't accept it." "Fine. Now that it's come to this, let's settle it with a final debate dash." Gu Yubin quietly closed the door. She closed it so carefully that it didn't make a sound. Then she leaned against the door, covering her mouth, eyes wide open, rolling them as she tried to process her thoughts. What was that just now? Are they fighting? Chapter 112. Although literature has recently been in the spotlight due to the influence of the time traveler Moon SSI, it is nothing more than a temporary trend. Since the unprecedented apocalyptic event, people don't read books, literature has continuously been a non-mainstream culture. But the world is vast, and there are many people. If there are people who live their lives immersed in YouTube, then somewhere, there are people immersed in literature. Literature, one of the oldest arts in human history, does not disappear easily. There will always be people who want to indulge in old and traditional things. Even in a distant future, where perfect virtual reality emerges and cyber-electronic drugs with no side effects appear, literature will probably continue its legacy. When theater first appeared in ancient Greece, didn't sophisticated intellectuals lament that the young people of the time were distancing themselves from reading and getting close to shallow new cultures? Indeed, even in modern times, which offer amusements unimaginable to the philosophers of ancient Greece, there are still a significant number of people who strive to continue old and traditional things. This is called Munlim, Wenling, Munwan, Wenyuan, or Mundan, Wentan. TL. Munlim equals scholarly world. Munwan equals literature scene, and Mundan equals literary circles. In any case, even if books don't sell, the world of writers continues to roll with its own authority and honor. There was one place that all these writers would rightfully aspire to and want a glimpse into. Haha! Come on in. It was the office of Professor Gu Hakjun. EP7, Isomer. Gu Hakjun, who was often the poor victim poked in the ribs by Gu Yuna's big toe, might seem like some ordinary author, but he actually had a proper job. He was a university professor. Of course, the university where he worked wasn't the top university in Korea. However, the creative writing department where he worked was undoubtedly the best in Korea. The reason was 3 letters.
Gu Hakjun.
Therefore, the authority Gu Hakjun held in his department was comparable to that of Park Chong-woon in the creative writing department at Baikak Arts Middle School. But Gu Hakjun was different from Park Chong-woon. It meant he didn't constantly dump his classes on fellow teachers. Thus, even though Moon In was visiting his home, Gu Hakjun tearfully went to work at the university. He had to review the writings of students who were like chirping chicks, and he also had a schedule requested by the school. That schedule was an outside shoot for Let's Become a Novelist.
Elu.
Min Hyo-min, the adorable magne of Benivis, accompanied by a cameraman, visited Gu Hakjun's office. This was why almost everyone at the university gathered near the creative writing department, taking pictures with their smartphones. In an instant, the creative writing department, located in the old building rather than the shiny new building, became a bustling crowd. Watching the admiration and enthusiasm of university students towards a popular girl group, Gu Hakjun suddenly recalled when he first set foot in Korea during his youth. I used to be like this too. But as time passes, popularity also gradually cools like embers, and on the other hand, once it ignites, it spreads like a wildfire, such is the nature of popularity. Thus, Gu Hakjun was one of the few who could well understand Min Hyo-min's feelings. You must be very tired? Come on in. You too, cameraman gentlemen. Excuse us. Min Hyo-min's visit was purely part of the variety show. Therefore, Min Hyo-min received a script in advance and following the guidelines was standard. And the program's production team requested an upbeat reporter concept. It's not difficult. Min Hyo-min had hosted music shows several times. However, the moment she entered Gu Hakjun's office, Min Hyo-min realized she couldn't loudly exclaim, "Wow! Is this the professor's office?" Here, what came out of Min Hyo-min's mouth was pure admiration. Huge bookshelves surrounded the 4 walls of the office. Numerous books completely filled those shelves. In addition, smaller bookshelves functioned like partitions throughout the office, and they too were filled with books. Indeed, this place was closer to a library than an office. The faintly spreading scent of paper made Min Hyo-min solemn. However, Gu Hakjun warmly welcomed the tense Min Hyo-min. Don't be so stiff. Just relax. Coffee? Strong or mild? Min Hyo-min and the cameraman were so humbled by Gu Hakjun personally making coffee that they didn't notice he asked, strong or mild? Instead of, hot or cold. It was fortunate because if the typical iced Americano lover Min Hyo-min, who insisted on drinking iced coffee even if it meant freezing to death, had asked for ice in her coffee, Gu Hakjun might have been extremely angry, exclaiming, "You insolent one!" and hit her over the head with a book. Receiving the strong coffee, Min Hyo-min almost grimaced at the bitter taste she was experiencing for the first time, but managed to cover it up with a capitalism-trained smile perfected as an idol. It's really delicious, Professor. Really?
Gu Hakjun smiled warmly.
The resentment Gu Hakjun felt when seeing students carrying iced coffee melted away, as he often felt like a two-eyed person in a world of one-eyed people. Had Min Hyo-min not continued the conversation, she would have had to endure a 30-minute impromptu lecture on coffee theory, centered on French culinary culture, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Overwhelmed by the library-like atmosphere of the office and nervous about Gu Hakjun personally making coffee, Min Hyo-min had transformed from an idol into a student, and like a student meeting a friend's father for the first time, she asked a typical question. By any chance? Oh, are you Yuna's father? Gu Hakjun was startled. He didn't expect to hear his daughter's name from a famous idol visiting the school. Of course, they were filming the same variety show. But what could have created a connection between them? Could it be that Yuna again? I also went to Baikak Arts Middle School. I became friends with Yuna. Really? Why are you so surprised? Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Once the relationship between them became one of a friend's father and his daughter's friend. The conversation became much more comfortable. This is why connections are important. Min Hyo-min understood this well. The interview with Gu Hak-jun that the broadcasting station wanted was smoothly filmed, and the scene of Min Hyo-min receiving a one-day literature lecture from Gu Hak-jun was also shot interestingly. Of course, some personal conversations took place, including this one. But how did author In-seop, and Yuna become so close? Haha. Gu Hak-jun couldn't bring himself to reveal that Gu Yuna had transferred schools just to stalk In-seop. How do kids become friends? They met at school and got close. Yuna has a bit of a childish side, but author Moon is very mature for his age, so he tolerates her silliness. Ah, I see. And since both of them aspire to be novelists and are literature enthusiasts, they became close very quickly, especially since Yuna has a childish side despite her age, and author Moon is very mature for his age. He tolerates her stupidity. Stupidity? Haha. It's just a manner of speaking. Anyway, I've never seen them fight even once. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why don't you just make it all a dream? That would be better than this. Nope. My ending is better. You've destroyed the carefully built suspense with this nonsense, and you think it's better? The scene that Gu Hak-jun claimed he had never seen was unfolding in his house while he was away. If Gu Hak-jun had witnessed this, he would have been as shocked as when he lost money in the Dogecoin market. Thankfully, his diligent and faithful attendance at work spared him from such a tragedy. This is why people need to always be diligent. However, Gu Yubin, who had given up on the college entrance exam and was lazily continuing her writing of hellish and unconventional manuscripts, was witnessing this horrendous scene. How could this not be karma? The shock Gu Yubin felt was no less than what Gu Hak-jun would have experienced. What is this? It was all an unfamiliar sight. Gu Yuna raising her voice and shouting, and Moon In-seop throwing sharp words at her. But the most surprising thing was that Gu Yuna dared to confront Moon In-seop. Though Gu Yuna and Moon In-seop were friends, people around them secretly knew that not all friendships are equal, especially if one's personality is naturally a bit Gu Yuna-like. It is generally understood that the friend is the one who puts up with Gu Yuna's personality. Therefore, the argument between Moon In-seop and Gu Yuna shattered Gu Yubin's common sense. That's why Gu Yubin couldn't even think of breaking up the fight and hid behind the door. She was too shocked. But for Moon In-seop, it was different. Moon In-seop was used to fighting with Gu Yuna. They did this every day. Initially, they were rivals before they were friends. Enemies turned friends and friends turned lovers. Therefore, the antagonistic tension between them always remained at a healthy level, especially when it came to literature. Aren't you confusing darkness with artistry? In-seop, you're just unable to recognize art. I can tolerate insults to my parents, but I won't stand for insults to myself. Idiot. The number of times they fought in their previous life was truly countless. It felt strange that they had been getting along without fighting lately. Moon In-seop even felt a sinister pleasure, as if he had returned to the old days. On the other hand, this was the first fight for Gu Yuna with Moon In-seop, but unlike her sister, she wasn't particularly surprised. When a friend who usually seemed gentle and older suddenly picks a fight, it could be confusing, but Gu Yuna also had the warrior's instinct that didn't fear a bloody battle. The ruthless reputation she had earned among her peers, second-year creative writing students, for her viciousness was not for nothing. Thus, the fierce, bloody battle between Moon In-seop and Gu Yuna took place. The reason was, of course, a debate over the ending of Isomer. Gu Yuna shouted, "A happy ending is not acceptable." People misunderstood the joint authorship of Isomer, thinking that Moon In-seop was teaching Gu Yuna. But that was wrong. Moon In-seop merely nudged the dark, dormant inner force within Gu Yuna off the cliff. It was the twisted side of Gu Yuna that was not understood by society and people, the world. The twisted emotions that had been subdued by education and rounded off by love were once again sharpened by Moon In-seop. Pointing to the blank canvas, he whispered, Here, this is literature. From now on, you can do whatever you want here. Roar. Gu Yuna's sharp nature was unleashed from its chains. That cold blade disassembled humanity without leaving anything behind. Human life can be translated into money. Han Yiwan's life support cost was expensive. Of course, this wasn't the only reason her parents abandoned her. Ultimately, caring for the sick cannot continue without a certain level of internal fulfillment. When they could no longer achieve moral satisfaction from the illusion of diligently caring for their daughter, the caregiving ceased. This is where the effect of Han Yiwan's siblings dissuading their parents reached up. According to my theory, they stopped caring for Han Yiwan the moment they found a substitute, me. It seemed they no longer felt the same love for a daughter who was no longer a proud public servant. Love is the strongest emotion, but ultimately, it is just an emotion. It changes in the end. Here, I conceived another way to experiment with the equivalence of health teacher Han Yiwan and the incompetent Han Yiwan. When Han Yiwan was about to be expelled due to a lack of medical expenses, how much would her family be willing to pay? So I stopped paying her medical bills. Gu Yuna meticulously disassembled the human beings she observed. Not just bones and muscles, but something deeper within. Family, affection, status, intelligence, physical body, productivity, health, self, morality, reputation, habits, appearance, soul. On the literary experiment table of comparing health teacher Han Yiwan and the incompetent Han Yiwan, Gu Yuna sharpened her doubts and contradictions without reserve. Thus, contrary to popular misunderstanding, Gu Yuna was the main author of Isomer. Moon In-seop was merely an assistant writer. But then the assistant writer suddenly declared he would change the precious ending of the novel by 180 degrees. Gu Yuna couldn't help but be enraged. The protagonist must die. Only then will this experiment end. Gu Yuna had already prepared the ending for the protagonist, who seemed somewhat similar to herself. That ending was death. The protagonist realizes that the incompetent Han Yiwan is not the isomer of health teacher Han Yiwan. Humans are not creatures made of material, nor are they beings made of others' perceptions and social status. They are beings made solely of their actions and will. Therefore, the incompetent Han Yiwan, who cannot love herself, cannot become the health teacher Han Yiwan, whom the protagonist longed for. The isomer was himself. Lovers who loved each other are the same but different beings. Therefore, when health teacher Han Yiwan broke down, the protagonist broke down with her. Thus, the protagonist disappears into the void where his other half exists. By killing himself, the incompetent Han Yiwan, left alone in the hospital room, only grins vacantly, eternally waiting for a guardian who will never return. That's how Isomer ends, with suspense quietly sinking into the Black Sea. This was Gu Yuna's art. Moon In-seop ruthlessly shattered the perfect aesthetics of death.
Gu Yuna was furious.
She did not hold back. How can you turn this into a happy ending? Moon In-seop had made the protagonist continue the experiment. He made the endless experiment go on forever, ending the story with a half-hearted compromise. No one could guess what they were thinking, as the two continued their eternal experiment in the peaceful, warm hospital room. Whenever Han Yiwan acted similarly to how she did in the past, the protagonist would simply smile quietly. In their world, forever, Gu Yuna could not accept this. Living happily ever after, seriously? Are you writing a fairy tale now? Why would you destroy the suspense carefully built from the beginning of the novel with your own hands? Gu Yuna, who initially couldn't understand Moon In-seop, now felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. But then, at a certain moment, she saw Moon In-seop's expression and couldn't continue speaking.
Igrekuna.
Moon In-seop smiled with a sorrow that Gu Yuna could hardly fathom. Death is not an easy way out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gu Yuna had already prepared the ending for the protagonist, who seemed somewhat similar to herself. And Moon In-seop had already prepared the ending for Han Yiwan, who seemed somewhat similar to Gu Yuna. No, from the beginning Han Yiwan was exactly Gu Yuna. Going backwards through time, the existence of Gu Yuna, who had changed so much, was the isomer that Moon Inseop was looking at. This brings up a question. Are the past or future Gu Yuna and the present Gu Yuna the same being? Moon Inseop already knew the answer.
Y.
Moon Inseop stopped the playful fight and smiled gently. Gu Yuna couldn't rebel against that smile. It was like seeing an adult who was gently admonishing her. Health teacher Han Yi-won and the incompetent Han Yi-won are the same being. Why? The protagonist can't give up on Han Yi-won. That's what love is. No matter how the other person changes, you can't help but cling to the hope until the very end. So, no matter what standards the world applies, Han Yi-won will always be the same to the protagonist. Gu Yuna looked at Moon Inseop, who was waiting for her answer. Fortunately, she had many words ready to pour out at any moment. But with that expression, with Moon Inseop's sorrowful eyes, she couldn't say anything. Why? Something indescribable seemed to grip Gu Yuna. Whether the emotion Gu Yuna felt at that moment was a miraculous inspiration flowing through the cracks of time or just her own delusion, she would never know. But what was clear was that Gu Yuna managed to understand Moon Inseop's feelings to some extent. Having read Moon Inseop's earnestness, Gu Yuna gave up on changing the ending he proposed. How could she be stubborn when her friend pleaded so desperately? Gu Yuna unclasped her arms and let out a deep sigh. Then she plopped down on the bed. Seeing this, Moon Inseop smiled. "Thank you." "Whatever." Moon Inseop shrugged his shoulders with a blooming smile. "And well, not all psychopaths I know were villains." Moon Inseop, who had achieved the ending he wanted, looked genuinely happy. Gu Yuna gnashed her teeth as she watched him. "The ending, it's the worst." As always, Moon Inseop read her mind like a ghost. "Which means you liked everything else?" And then Gu Yuna had no choice but to answer. "Yes." Chapter 113. In the dimly lit room, the desk lamp was the only source of light. The atmosphere was like a thatched house in the dead of night, with just one oil lamp lit. Lim Yong-wook enjoyed reading in this kind of atmosphere, like putting blinders on racehorses to keep them from looking to the side. He could erase the world with darkness and focus solely on his book. This was a tip given to him by his old college friend, now deceased. That friend had taught him nothing but bad habits like drinking and smoking. However, recently his vision had gotten worse and he couldn't do this often, to the point where he had to wear low prescription glasses just to read. But since reading was more important than his eyesight, Lim Yong-wook would turn off all the lights when reading truly important books. And of course, that included Moon In's books. "It's bittersweet." Lim Yong-wook put down isomer. The aftertaste of the writing was not pleasant. Is it right to eternally cling to fragments of a loved one in someone who is not the person you love anymore? Of course, society praises those who care for long-term patience, erecting memorial arches for their moral virtues. But that can't be considered a happy life. Could be a path more difficult and painful than death. Maybe it would have been cleaner to just kill the protagonist. Lim Yong-wook couldn't see Moon In's happy ending as a compromise. Someone who fears backlash about their novel's ending wouldn't live like that. Moon In was strangely unafraid of society's waves, pressures, or reputation. It wasn't that he was ignorant of these things because he was immature. He just had the guts. So even the popular happy endings that went against pure literary grammar were his intentions. Strange. Sometimes Moon In would be stubborn like this. It felt as if there was a literary answer in Moon In's mind. Something more important than the completeness of the story. If at that moment a status window had appeared in front of Lim Yong-wook showing Moon In's stats, with the word regressor written on it, Lim Yong-wook might have grasped the clue to the mystery. But such a miracle was not allowed. It would be too much for an editor who was exiled, came back with a cheat novelist, and is enjoying his second life at Baikak Publishing, to also gain a status window. It would make PD Park Young-tae, who cries out for a status window every day, shed tears of blood. Thus, Lim Yong-wook gave up on understanding Moon In's literary world in detail and simply passed it off as him being a genius. He didn't pay much attention to Gu Yuna, who was listed as a co-author of Isomer. It's common sense in the literary world for a master to help build a student's career. Anyone who denies this is a heretic. In any case, Moon In was already a genius to the extent of nurturing a disciple. It had become common sense beyond needing proof. This was evident in Isomer. Considering he produced such high-quality writing stably every few months, Moon In had already reached a certain level. However, literary achievement and book sales do not correlate. If they did, literature would have already dominated the global cultural industry. The sales of Isomer did not meet the expected level of success expected by the publishing management department. Moon In's popularity was gradually waning. Side EP Party. If popularity were to be expressed in temperature, 9 times out of 10 people would say hot. There's no saying like cold enthusiasm. Therefore, popularity was like temperature, and naturally it gradually cooled over time. It was not strange that Moon In's popularity was cooling. It was rather surprising that his popularity had only risen in the years since his debut. After all, who wouldn't be excited about a genius novelist boy who came out of an orphanage? But even Moon In's popularity couldn't avoid a decline. Not because there was a controversy that he was speaking without any manners. People actually kind of liked that about him. The public was simply tired of the character of Moon In. They had seen him often in variety shows, and the setting of the unfortunate genius novelist boy was becoming too familiar to feel fresh. It just happened that way. There was no real reason for it. It was the natural course of things. Kim Bile had a hard time accepting this fact and suffered for 10 years. But Moon In actually felt more comfortable as the annoying things decreased. However, Lim Yong-wook felt a greater sense of crisis about this phenomenon than anyone else, because it was actually the time when Moon In's popularity was most needed. The reason flashed through Lim Yong-wook's mind. It was the voice of Baek Do-hyun, the uncle of Baek Seol, and the CEO. Make my niece the CEO. Currently, the publishing management department was moving solely to achieve this goal. And to do that, they needed a very large performance, which in a company translates to money. That's right. What could make Baek Seol the president of Baikak Publishing was not Moon In's literary achievements. It was money. Lim Yong-wook needed to make a lot of money. In the midst of this, as Moon In's popularity was starting to decline, Lim Yong-wook felt like his blood was drying up. Of course, there were still many ways to make money from Moon In. Moon In was more than just a walking golden piggy bank. Initially, the group of the public who were enthusiastic about Moon In but now were a bit lukewarm had almost never bought Moon In's books. It's just that there were so many of these almost non-book buyers that their absence was painful, but Moon In still had countless fandoms. They were people who had been reading books from the beginning, were very interested in the future of Korean literature, and were ready to open their wallets just at the mention of Moon from Moon In. Baikak Publishing was drooling over such people. Moon In's commercial value was not limited to the publishing industry. Usually, after selling books, novelists make money through lectures, but Moon In had never gone around giving lectures due to his young age. So if Moon In were to be released into the lecture market, he would quickly rake in money, even if he faced some criticism for a young person teaching others. Is that all? No, Moon In had dozens of CF offers, numerous variety show appearances requests, and even if they held a signing event or sold Moon In figures, it would work. In fact, there had been numerous money-making plans proposed within the company, including the idea of selling books with Moon In's autograph and photo cards at premium prices. But would Moon In agree to that? No sane person would suggest such things to Moon In. Therefore, Lim Yong-wook took on the role of the brake to stop the ideas of some of Baikak Publishing's crazy folks, rather than pushing for such insane ideas. It wasn't because he was the living conscience of Baikak Publishing, but because he knew they wouldn't work. Thus, Lim Yong-wook was left with only one choice, to venture into a place where they could rake in money with books. That day, Lim Yong-wook quietly lowered the taegukgi fluttering in his heart. TL. The South Korean flag is called taegukgi or taegukgi, and he raised the Star-Spangled Banner. It was towards the end of autumn. While Baek Seol, the ultra-genius Booker International nominated department head of Baikak Publishing Management Department, was screaming, Kayawak in agony over the sudden avalanche of English translation work thrown at her. Moon-in was enjoying nature despite being caught off guard by the suddenly cold weather. Who? He cooled the mixed coffee in his hands with his breath. The coffee, now at a suitable temperature, slid down his throat, providing a pleasant warmth. The weather had suddenly become one that required such warmth. There is a joke that global warming has changed Korea's seasons from spring, summer, fall, winter to summer, winter, summer, winter. This year it didn't feel like a mere joke. Autumn had truly passed in a flash. By the time Isomer was polished and ready for publication, winter was already at the doorstep. Naturally, the autumn leaves had fallen as soon as they had turned colors. This year it really felt like he hadn't seen the autumn leaves at all. Suddenly, he thought that the autumn leaves were like springtime of youth. Not the springtime of the seasons, but the springtime of human life. Now, the sight of fresh-faced teenagers in school uniforms experiencing emotions and creating sparkling memories was exceedingly rare. Because the winter of college entrance exams had come too early. The values recommended to students were no longer growth and love, but competition and victory. As a world where it's difficult to live ordinarily even if you work hard enough to die has arrived, the wise and wealthy began educating their children from as early as possible. It's not something that weak individuals can judge as right or wrong, it's just the way the world has become. Just like how winter has come early. Most people who lacked the power to change the world had no choice but to adapt to such changes. But wouldn't it be okay to miss the old things that disappeared as the world changed? A song came to mind, so he tried humming it. I hope that, to you, I will become a perfect piece of memory like a sunset. TL. This song, /watch. V equals IH9 underscore RCVK va list equals Ardo IH9 underscore RCVK va start radio equals 1 va RV equals the CKKZLSCV 44. Oh, this bastard is singing. Ah. In the New Light Spring Orphanage, singing was on par with going to the bathroom to take a dump in elementary school. It wasn't particularly bad, but it was a subject of teasing. And since these customs took precedence over the actual laws, the ruthless orphanage kids quickly swarmed around me like piranhas, biting and mocking. Hey, Moon-in Seop is singing. Bring the microphone. What? The genius who defies even the gods of literature is singing. Teacher Bang Jong-a. Moon-in Seop is singing. What's with the voice? It's like in a zombie movie where you walk through sleeping zombies and your phone suddenly rings, turning it into a hellish game of tag. It was the same when caught humming a song in New Light Spring Orphanage. I threw the blanket I was wrapped in over my head and fled swiftly like a flying squirrel. The protectors of faith in New Light Spring Orphanage, who didn't permit any heretical songs other than hymns, chased after me. Of course, it wasn't because they were genuinely devout. There were just a lot of brainless people in the orphanage who would run whenever someone started a game of tag, regardless of who was chasing or being chased. Thus, I inadvertently started being chased. Maybe because I hadn't been back to the orphanage in a while, I made a mistake and headed towards the new building's study room. As I turned the corner, a disaster struck. Oh shit! The new building study room was naturally the best study room in New Light Spring Orphanage. Therefore, it was assigned to the high school seniors. And now it was 1 month before the college entrance exams. Which bastard is running in the hallway? Delinquents with the faces of demons and evil spirits burst out of the study room. While the kids caught running in the hallway froze in fear, I, unlike the naive minors, handled the situation maturely. I ran away faster than the kids next to me. Calmly apologizing is something only childish kids do. Only the strong survive in New Light Spring Orphanage. Speed is power. Even a liberal arts student knows that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fish-shaped buns don't contain fish. Melon bread doesn't contain melon. Similarly, you wouldn't expect delinquents to emerge from a study room. But why did the delinquents come out of the study room? One might wonder about this, but anyone familiar with the dynamics of New Light Spring Orphanage knows the answer. When orphanage kids graduate from high school, they are thrown into society. For children who know nothing of the world beyond the orphanage and school, this is almost like exile. And throughout human history, exile has been a historic method of execution, and it's not much different in modern times. Therefore, up until high school senior year is the last period when orphanage kids can receive protection from both the orphanage and the school. Luckily, those who can get into a good college receive a 4-year reprieve. Although they are not as protected in college as they were before, they still get some time to adapt to society. They might even achieve the miracle of adapting to society by building networks at university, making friends or finding partners, and securing jobs. But if they can't do that, they immediately face the threat of survival. So they go to places where high school graduates with no qualifications can find immediate employment. And in a society where educational background and wealth somewhat replace social class, such places are dark, tough, and lowly. Of course, there are industries where one can make a lot of money without any qualifications. Instead, they need to sell a bit of their morality, status, body, or soul. Violent organizations and the entertainment industry always welcome orphans. Orphanage kids realize these realities to some extent as they come of age. They evade reality with a mindset similar to "the country will be unified by the time I go to the army." But as high school senior year approaches, their hearts tighten more and more. Finally, as the college entrance exams approach, even delinquents voluntarily enter the study room. This was what happened every winter at New Light Spring Orphanage. Many orphanages classify seniors as the graduating class and separate them from the other kids for a reason. I know the pain because I've been through that process. During that time, Professor Gu Hakjun's goodwill, extending a helping hand to me, filled the emptiness in my heart so much. Of course, the end wasn't good, but still, I shook my head to shake off the bitter past. Even though I couldn't really shake it off, I forced myself to ignore it and continued my original thoughts. In any case, this year's situation at New Light Spring Orphanage was relatively better. In fact, it was significantly better. Although the kids didn't know the details yet, it had improved enough that children were no longer exiled from the orphanage but graduated. This was because I had poured so many donations into Director Moon Chung-jae's lap that honey practically dripped from his eyes all year. In Siop, just before bed after dinner at the orphanage where I had returned after a long time, Director Moon Chung-jae called me to his office and sat me down. Since I had never been particularly close to him, I sat awkwardly on the sofa, fidgeting. Director Moon Chung-jae spoke to me. "Thank you. I am more grateful to the Lord for giving you a blessed talent, and for giving you a heart to use it for others. To the Lord and to you." Well, I had never felt gratitude to God, because I had endured so much pain simply for being born. But I couldn't say something blasphemous in front of a devout believer who had spent decades begging between Catholicism and Protestantism to feed orphanage kids. It's nothing. It's nothing. Don't mention it. It's all right." These were the habitual words I would say whenever Director Moon Chung-jae expressed his gratitude to me. And it was the truth. The wealth and fame I possess are fundamentally no different from a lottery ticket that fell into my lap one day. If I hadn't traveled back in time, could I be enjoying this level of wealth and glory? Now that I understand the workings of the entertainment and publishing industries, I can say with certainty, the answer is no. Talent is not the most important thing. Had I not been young, I wouldn't have succeeded in the entertainment industry. Had I not been famous, I wouldn't have succeeded in the publishing industry. Regrettably, just as a failed life seemed reserved for me from the moment I was born, so too is success often determined at birth. So many things are decided the moment you are born. That line is from my novel Cause of Death, and it is also my own cause of death. Life is as light as a feather. Moreover, having realized that everything could vanish the moment God snaps his fingers, that is, from the moment God snapped his fingers and I traveled back in time, wealth and fame no longer held great meaning for me. The only thing I perceive as real is literature. Wealth exists as material, fame as reputation, but literature exists within my heart. Therefore, only literature is my life. I stake my life on writing. I always have and I always will. Thus, my donations to New Light Spring Orphanage are simply a kind of relocation. As long as I have enough to maintain my studio, buy writing supplies, and live on, I give the money to those who can use it immediately. Moving something meaningless to a meaningful place. This is a rational choice. That's all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The path from the director's office to the bedroom was already darkening. As winter approached, the days grew shorter. But it wasn't fully dark yet. A soft glow shimmered on the horizon, tinting the night sky. This is commonly called twilight. The Chinese character huang, in twilight means yellow, and the character huan means dark, but huan also has connotations of confusion and fascination. Now I understand why. Just like the point where river water and sea water mix, at the celestial boundary where darkness and light mix, the yellow color spread out in thousands of strands and fluctuates in 1,000 directions. It was as if the entire sky was mesmerizing me. I willingly allowed myself to be captivated by the twilight. Nature has always been a companion to literature. It is also the most beautiful art. It blends into daily life so deeply that it's hard to focus on it. But as I stood there appreciating the colors of the sky, it felt like some poetic inspiration was coming to me. It was like the feeling of a sound lingering in my ears. But something felt off. I could actually hear a sound. I looked around and saw Teacher Bang Zhong peeking out from around the corner of the hallway. In the dim hallway, her face with long hair emerging from the corner. It could have been startling, but Teacher Bang's face was so gentle that it wasn't scary at all. Teacher Bang Zhong quietly motioned for me to come over. Come here. Quickly. Hearing her whispering, I went to Teacher Bang Zhong and she immediately stroked my head. In my life, I have been patted on the head fewer than 10 times. I was so surprised I tried to pull away, but Teacher Bang mischievously continued to stroke my head. Arg! You little rascal! You brat! Eventually, I gave up my bodily freedom and let Teacher Bang Zhong stroke my head to her heart's content. Soon, she knelt down on one knee to make eye contact with me. Yes. Haven't you donated too much?
No.
That much will come in next month. I have a lot of money saved up too. Wow, really? How many of me would it take to save up your monthly salary? It's not just a few people. Several dozen. Depending on the timing and calculations, it could be 100 Bang Zhong AHS. There was already that much of an economic gap between a late 20s low-educated childcare teacher and me. If human worth is determined by productivity, she would be a trivial existence I need not concern myself with. But why do I hold her in such high regard? Perhaps it's because the sight of her secretly buying me manuscript paper was one of the few lights and warmth in my childhood. As long as I carry those memories, I am forever indebted to Bang Zhong. And the weight of that debt is like an anchor that ties a person not to the escape of death, but to the suffering of life. Carrying that pleasant weight in my heart, I responded to Teacher Bang Zhong. It's really okay. Even so, you've worked your fingers to the bone. Well, it's not physical labor, so maybe not your bones. Anyway, you've squeezed your brain to earn this money, and if you just give it away like this, I feel bad. Why do you feel bad? It's not like I gave the money to you, Teacher Bang. You cheeky rascal. Still making jokes in this situation? We had such predictable conversations, but they weren't meaningless. There's a reason why people have predictable conversations in predictable situations. After listening to Teacher Bang Zhong's thanks and giving the appropriate humble responses, I headed back to my dormitory. But Teacher Bang was following me to the dorm. Aren't you going back? Teacher Bang Zhong startled and hesitated. Oh no. I'll just see you go in, that's all. Oh, okay. The survival instinct and sharp intuition honed through high school sent out warning signals. Something was up. But before I could ponder it, I found out what it was. As soon as I entered the darkened dorm late at night, the lights turned on. And the sound of fireworks popping filled in the rest. The dormitory was bustling with people. Orphanage residents, classmates from Baikak Arts Middle School, Park Chong-woon, Min Hyo-chan, Kim Bile, Lim Young-wook, Gu Hakjun, Gu Yuna, Baek Sungwon. Familiar faces came into view one after another. There were so many that it was impossible to count them all. They surrounded me. Everyone was smiling, and as the fireworks confetti settled, they sang in unison. Happy birthday to you dash. It's not my birthday. Even though it's called a birthday, it's just an arbitrary date made up by the orphanage because it felt wrong for someone to have no birthday. Naturally, I never celebrated it specially, so I didn't know. Why would I care about that meaningless date? Even though I met my parents while living and found out my real birthday, I still didn't celebrate it. Why celebrate the day I was abandoned rather than a day of joy? It all seemed meaningless. But for such reasons, I couldn't stop the tears streaming from my eyes. I cried miserably, sobbing. Losing the strength to stand, I collapsed to my knees. As I crumpled to the ground, people stopped singing and rushed towards me. Even though it felt like something had gone terribly wrong, I tried to compose myself and, with a voice as steady as possible, said, "Keep singing." "What did you say, Inseop? Keep singing, please." Then, Park Chong-woon burst into laughter and clapped his hands rhythmically like a seal, prompting people to awkwardly resume the song. Gu Yuna, having continued singing from the moment I asked, was slightly offbeat, but she didn't bother to correct herself and just kept singing at her own pace. Kim Bile ran to me, asking if I was all right, tears in her eyes. People with tender hearts like Gu Hakjun were already sobbing at the sight of me. Gu Yubin crying was a bit surprising. Lim Yongwook, however, wore an expression of resolute understanding as if he understood my feelings. Though he didn't look particularly cool with Baek Seol beside him, tears and snot streaming down her face. I continued to observe the reactions of the people surrounding me, crying until I finally laughed. And as I tried to savor the warmth enveloping me, a sudden chill struck me. I had staked my life on writing. But is even this ultimately meaningless? Chapter 114. At some point, feels like life has picked up speed. It's not speeding up in a good way, but more like time seems to fly by faster than it did when I was younger. This unsettling sense of speed makes the steering wheel of life feel stiff. Just as it's hard to change the direction of a fast-moving car, it's difficult to change the direction of a fast-moving life. So, inevitably, you end up living the way you always have. You lose your curiosity, lack the energy to learn new things, and when you realize you're wrong about something, you just deny it and live quietly day by day. I don't know if this kind of habitual life is good or bad, but one thing is certain. Turning a stiff steering wheel is hard work. But sometimes, a big shock suddenly comes and changes your life, and for me, that was a birthday party on a non-birthday. Since that day, I occasionally have this thought. Is it okay to live like this? Of course, as is always the case with a realization that comes out of the blue one day, it will fade after a few days. Haven't I said it repeatedly? Turning the wheel of a hardened life is very difficult. But there was a small change in my life from the recent experience, which was that I started to look around me a little more. I reduced the number of days I skipped school while claiming to be writing. I at least sent texts to people around me during the holidays. I didn't just gloss over how people close to me were doing, but asked them how they were doing these days. I tried to change my attitude towards life a bit. It was through these circumstances that I learned that Ma Ki-hoon's girlfriend, Moon Hae-jin, was having a tough time preparing for the college entrance exam. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Autumn passed really quickly. It wasn't because of the subtle speed of life I mentioned earlier, but simply because of global warming. In the blink of an eye, it became cold enough to catch a cold if you went out without a coat, and my blanket, which I always carried around, started to come in handy. Winter approached swiftly. The newscasters on TV had already started warning us. Due to the influence of the Siberian high-pressure system, this winter is expected to have the coldest temperatures in the recent decades. As someone who knew that these words would be repeated every winter for the next 10 years or so, I felt a bit strange. But if God wanted to solve the abnormal weather, it would have been better to throw someone else into the gap of time rather than a literature idiot like me. How could a novelist who can't even take care of himself change the world? Besides, around this time in Korea, there was an issue considered slightly more important than the global climate crisis. And that was the college entrance exam, CSAT. Don't go to the 4th floor because seniors need to study. Anyone caught chatting in the hallway will get penalty points. Guys, we need to pick people to cheer for the seniors taking the exam. Who wants to go? Even for the creative writing department at our arts middle school, the end of the year was important. There were final exams, practicals, and various competitions lined up. Most importantly, wasn't the annual spring literary contest the biggest festival in the literary world? Naturally, you had to submit your manuscript by winter. It's a grueling schedule. Of course, I was an exception. I felt sorry for the second-year students at Bikehack Arts Middle School who had to share the same class with someone who had already made his professional debut. But no matter how focused on arts Bikehack Arts Middle School was, it couldn't completely avoid the college entrance exam atmosphere, because even in arts, many admissions required meeting the exam's cutoff score. The entrance exam was that important. In a society where status is somewhat replaced by academic background, it's hard to overstate the importance of the test that determines that background. The entrance exam isn't everything in life, but academic background determines a significant part of life, especially for people like us from the orphanage, who have nothing to receive from the world. It's even more crucial. Will you be thrown into society with nothing? Or will you attend university on a scholarship? The entrance exam was a matter of this. Anyway, while my classmates were suffering from the college entrance exam and finals, I was living a lazy, trashy life, wasting time. But come to think of it, there was one person around me preparing for the college entrance exam. That person was Ma Ki-hoon's girlfriend, Moon Hae-jin. It had been less than a month since I decided to abandon my lone wolf life and become a slightly warmer person. So I remembered to check in on her. Sounds grand, but it was just a simple greeting.
Oh, Ki-hoon.
By the way, how is Moon Hae-jin Nuna's exam preparation going? However, Ma Ki-hoon's expression wasn't good at all. Not at all. It was really bad. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. If I were to describe the political system of New Light Spring Orphanage, it would be close to a kind of imperial presidency. There are ways to keep the leader in check, but basically all power is concentrated in the leader. This glorious leader is usually called disciplinary captain, leader, hyung, or hey, do you know who our guy is? Naturally, this generation's leader was Ma Ki-hoon. His long history has been passed down as an oral myth. It was a time of chaos, when the order of the world was shaken. There was a time when the golden generation, who continued the glory of New Light Spring Orphanage, graduated all at once, leaving the orphanage's leadership in a vacuum. The ruling party, then and now, was the delinquent gang. So as soon as the consensus collapsed, a fierce civil war began within the high school division to determine the leader. Thus, the strict discipline of the orphanage collapsed, and harsh tyranny continued in places the teachers couldn't see. External forces took advantage of this power vacuum, and the orphanage kids had to give all their pocket money to the nearby high school delinquents. It was truly the dark ages. At that time, a hero arose, none other than Ma Ki-hoon, who was only a second-year middle school student. As Laozi in Tao Te Ching says, benevolence and righteousness come forth when the great way is abandoned, filial piety when families fall apart, and loyal ministers emerge when the country is in chaos. TL. From book Tao Te Ching by Laozi. Actual quote and its English translation https://ctext.org/dao-de-jing/ends ?search u $sign %sign E5% sign A4% sign A7% sign E9% sign 8 1% sign 9 3% sign E5% sign BB% sign A2% sign EF% sign BC% sign 8C% sign E6% sign 9C% sign 8 9% sign E4% sign BB% sign 8 1% sign E7% sign B% sign A9% sign EF% sign BC% sign 9B. Just as heroes emerge in turbulent times, the strongest second-year middle school student Ma Ki-hoon fought against the high school students with his fists and chivalry. overcoming internal and external troubles and bringing an era of peace and stability to the orphanage. And so, the world under heaven became one again. At that time, I was just a kid sucking on candy, so I didn't witness these historical moments, but the legendary 17-on-1 battle under the bridge on a rainy day is still talked about. While you can conquer the world on horseback, you can't govern it from horseback. Heroes usually don't study, so Ma Ki-hoon had significant difficulties in the early days of his rule. At this time, the person who rose as the key political strategist of the orphanage and designed Ma Ki-hoon's long-term regime was none other than Moon Hye-jin, Ma Ki-hoon's girlfriend. "Hey? What brings you here, Moon In-seop?" "Hello, Moon Sunbae. I told you to call me Nuna, but you never listen, do you?" Moon Hye-jin's appearance was that of a typical delinquent. She looked like someone who'd hang out with the gang leader in the back alleys, wearing heavy makeup and smoking a cigarette. Actually, she really was that kind of person. But she could be found in the study room, and surprisingly, Moon Hye-jin hadn't just started studying hastily in her senior year. She had always been a good student. That's right. Moon Hye-jin was an extremely rare mutant species that could be observed very rarely on Earth. A model delinquent. Not just a delinquent who studies well. There are surprisingly many of those. They often come from rich families. In contrast, Moon Hye-jin was a top-tier rarity who was both a delinquent and a model student. This had to do with the fact that Moon Hye-jin's surname was Moon. Ma Ki-hoon's surname was Ma. It meant he was abandoned at an age when he could remember his parents' surname being Ma. This usually happened when parents left their older children due to debt. On the other hand, Moon Hye-jin's surname was Moon. Like me, she had inherited director Moon Chung-jae's surname. This meant she was abandoned as an infant, too young to know her family's name. If she had been a boy, she would have probably been another Moon Oh-seop. TL. This naming was explained in starting chapters. So, Moon Hye-jin was a true native of New Light Spring Orphanage, having grown up there since she was a child. Unfortunately, and by a twist of fate, she had no same-sex peers but had 7 younger sisters directly under her. And when a person grows up taking care of 7 younger siblings from a young age, they can't help but become somewhat exemplary. Thus, it might have been fate that Moon Hye-jin was the first to take care of Ma Ki-hoon, who was being bullied after entering the orphanage at a very late age, as a lower elementary school student. Anyway, that's how the boy named Ma, who was abandoned by his parents and drifted into the orphanage, and the girl named Moon, who had grown up in the orphanage from a young age, became childhood friends. And they started dating from the time when kids jokingly called each other girlfriend and boyfriend. The union of Ma Ki-hoon and Moon Hye-jin brought an unexpected political boost to New Light Spring Orphanage when the unification of the world was achieved. Right after the reign of the war hero Ma Ki-hoon began, Moon Hye-jin, who had been at the orphanage since infancy, supplemented Ma Ki-hoon's slightly lacking legitimacy, as he entered the orphanage at a relatively late age. Furthermore, by leading her younger sisters, whom she had raised herself, she influenced the opinion in the girls' dormitory to support Ma Ki-hoon, ensuring that the women's community at New Light Spring Orphanage backed him. Even more impressively, by leveraging her unique identity of belonging to both the delinquent gang and the model student group, she facilitated the formation of a grand coalition cabinet between the 2 major forces of the orphanage. Thus, Ma Ki-hoon's long-term rule wasn't achieved by force alone but was supported by the help of Moon Hye-jin as his behind-the-scenes collaborator. Therefore, there's no need to further discuss how outstanding Moon Hye-jin's abilities were. Personally, I evaluate that if she had the minimum physical strength to engage in a fight, she would be someone capable of discussing the fate of the world. Why are you here? In-seop, are you ignoring me right now? Oh no, not at all. If it's uncomfortable to talk here, we can go outside for a bit. ****. Near New Light Spring Orphanage, there is a park. It's a public park with rather poor facilities, and there are many complaints about delinquent gangs using it as their den. And since those delinquent gangs were our orphanage kids, Moon Hye-jin was greeted with respectful bows as soon as she stepped into the park. Oh, hello, Uni. Yeah. As soon as Moon Hygiene sat cross-legged on a bench, the delinquents occupying the park scattered like goldfish from a receding pond. They began to stand watch at the park's entrance, looking menacing, which probably meant another complaint would be filed soon. While the delinquents were on guard, Moon Hygiene casually took out a cigarette from her pocket. Just like her boyfriend Ma Ki-hoon, she didn't even ask if it was okay to smoke. TSK. Sensing my disapproving gaze, Moon Hygiene grinned and offered me an open cigarette pack. Why? You want to smoke too? Sure dash. Yeah right. You crazy bastard. As I quickly tried to grab a cigarette, Moon Hygiene slapped my hand away with a serious look. Then, as if she had lost her appetite, she extinguished her cigarette and put it in a portable ashtray. Why don't you enjoy a good thing together? Nah, I won't smoke. I won't. Okay? At that moment, I noticed an undeniable shadow on Moon Hygiene's face as she raised her hand in a gesture of surrender. Fatigue? No, it was more complicated than that. It was the kind of shadow you could easily see on the faces of people whose lives felt hopeless. Having been someone who had experienced such despair myself, I recognized it well. It seemed that Ma Ki-hoon's words were not wrong. Moon Hygiene's mental state was far from normal. You could tell just by the fact that Moon Hygiene was smoking a cigarette right in front of the orphanage park. She couldn't even grasp the obvious fact that the teachers would definitely hear about it. Anyway, the trouble Moon Hygiene was facing ahead of the college entrance exam was no trivial matter for me. That's because Ma Ki-hoon was working as my manager to save up for Moon Hygiene's tuition. In other words, Ma Ki-hoon's grand plan to propose by handing over the savings account right after the exam could be thwarted by the situation of, I need another year. Consequently, the money in the tuition savings account would flow not to a university but to a cram school for repeat exam takers. The signs had been evident in the orphanage even before I checked. Everyone lived together, so it was impossible not to know. Rumors were rampant about how she messed up her mock exams, wasn't eating properly, and cried alone under her blanket at night. No matter how much Ma Ki-hoon pressed for answers, Moon Hygiene kept her mouth tightly shut and said nothing. So, in the end, I was sent on a mission by Ma Ki-hoon to find out why Moon Hygiene was so distressed. And just as someone burdened with a heavy heart is like a cracked dam, if you poke it just a little, the truth will leak out. I was someone who knew from experience, though I didn't particularly want to know, where to poke, so it didn't take long to extract the truth from Moon Hygiene. I got it. I'll tell you, okay? This time, Moon Hygiene really lit up a cigarette and took a deep drag as if to soothe her dark thoughts. Finally, along with the smoke, the truth came out. That idiot Ma Ki-hoon is saving up for my tuition? It was the burden. *****. I can provide a tutor for Moon Hygiene if she's struggling with her studies. I can even call someone graduated from Oxford's English Literature department a couple of times. I can give money to Moon Hygiene if she's worried about tuition. I can support her even if she says she's going to study abroad. It's such an easy thing to do. But the sense of guilt that comes from realizing your loved one is working hard and sweating hard to earn money for you, making it hard to eat and hold a pen because of the fear of failure, I couldn't relieve that overwhelming burden. There was only one person in the world who could resolve Moon Hygiene's anguish. Hygiene! Ma Ki-hoon burst into New Light Spring Orphanage. He was drenched in sweat on his forehead, probably from running so hastily. The students and teachers, who were returning to their dorms in groups after dinner, saw Ma Ki-hoon burst through the door. But Ma Ki-hoon saw only one person. Hygiene! What, Ma Ki-hoon? Why are you here? There was no ring case in Ma Ki-hoon's hand as he walked toward Moon Hygiene. He didn't have the savings account book he had painstakingly saved for a year. He didn't even have a bouquet of flowers. Because right now, those trivial things weren't necessary. Ma Ki-hoon ran over with empty hands and grabbed Moon Hygiene's hands tightly, startling her. And he started mumbling something, trying to speak. Everyone was confused about what was happening, but since I was the one who had summoned Ma Ki-hoon via text, I had a rough idea of what would happen next. My heart was pounding. What would he say? That the savings account didn't matter? That it was okay to fail the exam? That the important thing was their hearts? That he was sorry for causing her distress? Or perhaps, let's get married.
Mo Ki-hoon.
He finally did it. At that moment, cheers erupted from the orphanage. Kaya dash. Damn it. Ki-hoon Hyung.
Ach, dem, Ki-hon Hubunk.
Kayak. Damn it. I believed in you. You guys, what the hell is this? Oh my god. What do I do? I'm crying. Eek. Dating was forbidden in the orphanage. But if you've been dating for almost 10 years since elementary school, even the teachers just let it slide. But this was only tacit acceptance, not approval. For most of human history, love has been seen as a sin. Even in today's world, where there are so many love songs that people complain, purity is considered good, and passionate love is seen as evil. But is that really true? The two people of unfortunate fate, who spent their childhood at New Light Spring Orphanage, overcame all obstacles and finally found their first partners. In the moment when a promise and fruit of their bond were made, there was undeniably beauty. This beauty was raw and sparkling, more honest and vivid than the tangled web of words in literature. So much so that even those who were not fond of books could clearly see it. Indeed, wasn't romance always a reflection of love? Kaya dash. Stop. What are you all doing? Ugh. MMP. Stay still, Teacher Kim, as I, along with everyone else, watched the two young people kiss, and we laughed, cried, and enjoyed the moment for a long time. Life makes us suffer, but sometimes humans can overcome that suffering and create happiness. Asterisk. In the end, the plan for Ma Ki-hoon to propose to Moon Hye-jin by handing over the savings account, after she did well on the college entrance exam, fell through. Both of them realized that true trust must be unconditional. That was the truth. How much was in Ma Ki-hoon's savings account didn't matter to Moon Hye-jin. How well Moon Hye-jin did on the exam didn't matter to Ma Ki-hoon. Because the most important things are invisible. But that was that, and this is this. A beautiful love is a beautiful love, and the college entrance exam is the college entrance exam. And fortunately, boosted by the power of love, Moon Hye-jin ended up with a perfect happy ending for her college entrance exam. Congratulations, Moon Hye-jin of New Light Spring Orphanage High School. Moon Hye-jin was accepted into a university worthy of having a banner hung at the orphanage entrance. It wasn't the best, but it was a university that was among the top 3. It was a tough university for an orphanage student who hadn't attended a single private academy to get into. The orphanage was ecstatic at Moon Hye-jin's personal victory. However, amid the festive atmosphere, there were two people with somewhat strange expressions. One was Moon Hye-jin, who had secretly been aiming for Seoul National University, and the other was me, having just heard that Gu Yubin had also been accepted into the same university. Chapter 115. I learned about Gu Yubin's acceptance into a prestigious university in the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club room. Anyway, that Popular Something Club has been quite useful. Originally, it was a hastily formed club for bullied Gu Yuna, but now it has become an indispensable space in Bikehack Arts middle school life. Especially in winter, when you lie on the couch with the heater turned up, you naturally fall asleep. I was half awake, using a blanket as a quilt, when Gu Yuna quietly approached me. What are you doing? Just lying down because I'm sleepy. Get up. I'm bored. Oops. If Miss Gu Yuna is bored, I must get up. Rubbing my eyes, I gathered the blanket and sat up. Gu Yuna gently sat in the empty spot on the sofa that was created when I got up. I asked with a puzzled expression, "Weren't you studying with Hyomin? Got tired of it. She wouldn't have let you go." Knowing Min Hyomin's personality, she wouldn't have let her favorite doll escape. When I asked that, Gu Yuna pointed somewhere with her finger. Min Hyomin was lying on the floor, clutching her side and trembling. It seemed she had fallen victim to Gu Yuna's lethal move. While Min Hyomin, foaming at the mouth, was trying to calm her twisted 8 meridians, Min Hyo-chan was comforting her. But seeing how he naturally pickpocketed her wallet in the process, they really are biological siblings. I guess it was about time for her to get hit by Yuna. I lightly caught Gu Yuna's finger, which was coming sharply towards my side. No need to even look. I've already fully understood Gu Yuna's fighting patterns. Using the skill of softness overcomes hardness, I gently twisted Gu Yuna's elbow and then released it. Then, Gu Yuna made a small tsk sound and settled down. See, why does the world call such a gentle child violent? It's really incomprehensible. As I absent-mindedly observed Gu Yuna, her face seemed to fleetingly resemble someone I know. Yes, it was the face of the current Gu Yubin. Although I was accustomed to the mature appearance of Gu Yuna right after returning to the past, now this youthful appearance seemed more familiar. How does this little child grow up like that, really? Thinking that, I suddenly remembered Gu Yubin. Recently, while writing Isomer, I've been visiting Yuna's house often, and every time, she was holed up in her room writing. She had given up on the college entrance exam. Worried that she might not be able to go to a prestigious university like before, I carefully asked Gu Yuna about it, and the answer was quite surprising. Uni? She's not taking the college exam. What? Is she not planning on going to college at all?
No.
She have already been accepted. Oh. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Gu Yubin, who had closed the door to concentrate on writing Walking the Path of the Azura, actually broke that closure quite often. Since she had to go to school every day, she had to come out of her room, come out for dinner, sometimes come out to sneak chocolates from the fridge when she craved sweets, and come out to use Gu Yuna as a cuddle doll when she missed her. She came out of her room. The most important fact here is that Gu Yubin continued to attend school. And she only studied at school. It could be called a fake madness distinguishing her from a certain mentally deranged Moon, who would skip school all the time claiming to be writing. What in the world? Moon-in was furious upon hearing the news. If one has become a writer, one should dedicate one's life to writing honorably. How could one resort to such corrupt sorcery? Diligently and steadily managing school grades without private education, focusing only on textbooks. Just hearing it made him feel disoriented. Does college put food on the table? Do novels put food on the table? Of course, college feeds you better than writing, but still, shouldn't a novelist have a hungry spirit? This is sorcery. Gu Yubin literally resorted for the early admission instead of the regular college entrance exam. It's a type of admission based on school grades rather than the standardized test scores. And if you think about it, Gu Yubin threw away only the third-year high school exams but carried out the rest of the school life diligently. Thus, Gu Yubin easily passed the first round with her school grades, eloquence, appearance, social skills, and award records, and succeeded in having the minimum required score for the college entrance exam, eventually getting into a prestigious university. Oh my gosh! After hearing the whole story from Gu Yuna, Moon-in was now more terrified than angry. A monster! Gu Yubin is not human. A human can't repeat a year-long routine of studying at school, writing at home, going to bed early, and waking up early. That's closer to a monster or a machine mimicking a human. Even in the meantime, Gu Yubin consistently worked out. Moon-in asked in a trembling voice.
Y Yuna.
Could you tell me again? Gu Yuna recited Gu Yubin's daily routine once more. Wake up at 6 a.m. Jog to school at 7. Study at school. Jog back home. Shower and first writing session. Dinner and second writing session. Sleep at midnight. Moon-in couldn't even scream in horror. He lost consciousness because it far exceeded the limit of fear that the human brain could accept. But Moon-in some sense, is also slightly beyond a normal human. If there's a math demon in science, there's a literature demon in humanities. And Moon-in, who likes literature and has experienced death once, was a true literature demon. Unlike fake ones claiming to be demons with a red devil theme, he was genuine. Therefore, Moon-in revived lightly with a single word from Gu Yuna. Oh, Uni has also finished her novel. You should have said that first. *****. What happened in the past or the future timeline, that should be called a previous life, is still confusing. But most things happen again unless prevented. Of course, the flow sometimes changed, like how author Isaku Shidahara failed to win the Booker International Prize, but most events followed the natural order. Therefore, the appearance of a black limousine in front of Gu Hakjun's house around this time was also in the natural order. Min Chai-won's business began to expand in earnest, and money started flowing abundantly. You have a driver now? Yeah, we got a chauffeur. Mom wants me to ride it to school, but it feels too nouveau riche. It means your mother is that excited too. Is that so? Anyway, that wasn't the important thing right now. We had something urgent to check, so we hurried our steps. Min Chai-won greeted us at the entrance, but honestly, I hardly noticed her. Oh my, Insip, you came to visit again? Shall I give you a ride home in the limousine dash? No, it's okay. Hello. Excuse us. Mom, the entrance is narrow, so please step aside a bit. Okay. Leaving behind a slightly sullen-looking Mrs. Min Chai-won, we hurried to Gu Yubin's room. No, to be precise, I hurried to Gu Yubin's room, and Gu Yuna followed me expressionlessly. Since I roughly knew the layout of the house, I quickly reached Gu Yubin's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. Yuna, what brings you to knock, eek? For a moment, it seemed like I saw Gu Yubin in a yellow furry character pajama. But as always, the flow of time is mysterious, and that reality was manipulated under everyone's tacit agreement. The hastily closed door reopened shortly after, as if nothing had happened. Gu Yubin, in a sophisticated casual outfit, calmly greeted us. Oh? Insip, you're here? What's up? I came to congratulate you for finishing your student years safely. Really? Thanks. Come on in, guys. I chose a chair and sat down in Gu Yubin's room, which was larger than the four-person room at the New Light Spring Orphanage. On the opposite side of the room, I saw Gu Yubin holding Gu Yuna's tiny head like a sandwich. Yuna? Why didn't you tell me we had guests coming? Oh, right. Gu Yubin made Gu Yuna stand facing the wall. Since her sister told her to, Gu Yuna just stood there facing the wall. She probably didn't even realize that this was supposed to be a punishment, since she would eventually move around as she pleased once she got bored. As usual, I stopped worrying about Gu Yuna and focused on my conversation with Gu Yubin. Anyway, it's really impressive that you managed to achieve such good exam results despite focusing on writing all year. Haha. Why are you being so flattering? Unlike a biological weapon like Gu Yuna, we were civilized people, so we exchanged friendly pleasantries before getting to the main topic. However, the looks we exchanged were cold, as neither of us had the purpose of socializing. In that subtle chill, we both realized that our greetings were insincere. The important thing to us wasn't the college entrance exam scores. Confirming that common understanding, I brought up the main topic. If possible, could I take a look at your novel? As soon as I spoke, the temperature in the room seemed to drop slightly. It wasn't the chill of a cold mood, but the sharp coolness created by an ice-like tension, just like a college entrance exam room. I was just about to ask you to take a look at my novel, so this is perfect. Gu Yubin did not back down. She handed me the novel she had written over the past year. It wasn't a manuscript she had handwritten. It was a bound book that had clearly gone through a printing press. A manuscript made to show someone. The moment I received the manuscript, I froze for a moment. And then, without realizing it, I smiled faintly. The title was all too familiar. Student Serial Killer. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I read this book around my second year of high school. It was promoted as a controversial new work by the genius novelist Gu Yubin, who was famous both as a writer and a celebrity at the time. It depicted the tense story within the delicate triangular structure of a teacher, who is both a protector and an oppressor, a student, who is both a rebel and a ward, and a parent, who can oppress both. The novel was praised for highlighting the realities of Korean education from a humanistic perspective. But beyond all that, it was just insanely interesting. I remember staying up all night reading it. Gu Yubin interpreted the unique organization of a school with such an excellent writing style, and she vividly depicted the process of all the contradictions and tensions within it giving rise to a serial killer. I won't deny that I, who had had some bitter experiences in school, found vicarious satisfaction in identifying with the protagonist who carried out a series of refreshing murders. But now I could view the novel from a slightly different perspective. Because back then, I read it as an admiring reader of Gu Yubin, but now I was reading it as an equal writer. Reading the text not as a consumer but as a producer, I first thought that Gu Yubin was a very smart writer. This novel represents everyone, which means it doesn't create enemies. Students, teachers, parents, all of them have their own circumstances, their own hardships, and their own mix of good and evil. This resemblance to reality made the main storyline of the protagonist carrying out seemingly comical yet brutal serial murders blend in so well. In other words, it combined realism, entertainment, and social criticism. These three elements were all exceptionally well contained in the novel. This couldn't be a mere coincidence. Everything from the beginning to the end of the novel was within Gu Yubin's calculations. Writing a piece that garners critical acclaim while also not losing the fun. I had to acknowledge that Gu Yubin was a full-fledged professional novelist. However, a question arose. How was Gu Yubin able to write the novel Student Serial Killer in two different timelines? Of course, the novel I read now isn't exactly the same as the one I read back then. There were slight changes, and even the protagonist's gender was different. But the core of the story was the same. From this, I could infer one fact. Gu Yubin had been conceptualizing this story for a very long time. It seems like a novel you've been planning for a very long time. Gu Yubin was astonished. How did you know? I have my ways. As expected. In that case, the success of this novel wouldn't differ much from the past. I smiled contentedly and assured Gu Yubin. This will definitely sell well. Oh, it's that good of a story. I can guarantee it. At that, Gu Yubin then froze. I could imagine the efforts of the past year flashing through her mind. As a novelist myself, I knew how lonely and painful that journey could be. So, I pretended not to notice when she lowered her head and hid her face with her hair. Thank you. You're welcome. I have no interest in watching someone cry. I coolly stood up, taking the clingy Gu Yuna with me as she asked, Is Yuni crying? But, despite my attempt to be cool, my expectations were grandly off the mark. It was because Gu Yubin's novel did far better than I had anticipated. Chapter 116. If we compare the rise and fall of literature to history, now is neither the Dark Ages nor the decline, but the post-apocalypse. The world has already perished due to nuclear war, and the few survivors are barely scraping by amidst the ruins. And, of course, they can't help but fight among themselves, so there was no need to look far for a real-life version of The Walking Dead. Anyway, this is the worst apocalypse ever to hit the literary world. It's called People Not Reading Books. However, surprisingly, you can still find famous novelists in the Korean entertainment industry. But how is that possible? There's a secret hidden here too. Famous novelists are generally not famous for their novels. They are famous for movies based on their novels, or for appearing on variety shows. Moon In is no exception. If you ask who the novelist on the variety show Peaceful Uninhabited Island is, most people will answer Moon In. But if you ask them to name 3 of Moon In's novels, most of them will go, what was it? Therefore, if you were to summarize the public's perception of Moon in one sentence, it would be a poor genius boy who writes novels that bring glory to the nation. But the perception within the literary world was a bit different. Moon In was not just a somewhat famous kid in the literary world. Moon In Seop, he is a god. He was a god. EP8 Dark Adaptation. What is a god? The question has been debated throughout human history, but a definitive conclusion has not yet been reached. However, gods described in folklore generally have superpowers like precognition, necromancy, psychic power, or duplicating fish, and they use these powers to grant people's wishes. So, from the perspective of a being that grants people's wishes with seemingly impossible superpowers, Moon In was indeed a god. Because Moon In revived the already dead publishing industry. Of course, the publishing industry, now as ever, is still teetering. But there's a significant difference between a teetering zombie and a teetering sick person. A teetering zombie is only left to rot away, but a teetering sick person can go to the hospital and recover. Thus, he reversed the publishing industry's plummeting graph, making it rise again, like a descending roller coaster suddenly going back up. That was the miracle Moon In performed. Despite being battered by K-dramas and gnawed away by web novels, the publishing industry's scale slightly increased even amid all these disasters. That was a miracle akin to duplicating money when there was almost nothing. The kids at the New Light Spring Orphanage, who early on referred to Moon In as the one who creates pizza and turns water into cola, continue to be right on the mark today. As expected of kids from a Christian orphanage, they have a religious perspective. Anyway, duplicating fish and duplicating money essentially have the common point of filling people up. Just as the Hebrews decided to follow Jesus after getting fish and bread, the beneficiaries who firmly boarded the publishing boom initiated by Moon In did not hesitate to worship him. Thus, Moon In became the child god of the Korean literary world and the publishing industry. Although he exposed the practice of debut fees by buying 16 literary awards at the time of his debut, that was merely a dispute stirred up by treacherous ministers like Lim Yong-wook who blinded the Holy One's eyes. Naturally, if the rebels are eliminated and the king's work is restored, everything will be fine. Originally, in Asia, this is how things were smoothed over when covering for superiors. Thus, the literary world, being people who make a living by writing neatly revised history books. Some literary renegades dared to rebel, but they were easily crushed by the reputation of Gu Hak-jun. In fact, with the joint guarantee of Gu Hak-jun, Park Chong-woon, and Seo Woon-pil, even a cat with ink-stained paws could now be considered part of the literary family. How much more so for Moon In? Though Moon In was reborn as a member of the Korean literary world, the literary magazine side, who could be said to have been directly slapped by Moon In, had a slightly different thought. And that's where all the butterfly effects began. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ah, damn it. Why the long face so early in the morning? Ah, the situation is just pissing me off. My pride is really hurt. As it's the nature of the world for bad news to spread faster than good news, the authority of the literary magazine plummeted irreversibly after the exposé of the debut fee practice. However, the practice of debut fees, meaning the act of selling literary awards or demanding money from the winners, wasn't something that just started yesterday or the day before. And it wasn't a grand, malevolent act where a sinister and powerful entity within the literary world extended its claws to form a fearsome cartel of vested interests. It was more like civilians raiding a convenience store for food in the face of an apocalypse. In other words, it was a form of corruption born out of necessity. Would they have done this if literary magazines sold well in the first place? Isn't it because people didn't buy literary magazines that they had to resort to desperate measures? So isn't it the world that's at fault? And isn't Moon In, who harassed Porus, also at fault? In the end, it's the light of philosophy and reason that saves the confused human mind. Thus, the people at the literary magazine found peace of mind through philosophical reflection. It was a great triumph of the spirit. But, like all philosophers, they faced an unavoidable philosophical dilemma. The dilemma was whether to give an award to Moon In. What should we do, guys? What does the editor-in-chief say? He's just smoking cigarettes like a chimney. Around spring, similar discussions were happening in most literary magazines. Should we give an award to Moon In, who elevated his own honor by exposing a corruption that everyone knew about but everyone ignored, making us the victims? Of course, the real culprit would be Lim Yong-wook of Bike Hack Publishing. No way an elementary school kid could be the mastermind, right? But Moon In's unintended suffering wasn't the main concern. This was not about Moon In's honor, but the honor of the literary magazine industry. In fact, it wasn't just about honor. Money, subscribers, the credibility of literary awards, the recruitment rate of new writers, connections, loyalty, reputation, profit structure, innovation, internal politics, the gaze of the publishing industry, the stance difference between minor and major literary magazines, and so on. Because so many complicated issues were intertwined, the discussions did not easily reach a conclusion. There was no distinction between major and minor literary magazines. Since everyone knew each other through one or two connections, It was a matter concerning the future of the entire literary magazine industry. We should just apologize cleanly and give Moon in the award. What are we even doing here? Then thousands of small literary magazines across the country will close. Local literary circles will dry up. Do you think the practice of debut fees will disappear in this situation? Everyone will continue to do it to survive. A magazine with no money can easily say whatever they want, but our lives are on the line here. Certification exams also charge money, so why can't the debut fee, which is essentially a writer's certification, charge money?
No.
It's about buying honor with money. Why not? Some shabby countries sell noble titles for money. They even ship them via international delivery. That's why it's not okay. You're making the honor of Korean literature as cheap as those shabby countries selling noble titles. So, in the end, to save face, you want all the small literary magazines to starve to death? Please, seniors, don't fight and let's talk. We are talking, aren't we? The rich and famous literary magazines are basically telling us all to die because they're embarrassed. I shouldn't have joined this newspaper. Hyungpil, that's not what I meant. Enough. I'll just go have a smoke before I go into my coffin. If only I hadn't fallen for your plea about your pregnant wife and moving to the countryside.
Ah, Yoon Payel.
But, well, if you calculate it, it does make sense to just give Moon in the award. Lim Yong-wook has returned to Baikak Publishing now. They say he's just using the department head as a puppet. Damn it, we may have no money, but we still have pride. Good point. Why do people buy and read literary magazines? Frankly, it's because they want to show off to say, I'm an intellectual. But if that pride is shattered, will people still read literary magazines? We don't have enough subscribers to know much about that. Oh, really? Why did Lim Yong-wook have to complicate things so much? This story, which began to circulate around autumn, kept the editors of literary magazines stressed throughout the winter. They had to reach a conclusion by spring somehow, as the annual spring literary contest was approaching. Therefore, a unified response plan had to be established for the literary magazines by the time the contest announcements were made. Individual actions would not be tolerated. If they scattered now, it would truly be the end for everyone. Of course, there was the option for all the literary magazines to band together to destroy Moon In. This would involve bombarding him with ridiculously harsh criticism. However, with Goo Hak-joon saying ahem, Seo Woon-pil saying and Park Chong-woon cursing you bastards, it was clear that a tough stance would be useless. Moreover, the image of the Korean literary magazine critique scene attacking a writer who had even been a Booker International Prize candidate was anything but dignified. Yet, they couldn't just smile and give him the award either. Neither this nor that worked. A machine would display an error code and crash spectacularly in such a situation. But humans can't do that. They have families to feed. Therefore, the editors of literary magazines spent a miserable winter, staring blankly into space in their offices like broken computers. There was no proper solution, but the annual spring literary contest was slowly approaching. Their hearts tightened, and their phones were constantly ringing. Something had to be done. Just as the editors of literary magazines were shivering in anxiety, a lifeline descended upon them. A lifeline called Student Serial Killer. *****. To begin with, it is worth noting that Goo Yubin's The Student Serial Killer was clearly a piece deserving of a literary award. However, coincidentally, there was also a political reason to award this novel. Goo Yubin was the daughter of Goo Hak-joon, affiliated with Baikak Publishing, and already a well-known novelist in the literary circle. This meant that there were no grounds for criticism even if she received the award. Moreover, until the emergence of Moon In, Goo Yubin had been the greatest prospect in Korean literature. She was always referred to as a genius whenever her name came up. However, due to the public's preference for an elementary school student writing novels over a middle school student writing poems, Goo Yubin was temporarily forgotten. In this context, each literary magazine took action. The genius literary girl had returned. Genius girl Goo Yubin returns to the literary world after 2 years. Shocking sensational work. Review: Student Serial Killer, a raw look at school from a student writer. Fortunately, Moon In had not submitted his work to any specific literary magazine. Therefore, there was no need to eliminate his work in any competition's judging process. Thus, the remaining awards were comprehensive categories like Novel of the Year, evaluated by the literary magazines themselves, where Gu Yubin pushed Moon In aside and took the spotlight. Of course, there was significant backlash. Many of Moon In's fans sent protest letters to the literary magazines. Generally, these messages could be summarized as, "You bastards." Moreover, these were originally high-interest individuals with a keen interest in literature, significantly overlapping with the main subscribers of the literary magazines. Thus, the literary magazines found themselves clashing with their biggest customers. But did the literary magazines fail to anticipate this outcome? No, they did not. People tend to focus on the immediate crisis when it strikes. Humans are not particularly intelligent creatures. Of course, occasionally, there are mutants who can see further, but these smart individuals generally act alone and cannot influence mainstream opinion. This was why Seo Woon-pil, the representative of Korea's largest literary magazine, had kept his mouth shut all winter. Seo Woon-pil had already cleverly maneuvered his way out. So, as the literary magazines, focusing only on the immediate crisis, faced a deluge of protest letters from readers, they were stunned. Oh, right. His fans and our subscribers are the same people. What should we do, senior? We're screwed, that's it. Fortunately, the literary magazines, being more inclined toward the scholar's way of the brush rather than the sword, did not adopt the samurai spirit of committing seppuku instead of apologizing when fighting with their customers. The literary magazines quietly prepared an apology. However, that apology was never formally published because a wave from the outside world, incomparable to the affairs within the literary circle, struck. Indeed, the mainstream public took notice of Gu Yubin. The reason was simple. She was beautiful. Student Serial Killer. #1 bestseller in 1 week of release. Exclusive interview with the star of the Gu Yubin syndrome. The emergence of the genius literary girl. Is spring coming to Korean literature? Thus, the unexpected queen of spring was born. It was the beginning of the Gu Yubin syndrome. Chapter 117. Many industries block new entrants. The fewer the competitors, the better, and monopolies are profitable. But the literary world is the opposite. You can see this just by looking at how the annual spring literary contest revolves around new writers. The established elites in the literary industry put their own interests aside to shine the spotlight on newcomers. At least in this aspect, the opinions of the publishing industry, literary magazines, critics, and writers all align. But why is this? Is it because of the ancient Eastern traditions of rites and music, showing the virtuous conduct of ancient sages who are cautious and careful first? Or it to uphold the nearly century-old tradition of annual spring literary contest without being swayed by capital? The answer is, if we don't do this, we'll all starve to death. EP8 Dark Adaptation. When aliens invade, the world usually unites. A terrifying crisis even brings a dysfunctional family together. The literary world faced with an apocalypse was no exception. Thus, the main spotlight of the annual spring literary contest is focused on new writers, while literary awards for established writers are moved slightly to the periphery of the festivities. The important point here is that the reason is not favoring newcomers, but survival. The literary world has always been a historically organized entity that fights for survival. There's a reason it's called the literary world and not the literary industry. It's about organizational strength. Therefore, when signs of the Gu Yubin syndrome were detected, the literary world reacted more swiftly than any political party or large corporation in Korea. After all, inferior organisms are usually unable to keep up with the collective consciousness. Student Serial Killer wins 3 awards. Reviews compilation. Exclusive Gu Yubin. Thought to be a Gu Hak-jun's kid. Really his biological daughter? Unprecedented novelist father-daughter interview. Bike Hack Publishing posts spring season Gu Yubin special exhibition. Let's look into the path of the genius female novelist. The literary world collectively switched gears to promote Gu Yubin as if they were connected by some mental network. This was partly because the literary world's characteristic sticky connections functioned like a mental network, but also because everyone had learned from the case of Writer Moon how much a star player could sweeten the industry. And Bikac Publishing was no different. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bikac Publishing doesn't feel as endearing as I thought it would. Was Bikac Entertainment that good? I'm talking about the building, not the corporation. I used to visit Bikac Entertainment often for no particular reason. Baek Sungwon, the CEO, had decorated the building like a hotel, and Kim Bile introduced the facilities to me for weeks, showing the variety of amenities available. However, Bikac Publishing had no aromatherapy facilities, massage chairs, or flashy in-house cafes. Shouldn't a company at least have a game zone and a library? I wouldn't know since I've never had a job. Anyway, despite being a publishing company, Bikac Publishing didn't have an in-house library. Considering Bikac Entertainment had a library, it felt somewhat dissatisfying. Moreover, unlike Bikac Entertainment, the atmosphere was so businesslike that it was hard to casually look around. Everyone recognized my face and name, so if I walked even a little, someone would run up to me saying, "Writer Moon, are you looking for something?" It felt like a convenience store clerk recognizing me and greeting me warmly. It's not unpleasant, but it makes you want to avoid it in the future. It's a subtle feeling like that. So, like a convenience store where the clerk greets you warmly, I only went to Bikac Publishing when absolutely necessary, and today was one of those days. It was a call from Lim Yongwook, who I hadn't heard from in a while. "Hello. Oh, you're here." As soon as I opened the office door and entered, Lim Yongwook hurriedly hid his phone in surprise. I lightly exhaled and pointed out Lim Yongwook's poor work attitude. "I told you not to play Uma Museum at work." "I wasn't." "Then Blue Archive?" "Busted." Something feels off. Lim Yongwook is indeed a rotten office worker who openly enjoys weeb otaku games at work, but he's not brazen enough to admit it so easily. This means that just now, Lim Yongwook was doing something other than playing weeb otaku games that he didn't want me to catch him doing. What could Lim Yongwook be hiding from me? Pushing that small doubt aside, I got to the point. "By the way, why did you call me to the office?" There are a few things to tell you, and there's a scheduled event to discuss." Lim Yongwook stood up from his seat, making a drum roll sound with his mouth. Then he took something out from the bookshelf. It was a poster.
Tajda.
It was a poster for the drama Guitar. The actors, who were handsome and beautiful, were gathered in a way that seemed both sophisticated and slightly chaotic. It was a somewhat cliché composition but felt stable. The female lead was someone I'd seen in commercials a few times, holding a guitar with a slightly chic expression. Next to her was a suspiciously handsome guy in a tracksuit who seemed to be studying for a civil service exam. Wait, a civil service exam student? Why is there a civil service exam student? Well, and why are all the main characters adults? The content has been slightly changed. The drama Guitar had somehow turned into a healing music romantic comedy about a civil service exam student and a guitarist in a neighborhood. The female lead, who harbors a secret, heals the shadows of society with music. Somewhat different from the original work. But my writing is mine, and other people's work is theirs. The world of drama writer Lim Song-ai is embedded in it, so I didn't add any more comments. I didn't really have the expertise for that anyway. "I see," Lim Yongwook asked with a slightly awkward expression. "Are you okay with this?" "With what?" "The adaptation from the original is quite a lot." "That happens. Strictly speaking, the drama isn't even my work." "Really?" Lim Yongwook seemed relieved that I wasn't reacting like a Confucian fundamentalist ready to execute him for heresy. I don't know why he misunderstands me, a good citizen, as such a violent person. What did I ever do? However, when Lim Yongwook tried to slip to the next topic like a slick eel, my reaction slightly changed. "Good. I'm glad you think so. So, can you go out and say a few words at the drama premiere? Let's leave it at that dash." "Me? Damn it. Lim Yong-wook sighed with a look of inevitability. Then he called my name in a desperate voice. Moon In-seop. Yes. Can't you just come out to the drama premiere once? Why me?
Lim Yong-wook smiled kindly.
As always, when a bald person smiles kindly, it looks slightly religious. If the original author doesn't appear at the drama premiere, wouldn't people think the relationship between the original author and the drama production team is really bad? But standing in front of people is a bit. I'm not good at speaking. We silently stared at each other. It felt as if an invisible force was clashing fiercely. Is it true that experts recognize each other? We both realized that neither of us had any intention of backing down. Eventually, like gunslingers in the wilderness sensing the timing of a duel, the fierce battle began. You bastard! How can someone who says they're not good at talking go on TV and say that stupid shit about prostitute? That was because you made me say it. About being cool and chic. When did I ever say cool and chic? I said cool, chic, and cutely cute. TSK. I still don't know what cutely cute means. Yeah, I figured. I don't expect you to be cutely cute. But can't you just attend the drama premiere once? I'm begging you here. Please. You always say you're begging on your knees but never actually do it. You're a scary bastard. Do you really want to see a man in his late 30s on his knees? No. I'm just saying it doesn't feel sincere. Please just attend the premiere for the drama based on your novel. Please? It's my lifelong wish. Okay. If it's your lifelong wish, I guess I have no choice. Lim Yong-wook, who finally got my agreement, slumped into his chair as if he was exhausted. He mumbled weakly, as if his soul had left his body. Why is it so hard to fix one's schedule? It's like giving a cat a bath. Every day is a war. Well, you could just not schedule it in the first place? Oh, that's an option? Here, Lim Yong-wook's, oh, that's an option means are you kidding me? Anyway, after handling the most important task, Lim Yong-wook seemed more relaxed and started some small talk. By the way, writer Gu Yubin is doing really well these days. Because she writes well, I replied while munching on a Cucuda's cookie in the office. Crumbs fell on my knees, so I brushed them off onto the floor. She even has a fan club now? Because she's pretty too. Oh, I didn't expect you to admit that so easily. It's not about admitting or not. Gu Yubin has always been popular. That was true even before I came back in time. Gu Yubin had a fan club back then too. The only difference now is that there's one more zero in the number of members. However, the reason for that fan club's existence has always leaned more towards her looks than her literary talent. I still wonder if appearance is more important than artistic talent in determining a person's popularity, or if it's just because Gu Yubin frequently appears in the entertainment industry activities. Ah, that's right. Lim Yong-wook suddenly exclaimed as he remembered something. You have to go to America soon. Another schedule? This is a bit. It's literature related. Then I must go. Lim Yong-wook glared at me with a look that seemed to say, what kind of outrageous person is this? But hurriedly continued as if he had no time to waste. We decided to translate all your novels and release them in the US. But we can't sell them directly. We have to go through an American publisher. Yes. But the American publisher has arranged an event. It's not just a signing at a local bookstore. You'll be interviewed in a fairly major literary magazine in the US. Why? Booker International. Ah. Since you're a nominee for the Booker International Prize, your name is already somewhat known. Some of your books have been released too. But this time, we're partnering with a major publisher to publish all your books in the US, so they're doing a big promotion by getting you an interview in a major literary magazine. Understand? You mean I can't miss this because the American major publisher used their company's influence to secure a spot in the magazine? Exactly. Lim Yong-wook nodded with a satisfied smile, like a teacher pleased with an exemplary student. Then he immediately changed that smile to one of apology. Sorry, but I don't think I can go to the US with you. My schedule is just too tight. Oh, really? Then should I go with editor Beck Seol like last time?
No, no.
Even the department head schedule is full now. Then how about Ki-hoon Hyung? Do you think he can handle things on his own there? You've seen Deputy Manager Kim Ji-ryung a few times, right? You know? She may lack a bit in trust, but she's very competent and diligent. While I was listening to the fact that I would have to go to the U.S. with Deputy Manager Kim Ji-ryung in a few weeks, I suddenly noticed a call coming in on Lim Yong-wook's phone. As soon as he saw the call, he was startled and hid his phone, just like before. But what could he do? I had already seen it. What's that? Oh, it's nothing. You just got a call. Why didn't you answer? Who is it? Oh, it's just a business contact. Don't worry about it. Who is Gu Yu-bi? I saw the name on Lim Yong-wook's phone. Gu Yu-bi. Then, everything that had been confusing suddenly made sense. Why Lim Yong-wook couldn't go on the U.S. trip with me? It's because of her, isn't it? Lim Yong-wook hung his head in guilt and, after a long silence, muttered in a bitter voice. That's right. We averted our eyes, creating an awkward atmosphere like that between a wife who discovered an affair and a husband who got caught. Then, Beck Seol, who looked like her dark circles had dropped to her chin, spoke irritably. Stop messing around and schedule the U.S. trip quickly. I need to leave as soon as this is done. Ah, yes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Popularity is indeed a fleeting thing. Popularity depends on people's hearts, and the heart is ever-changing. An obscure idol who had a remarkably good photo could become internationally famous, and a singer could top the Billboard charts with a song criticizing a politician uploaded on YouTube. So, it wasn't all that surprising that Gu Yubin suddenly became a superstar in the literary world. Thus, it wasn't strange that Lim Yong-wook, the influential figure in the publishing management division, temporarily took charge of Gu Yubin, taking advantage of the situation. I had no particular grievance about this, because the emptiness of popularity had been a constant theme in my thoughts since I returned from the past. If popularity is something that arises when the tastes of the unidentifiable masses suddenly focus on one person, then isn't it truly not much different from a heaven-sent fortune? Around that time, the tragedy that befell the drama Guitar seemed to prove my point. Chapter 118. There's an old saying that success in a task is 30% effort and 70% luck. Newcomers entering the broadcasting industry soon realized the wisdom of the elders was correct. This is because the law of 70% luck and 30% effort dominates the entertainment world. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Newcomers, like chirping chicks just entering the broadcasting industry, generally have somewhat inflated egos. They join with the misconception that they can surpass their old-fashioned seniors who produce nothing but cliché-ridden and boring content, blinded by PPL. PPL equals product placement. However, it doesn't take long before they face the law of 70% luck and 30% effort, realizing that no matter how hard they work, they cannot surpass the lucky ones. Only then do the ignorant beings realize. Success is a matter of fate. So what can humans do? To ensure stable production, they secure funds through PPL and defend viewer ratings with cliché development. There's a reason even the most skilled directors and producers in the smart 21st century cut off pig heads and stuff 50,001 bills up their nostrils. Shamanism is science. At least in this world. God damn. However, there was one who dared to challenge the sacred will of the heavens and attempt to create success with human hands. That irreverent person was Shim Yun-ho, known as the Black Magician of BMB. I'm sorry. The broadcasting station is already well aware of the law of 70% luck and 30% effort. So they shoot variety shows with minimal production costs, hoping for a hit. It might be harsh to say that cutting-edge media companies operate their business like a pachinko machine. So it could be said that they outsource some work to God. A variety show fails? It's due to a lack of your faith. A variety show succeeds? It's a blessing from God. In this way, the grace of the Lord envelopes the entire world, Yet there have always been heretics boldly voicing blasphemous notions in the name of science. Such wicked heretics say things like the earth revolves around the sun, humans evolved from monkeys, buying indulgences won't absolve sins, or that hit variety shows can consistently be made with sufficient budgets. These absurd claims are made to deceive people, just like Shim Yun-ho. Hey, what are we going to do about this? The variety show, Let's Become a Novelist, had average success. Generally, a variety show with this level of viewer ratings would be considered decent. However, Let's Become a Novelist was a planned variety show into which the entertainment department had poured all its pocket change, yet it failed to achieve the expected ratings. It didn't pay off. I'm sorry. Various reasons were cited for the failure of Let's Become a Novelist. The cast couldn't produce a masterpiece. The show became too lecture-focused. It was informative but not entertaining, and so on. But since the truth is often too painful, everyone just blamed it on a lack of faith. After all, people tend to seek God in hard times. That doesn't mean Let's Become a Novelist disappeared without any achievements. The literary world highly praised it, and the cast members were satisfied with writing novels about their own lives. Naturally, their fandom was happy too. So, the sales of the books written by the cast weren't insignificant. Although it didn't turn Korea upside down as boldly promised during production, strictly speaking, Let's Become a Novelist was a plus rather than a minus variety show, and to that extent the department head could sufficiently cover for it. So the variety department head let out a sigh and said, Yun-ho, did you do wrong or not? I did wrong. Okay, let's do better next time. Department head, don't be too discouraged, man. Thus, the duo of the BMB Entertainment Department, who aspired to conquer Korea someday, endured the bitter today and pledged to move forward toward tomorrow. However, there was a place where even such excuses couldn't be made. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The drama Guitar faced many ups and downs from the beginning of its production. It all started when Lim Song-ai picked Guitar. I want to write a musical drama, can't I? Musical dramas have been out of vogue for almost 20 years. It's a bit difficult, but what if we adapt a popular novel? Deal. So, they bought the rights from author Moon, but even during Lim Song-ai's adaptation phase, obstacles arose. Lim Song-ai, a veteran thriller writer, was known for her signature move to add spectacular suspense to the calm atmosphere of Guitar. However, her use of drugs was prohibited. Writer Lim, drugs might be a bit problematic. Why? It's the most serious issue. We writers should address it first. Like the drug distribution among runaway teens. The darkness of society. The chairman's second grandson was booked for drugs. If we feature drugs in the drama, he'll be angry, won't he? Ugh. Eventually, the story of a girl and boy involved in a drug case, chased by the police and gangsters, was turned into a slum romance due to various adult concerns. Writer Lim? Is this okay? It's still set in the slums. You can still address the darkness of society you like. I dreamed of a musical healing road movie. Come on, this is still good. It has music, healing, romance, and slums. This is the limit for a drama. If it gets darker, viewers will switch channels. No matter how much they curse us for glamorizing poverty, they'll change the channel if it gets darker. People watch dramas to see pretty people falling in love, right? Isn't that so? I guess so. See. Thus, a strangely compromised work was born between the broadcasting station's meddling and Lim Song-ai's stubbornness. Surprisingly, the plot wasn't bad. Quite a beautiful picture was already forming. The Night of Seoul, a secluded slum, a mysterious woman playing the guitar under the full moon. It might sound a bit cringeworthy, but such things usually catch on. However, one crucial issue remained. Lim Song-ai asked, "It's all fine, but hasn't it strayed too far from the original?" The PD replied, "Hey, it's fine. The original isn't some holy scripture. In horror movies, the ones who say everything will be fine are the first to die. It was the same this time. They reassured themselves, thinking nothing would happen even after desecrating a sacred text. How could such blasphemy be uttered in the broadcasting industry governed by the last bastion of faith in the 21st century, the law of 70% luck and 30% effort? Still, perhaps they retained a last bit of reverence for the divine. The production team of Guitar performed a ritual before the first episode aired, offering a pig's head on an altar and praying to the gods of heaven and earth. But if they had known what awaited them, they would have been better off praying in a cathedral or church. Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison. The punishment of the gods befell those who defiled the sacred text. As prophesied by Prophet M, born in the new light and eternal spring temple, who raised abandoned children into devout believers. A drama dressed in a nun's habit and holding a rosary arrived to dominate this year. Rosarium. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, Amen, *****. Kids dash. Teacher Bang Jong-ah sometimes calls the children kids, instead of you guys. This is because she mainly takes care of preschoolers. So, the older kids often snicker with a hint of mockery every time they hear kids dash like, haha, kids, really? But whenever this happened, the senior bullies at the orphanage would smack them on the back of their heads. This was because they only realized later in life how much teacher Bang Jong-ah genuinely loved the children. Haha, she said, kids. Am I a kid too? Is teacher Bang Jong-ah your friend? Ack. So I did the same. The kid I advised in the past, saying, you're better suited for studying than soccer, was slightly tearful, probably shocked by the smack on the back of his head. He shouldn't have insulted teacher Bang. I can tolerate insults aimed at my parents, but I can't stand insults aimed at teacher Bang Jong-ah. Kids dash. Attention. Teacher Bang Jong-ah called for attention, and we gave it. With the kids' eyes on her, she shouted with all her might. Though because she has such a soft voice, even when she shouts, it sounds a bit faint. After dinner tonight, we all have to gather in the multi-purpose room to watch a drama. Dinner will be an hour earlier, so keep that in mind. Got it? Yes. Yes. Teacher. The preschoolers shouted in pure respect, while the older kids mimicked them childishly. Yes, yes, teacher. Because teacher Bang Jong-ah is so gentle. The kids often teased her like this. She was the youngest among the teachers. Honestly, among the high school senior girls at the orphanage, it wouldn't be strange if they treated teacher Bang Jong-ah as a sister. Of course, a few years later, when she gains more experience, she'd probably just laugh it off, saying, oh, these rascals having fun. But now, being in a very innocent period, teacher Bang Jong-ah blushed and ran away. Eek! You. I closed my eyes gently as I watched her flee from the kids' teasing, and quietly cheered her on in my heart. Hang in there. Bang Jong-ah. Stay strong. Bang Jong-ah. Honestly, I'm now at an age where I could call teacher Bang Jong-ah sister Jong-ah. Of course, only if you consider my mental age. Where did she say to gather after dinner? The multi-purpose room. Is it for Rosarium or something? It's Rosarium. Whatever. Talking about dramas, we can't leave out Guitar. I had almost forgotten that Guitar was being adapted into a drama. Sure, I met the drama writer and got an autograph, but wasn't that nearly a year ago? A drama isn't something a writer can just whip up alone. It's a creation that takes the concerted effort of dozens, even hundreds, of people over a long time. But all that long effort encountered an exceptionally formidable opponent, something with a sacred name. Rosarium. Something. Thanks to director Moon Chung-jae's condition of wanting to promote group viewing of Christian media, I got to rewatch the hit series I had seen before traveling back in time. Ooh! It wasn't much different from the old Rosarium. It was a masterpiece. But if there was a noticeable change, it would be Kim Bile, who had a bigger role than I expected. Not the lead, but definitely more than a mere supporting character. Among the supporting roles, she stood out quite a bit. It felt strange to see someone I used to share snacks with in the school cafeteria appearing on TV. She even looked completely like someone in her 20s due to the amazing makeup. It was different from Min Hyo-min, who transformed into an idol through broadcast makeup. Kim Bile in the drama was a completely different person from the Kim Bile I knew. From small gestures to expressions and habits, everything seemed detached from her usual self. Could all that be intentional acting? Is it possible to erase ingrained habits for the sake of acting? It was a level of skill that was almost unbelievable. However, the children of New Light Spring Orphanage had a slightly different perspective from mine. Whoa! Wow! She's so pretty. Oh my gosh. Uni, you're so beautiful. Isn't she our age? Yeah, she's our age. So why do we look like this? As they watched Kim Bile dressed in a nun's habit, some wise kids revealed their religious insights. It's totally fantasy. There's no nun like that in reality. Right? They're all our mom's age. Well, if we had any. Ah, that's not how you wear the veil. It's uncomfortable to watch. They got the order of the rosary prayer wrong. This is why kids from a Christian orphanage are different. They have a different perspective. Director Moon Chung-jae, who had this purpose in mind, watched the children from the corner of the multipurpose room with a satisfied smile. But I already knew that Director Moon Chung-jae's wish would not come true. There is no peaceful and meaningful Christian drama that Director Moon Chung-jae desires. It didn't take long for my prediction to become reality.
Wufhoa.
Kaya. What is that? Ultra-handsome priests in habits started defeating evil spirits with spectacular action scenes. It was the prelude to the habit fetish craze that would sweep in like a storm. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While the Korean Catholic Central Association was pondering whether to issue a concern statement, thinking, something seems off here, Korea was already in the grip of the Rosarium craze. The Guyubin syndrome, which bloomed like spring flowers and withered just as quickly during the annual spring literary contest season, also came to an end, and Kim Bile's arrogance grew day by day. Agis, it's such a hassle because so many people recognize me. Sorry about that. I acted too well. By the way, what's the current viewership rating for Guitar these days? Kim Bile was under a significant misconception these days. That I was quite upset about Guitar being overshadowed by Rosarium. But that's not true. The novel Guitar belongs to Moon In, and the drama Guitar belongs to Lim Song-ai. How could I, who have suffered my whole life from critics belittling others' works, bring myself to belittle someone else's work? Right? So it doesn't bother me at all. Dash. Kim Bile didn't respond to my words. Instead, she gave me an incredibly annoying smile. Even though I truly didn't mind the failure of the drama Guitar against Rosarium, my hand holding the coffee cup couldn't help but tremble under Kim Bile's annoying smile. Tisk. But I couldn't get angry at a high school student. As I lightly inhaled and made a sound, Kim Bile flinched, shrugged her shoulders, and stopped her antics. Rather, she showed an apologetic look, cautiously glancing at me. No, I was just happy. Hey, who would I brag to? My mom, who would claim it's all thanks to her? Or my friends, who are already grinding their teeth in envy? Outside, I stay humble and say nothing. You're the only one I can brag to. Humph. Come on, don't be upset. Actually, I wanted to say thank you. You were the one who insisted I should do the drama. Her heartfelt gratitude made me forgive her for a moment. It's definitely not because she bought me a strawberry yogurt smoothie. As I hid my irritation, Kim Bile smiled brightly again and started chattering. Well, the drama didn't do well, but didn't the anime do well? So, it's all good, right? What? What? Anime? Yeah, the anime film released in Japan. Guitar. It did really well, didn't it? What? What? I stared blankly into space for a moment, then quickly connected to the internet to verify the fact. It was true. I immediately called Lim Yongwook. Lim Yongwook answered the phone almost instantly. I could sense the commotion in the office on the other end of the line. Hello. Hey. Inseop. What's going on? Are you talking about the Japanese animated film Guitar? Yeah. What happened with that? Did you by any chance sell the rights? I know, right? What is that? Huh? What? Huh? Something. Something was happening. Chapter 119. A dark screen. Calm male narration. Everything flowed as it was meant to. It was predetermined even before birth. In the shadows of the city, the hideout of a runaway teen gang where a girl stayed became a mess due to a knife fight. A back alley stained with violence and coercion as police and delinquents entangled. A single mother, staggering from a knife wound, reached out and cried, "Run away." A girl heard those words, and she started running. Into the darkness of the alley. Into the darkness of the city. Into the darkness of the world. Why don't you have a name? It's not that I don't have a name. I just haven't decided on one yet. As time passed, the girl met a boy like her. A wanderer drifting into the shadows of the gray city. The two wandered together in the jungle made of buildings. Thus, their purposeless journey began. Chasing a squirrel into the deep mountain range. Enjoying the warmth of Oding. Relying on the kindness of a good-hearted food stall owner. Playing an exciting game of hide-and-seek in a late-night department store. Sitting under a park pavilion on a rainy day, playing the guitar to the rhythm of the rain. The two glimpsed the hidden side of the city that couldn't be seen through the eyes of adults. But their journey couldn't last forever. The boy had a place to return to, but the girl did not. All of this was determined the moment they were born. So the boy shouted, "Why are you forcing me to make a choice?" The girl answered, "You need to choose, whether it's something happy or sad. That's the only way you can have your life." Eventually, the screen darkened. Someone's voice asked, "Have you decided on a name?" The emotional OST that played throughout the trailer ended appropriately, and a voice with a hint of laughter briefly answered in the darkness. "Not yet. Mada. TL. Not yet in Japanese. EP8 Dark Adaptation." Wow! As the trailer ended, the screen in the publishing division office rolled up. The youngest staff member rapidly pressed the 8 switches on the wall, turning on the lights and dispelling the movie theater-like atmosphere. However, the lingering impact left by the trailer for the movie Guitar had not yet disappeared. Even though it was just a trailer, the visual and musical artistry were exceptionally beautiful. Unable to hide my admiration, I spoke to Lim Yong-wook. "It's really good, right? The full movie is even better." Lim Yong-wook grinned, showing his white teeth. With his recently grown beard, he might look like a yakuza when quiet, but his smile made him seem very naive. "But the full movie hasn't been released in Korea yet, right? I can understand Japanese." I immediately booked a flight and went to a Fukuoka theater for a day trip. It was really great. "Is it that good?" "Yes. Maybe because it's an animated movie, the backgrounds are incredibly beautiful. The lush mountains, the rainy scenes. Of course, the most beautiful part is the protagonists." Deeply versed in otaku culture, Lim Yong-wook praised the work, mumbling about the animation and character design for a while. As expected from the department head, the previous works of that animation director. "Ah, right. Deputy head Kim Jae-young, who prides herself as Lim Yong-wook's faithful subordinate, quickly joined in and agreed. The two otakus continued their animated discussion, mentioning the animation director's name and previous works. Of course, to my ears, it all just sounded like Tanaka, Suzuki blah blah. Japanese names are really hard to distinguish. However, if you asked me to name Japanese novelists, I could recall names like Ryunosuke Kutagawa, Natsume Soseki, Ryotaro Shiba, Osamu Dazai, Yasunari Kawabata, Haruki Murakami, Saicho Matsumoto, Ken Kikuchi, Kenzaburo Oe, Atsushi Nakajima, Oge Mori, Shisaku Endo, Yukio Mishima, and so on. In any case, I can't understand the mindset of people who memorize the names of their favorite anime characters or animation directors. Eventually, I intervened between the two anime otakus who had started a mental resonance. Yes, that's all great, but... So, how did my book rights slip into a neighboring country without my knowledge? Suddenly, both Lim Yong-wook and Kim Jae-young clammed up. They began sweating and exchanging nervous glances. What's this? Why can't they answer? Curious, I followed their gazes to find Beck Seol, who had her head bowed. Despite being the department head, Beck Seol didn't look much different from before. With a slightly timid demeanor, she raised her hand slightly. Well, Author Nim. Oh. I'm the culprit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Although BechHack always prides itself on being honest and modest in promoting Korean cultural industries, it couldn't remain upright even in a situation where copyright infringement was suspected. As befitting the face of the Korean cultural industry, BechHack Media Group prepared to protest with as rational and inclusive an attitude as possible. Stop right there. Trying to pull a fast one? Guys, get your tools ready. It's been a while since my sashimi knife has tasted blood. However, there was no stabbing anyone's stomach with the fearsome blade of an international lawsuit, because the Japanese side responded that they had acquired the rights through legitimate procedures. In fact, they even coldly mocked BechHack for trying to muscle in. That's why these impulsive Joseon people are no good. Didn't you learn not to gamble if you're not sure? BechHack wasn't one to fall for such bluffing. Really? Let's dig in then. Tararan kumchak shak tarari. TL. Sounds of dancing and festivities. It was Sakura. TL. This line means that it was cherry blossoms for the Japanese, i.e., they had the rights. What the hell? This meant that the rights had indeed been transferred to Japan through legitimate procedures, but no one at BechHack Publishing had been aware of it. This meant someone had transferred the rights to Japan without informing the company. Whether it was a mistake or intentional, it wasn't something to let slide. BechHack Publishing immediately set out to find the culprit. Which son of a bitch did this? Come out now. If you come out now, I'll let you off with just a finger. As a tense atmosphere filled the company, someone, sweating nervously, raised their hand. It was Beck Seol. It was the princess. I see. If the young lady thought that way, since it turned out well in the end, isn't it a gain? Haha. Although Kim Sang-guk, the CEO of BechHack Publishing, insisted on investigating Beck Seol's mistake, the legal team at headquarters thought otherwise. From the moment Beck Do-hyun, the head of the Strategy Planning Office's HR support team, turned out to be Beck Seol's uncle, her innocence was already confirmed. In a way, she could be considered innocent from birth. The cute mistake made by Beck Seol, who was a fledgling chick at the time and still is, but anyway, was as follows. The large Japanese publishing conglomerates, though called publishing conglomerates, are not actually just publishing conglomerates. Strictly speaking, they are more like cultural conglomerates. This means they do other things besides publishing. Naturally, they also made animations. And Beck Seol didn't know that. So when Beck Seol was just a chirping chick, she still is? But anyway, she got taken in by the businessman's eloquence from the Japanese side. This happened during her business trip to the US, at a meeting to coordinate the interests between American and Japanese publishing. What does this clause in the contract mean? Oh, the rights mentioned there are nothing significant. It's just for things like drawing character faces on pencils. Of course, it would be great if the novel did well enough to produce merchandise, but if not, it's a meaningless clause. Of course, we always prepare for the novel to sell well and put in such clauses. And we also do our best to ensure the novel sells well enough to produce merchandise. Haha. Oh, haha. Is that so? Of course, the rights that were transferred weren't for pencils but were used to make an animated movie. However, making a movie doesn't come cheap, and the Japanese publishing company didn't initially acquire the rights to Guitar with the intention of making a movie. It was just because it's nice to have. They acquire the rights because it's good to have them when signing the contract. Are you upset? If you're upset, you can leave Japan. While it's accurate to change publishing to cultural, when referring to the Japanese publishing conglomerates, conglomerate is not a misnomer. They aren't considered conglomerates simply because they are big. Legally, They meet the criteria of overwhelmingly large conglomerates. Moreover, considering that many of these conglomerates are subsidiaries of a single chaebol family, one can understand why the Japanese publishing industry is often described as a den of evil. And no one in such a den would be kind enough to turn a single Korean novel into a movie, unless the author was nominated for the Booker International Prize. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That's how it happened. Though the fault lay with Baek Seol, it was Lim Yong-wook who explained. But can the concepts of Baek Seol and fault coexist? Can there be sin in one born of the most holy and noble lineage? Wouldn't it be more natural for evil to be washed away under the splendor of Baekak's lineage? So, in the end, it's department head Lim's fault for not supervising his subordinates properly? Yes, it's all my fault. I will cut my belly open to apologize. Hearing that, I had an epiphany as well. I also began self-criticism like Lim Yong-wook. No, it's because I wrote Guitar in the first place that this happened. It's my fault for creating a situation where division head Baek Seol made a mistake. No, Inseop. It's because this useless me was born into this world. Stop it, please dash. At Baek Seol's plea, we stopped our apology parade. Division head Baek Seol is indeed a merciful person. I looked up at Baek Seol, whose face was flushed red, and said, "Are you forgiving us?" "No, it's not about forgiveness. It's my fault in the first place. So merciful. So merciful. Dash." Having sufficiently teased Baek Seol, I returned to the main point. So, didn't the rights already get transferred, and they made an animation in the neighboring country on their own? Then, is there anything that benefits us? There isn't. In Japan, they have something called a production committee, so movies are made like a corporation. The profits go to the investors, not the creators. Then we have nothing to worry about, since we won't be publishing in Japan after the fight with author Sitahara during the Booker Prize. Strictly speaking, I didn't fight with author Sitahara, but the conflict over the literary prize became an international issue, so the rift wouldn't easily close. Actually, that's right. Lim Yong-wook replied in a weak voice, but since I wasn't interested in money, I didn't feel particularly let down. Then, this is just a simple mishap. Is that so? Then I'll go back to writing. Goodbye. That day, I couldn't go home right away and attended the publishing management division's dinner, smearing beef fat on my lips. But since nothing significant came to mind regarding the Japanese animated movie Guitar, it soon faded from my memory. You should never be obsessed with a work you've already released into the world. If you follow it too much, it becomes self-replication, and if you reject it too much, it becomes self-censorship. So it's best to focus on creating a new world with a blank canvas in mind. That had been my long-standing habit and principle. I could have returned to my routine if the OST of the animated movie Guitar hadn't made it to number 97 on the Billboard chart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was not particularly surprising that the movie Guitar swept the Japanese box office. The somewhat underwhelming Japanese theater scene has always been dominated by animated films. So, it was only natural for a masterpiece animated film to secure the top spot reliably. However, the events that unfolded when Guitar began to be officially distributed in Korea were beyond my imagination. There are several reasons if you insist on attaching them. Firstly, it was the time when J-pop started rising from subculture to mainstream, and Japanese animated films had been performing well in recent years. Additionally, there were few strong competitors in theaters struggling from the COVID recession, and people perceived Guitar as a legitimate domestic film rather than a Japanese one. But all these are analyses made after the fact. No one foresaw this before it happened. This week's box office rankings. -1 ST place. Guitar. Guitar made waves. It was happening in real time. Chapter 120. Baekak Group. Commonly referred to as Baekak Media Group, Baekak is a giant media conglomerate that dominates various media outlets in South Korea. It essentially means a nationwide gang of thugs. However, in the proudly authoritarian state of South Korea, where the tradition of controlled finance and press guidelines flourishes under an imperial presidency, No matter how much a gang of thugs flaunts their power, they are still within the palm of Buddha's hand. As recent cases have shown, no matter how much thugs swagger, BICAC Group cowers when the government merely hints at the cancellation of the comprehensive programming channel's reapproval. But Japan is different. The political and financial landscape of Japan is a bit more sinister. It's not that Japanese people are more sinister than Koreans, but that a parliamentary cabinet system is more sinister than a direct presidential election system. Unlike Korea, which undergoes some degree of reshuffling every 5 years through elections, Japan is well known for the Liberal Democratic Party's decades-long domination. While it can be seen as political stability, where money and power flow, conflict is inevitable. Therefore, Japan's political activities often take place in the shadows, away from the public eye, in the internal factional conflicts of the ruling party, or in the hidden chambers of those who have ostensibly retired but are still effectively in power. In the shadows, monsters easily grow. The Hitakawa Group is one such monster. A behemoth in the Japanese publishing industry, holding multiple giant publishing houses with sales exceeding 1 trillion won. Kyosentia, a major publishing company that owns the studio that produced the animated film Jitar, is also part of the Hitakawa Group. It's akin to one of the 4 heavenly kings of a massive evil organization. It's indeed terrifying. What is the evil plan of Kyosentia, which kidnapped not really the rights to Jitar and made it into an animated film? How far will the conspiracy of this shadowy major corporation that dominates the Japanese publishing industry extend? The answer is, they themselves don't know. What the hell? Why did this become a hit? EP8 Dark Adaptation. Recently, BICAC Publishing was startled by a new competitor appearing in the neighboring town, but Kyosentia was equally shocked by a new competitor appearing in their own town. In other words, the success of the animated film Jitar was not something Kyosentia had predicted. Kyosentia's staff only realized they had the rights after the film was released. That studio is certainly under our company, right? Hey, you idiots! How can you not properly manage media mixes? Sorry. We'll check it out immediately. It wasn't particularly strange. Rights aren't as grandiose as one might think. And they're not that expensive either. However, since they might be used someday, hundreds or thousands of them are stored in a warehouse. If it's the rights to a literary novel that had a brief hit in the neighboring country, with little possibility of a film adaptation, its importance decreases even further. But if the author is nominated for the Booker International Prize, the story changes. The rights to the novel Jitar should have been meticulously managed from that point. Of course, there are excuses for the poor staff. But our company isn't primarily focused on animation in the first place, right? Moreover, the studio involved in the production is a startup. Please be lenient. That was true. If there's a monster in the publishing industry, there's also a monster in the film industry. No matter how much Kyosentia is a part of the Hitakawa Group, they are nothing in the film world. It's what one might call a different territory. Here's a question. 1. To properly produce an animated film, you need at least 200 million yen, over 2 billion won. 2. The film adaptation of a novel is a kind of promotion that is publicity, and Kyosentia has no intention of promoting a genius boy from the neighboring country over legitimate Japanese authors. 3. So, who made Jitar? Kyosentia, having thought this through without much trouble, started the hunt for the culprit just like BICAC Publishing. Which bastard did this? Hey! Come out now, and I'll let you off with just one finger. As expected from a company with a history of having Yakuza threaten directors when bored, unlike BICAC Publishing, they exuded a certain vibe from experience. Thanks to that, like BICAC Publishing, it didn't take long to identify the culprit. Because all they had to do was look into the production committee of Jitar. Surprisingly, the animated film Jitar was essentially funded by a single investor. It was an unusual case that went against the industry's norm of joint investments by multiple sponsor companies. So, who is the protagonist behind the unusual act of investing more than 2 billion won in an animated film? Ah, that's me. Is there a problem? No. None at all. Absolutely not. We were just slightly curious and carefully asked. We apologize for any inconvenience. It was the novelist, Isaku Shidahara. Kaya Sensha decided to quietly overlook Isaku Shidahara's somewhat overstepping actions in respect of his great literary achievements as one of Japan's literary giants. Indeed, the great fame of a literary giant, who has left deep marks in Japanese literary history, carries a subtle fragrance that naturally impresses the ignorant masses. Of course, the fact that Isaku Shidahara was friends with the chairman of the Hitakawa Group, and that Shidahara's foster daughter was married to the chairman's third son, also had a slight influence. But the question remains. Why did Isaku Shidahara invest in the film adaptation of Jitar? Fortunately, the spirit of the samurai has not disappeared in Japan, and Kaya Sensha's senior editor and translator, Yohei Iwamoto, bravely asked with the determination to cut his belly open. Author, it's not that I dare question your actions, but could you allow me to ask the reason why you invested in the film? Oh, that? It's because I wanted to see it. Yohei Iwamoto remained silent. Then, the Shurshirodoshi in Shidahara's traditional house garden quietly tilted, making a clear tapping sound. TL. Shurshirodoshi is the name of the bamboo thing you might have seen in animes that makes the tapping sound.
Drip, top. Drip, top.
The sound of bamboo and stone hitting each other brought Yohei Iwamoto back to his senses. Indeed, Isaku Shidahara was a person who lived in a house with such a large garden. Considering this was in the heart of Tokyo, it concluded that 200 million yen was a sum he could easily spend as a hobby. But still, the question remains. Who? Isaku Shidahara. Why? Because he was bored. Then, the remaining question is how? Fortunately, the answer to that question came straightforwardly from Isaku Shidahara. Ah! The director came to me so earnestly. How could I coldly ignore him? He was about to perform a Dajiza, TL. Deep bow by kneeling, so I barely stopped him. Ah! How could someone cause such an inconvenience to author Nim? It's fine. It's fine. It's not like this old man is going to take his wealth to the grave. I trusted in the young man's spirit and invested gladly. Yohei Iwamoto's eyes, deeply bowing to Isaku Shidahara, became noticeably sharper. Found it. The culprit. Thus, the mystery surrounding the film adaptation of Jitar was solved through the detective work of Yohei Iwamoto. Without even needing to put his grandfather's honor on the line, he resolved the issue with flexible thinking, not unlike the famous detective Kendaichi Hajime. TL. Reference to the Kendaichi case. Now all that remains is the cleanup. All that needs to be done is to show the director, who chose to adapt a Korean author's novel instead of a Japanese one purely out of fandom, the bitter taste of the organization. This is not merely Yohei Iwamoto's personal opinion. Rumors were already high within the company. That unpatriotic traitor betrayed the company? What good is making a good movie if there's no company loyalty? Is he possibly a Zainichi? TL. Ethnic Korean in Japan. Of course, the situation slightly changed when Jitar came in first place. Damn it! I knew you could do it. You're a hero. A genius director has emerged from our company. In this situation, Kaya Sensha also had to slightly adjust its policy. After all, flexible business thinking is the lifeline of a company. Isn't it? So they had to jump on the bandwagon. The Jitar bandwagon. Fortunately, the original novel Jitar was already being published in Japan. This was because it had been contracted before the controversy surrounding the Booker International Prize. Naturally, thanks to the movie adaptation effect, it was selling like hotcakes, and in fact, this was essentially the only profit the author and the publisher could make. In this industry, the movie profits are split between the production committee and the distributor anyway. And the production committee was essentially funded solely by Shidahara, while the distributor was not the Hitakawa Group but a monster from the neighboring industry that monopolized the film sector. Moreover, even the director couldn't get a piece of the pie, so how much could the publisher get? If they were bitter about it, they should have put their name on the production committee and invested. Therefore, the publishing revenue turned out to be the only source of money. Yohei Iwamoto devised a wicked plan to embezzle those profits. Recalling the cold-faced Chable princess he encountered at the Booker Prize ceremony. Why would I do her any favors? He never forgets an insult. The sharp blade prepared for the cruel who turned him into a mere sideshow at the Booker Prize ceremony was ready. Yohei Iwamoto's bloody revenge began. It aimed to minimize the revenue heading to Korea. For this, all sorts of terrifying and sinister methods were employed. Yohei Iwamoto was a senior editor and translator at Kyosentia. He had both the ability and political power to translate novels by Isaka Shidahara, a Nobel Prize in Literature candidate. Burning with vengeance, he personally retranslated Jitar from start to finish. He even improved the quality significantly. In return, he subtly siphoned off some of the publishing profits. But the revenge didn't stop there. He couldn't tolerate the poorly produced books that the Koreans had made to cut costs, so he rebound them in a luxury lineup. He used Hitakawa Group's distribution network to display them extensively in bookstores nationwide, redesigned the book covers to match Japanese sensibilities, leveraged Kyosentia's political clout for bookstore promotions, ran TV ads, planned events linked to theaters, included book-related gifts, created character merchandise, made limited edition books to commemorate the movie adaptation, placed banners on online bookstores, begged the singers of the movie OST to leave positive comments on social media, produced an ebook version, controlled critics' opinions, and held post-publication events at the publisher level. And in return, he took away the publishing profits. Thus, Yohei Iwamoto sent only a few remaining pennies to Korea after he had completely plundered everything.
Hehehe.
The completion of cruel revenge. What kind of expression would that cold-faced Chable princess make? A dumbfounded look? A face full of anger? Or perhaps a look of resentment? Whatever it was a pity he couldn't see her face in real time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lim Yong-wook's expression hardened as he checked the publishing profits that had come in from Japan. This was no ordinary matter. It was significant enough to necessitate a complete overhaul of the pre-planned future business direction. Originally, Lim Yong-wook had planned to expand into the American market. The goal was to cover the decline in domestic popularity due to Moon In's excessive image consumption and to achieve results significant enough to make Baek Seol the CEO of Baikak Publishing. Lim Yong-wook had even reluctantly lowered the Taegukgi in his heart for this sole purpose. But today, even the Stars and Stripes, which he had raised after lowering the Taegukgi, slowly descended from the flagpole in his heart. The Star-Spangled Banner thus descended from Lim Yong-wook's heart. Instead, the Hinomaru, the Japanese flag with the red dot, gradually ascended. No, you crazy bastard! Aren't you ashamed to face your ancestors? His last shred of patriotism tried to stop him, but the temptation was too great to resist. How many zeros are there? Behind the dazed Lim Yong-wook, who was sitting in front of the monitor, the cheers of the publishing management headquarters staff shouting, "Long live the division head," echoed. It was spring. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The year passed, and as a new spring arrived, several changes occurred in daily life. I became a third-year middle school student, moved to a slightly larger studio, and so on. But the biggest change was that Ma Ki-hoon, who had graduated from high school, got his driver's license. Hey, get in. People might think it's your own car. Although Ma Ki-hoon graduated this year, he had repeated a year in middle school, so he could have gotten his license earlier. In fact, he already had his license. However, neither the school nor the company had allowed Ma Ki-hoon to drive a car, as there was a social convention against high school seniors driving. But as a high school graduate, Ma Ki-hoon was freed from all the constraints that bound him. As a result, Ma Ki-hoon was sitting in the driver's seat of a van loaned by the company, getting to drive a luxury van as his first car after getting his license. Ma Ki-hoon certainly had some good luck. His eyes still sparkled as he looked at the shiny driver's seat. Hey Inseop, can I use this car to drop hygiene off at school just once? Just don't let department head Lim find out. Yay! I chuckled softly, watching Ma Ki-hoon laugh like a boy even though he was now an adult. But Ma Ki-hoon, who had taken care of children while playing the role of an adult since he was a boy, quickly snapped back to his duties. Okay, what time do we need to be at the airport? The flight to Tokyo leaves at 12:40, so we should get there by 11:30 at the latest. All right, off to Incheon Airport. Our destination was Japan. Tokyo. We're going to sell books.